Hi guys, get ready with me while I tell you about my crazy neighbor situation. Okay, so I go to school in New York and I no longer live in a dorm. So I'm just in like a normal apartment building. Last year, me and my roommates were just like sitting on the couch and all of a sudden we literally hear a blood-curdling scream. It sounded like someone was actually getting murdered. So we like called 911. So the police came and it was like these two like young police officers and they were like literally laughing at me and my roommate, basically being like we were being really dramatic. And we're kind of like had made this story up, and I was like, no, like someone in the building was screaming for like literally screaming on the top of their lungs. So the police were like, well, there's nothing we can do because we don't know what apartment like unit it's coming from. And I was like, wait, like can't you go door to door? Like someone's like clearly like needs help. Like, I watch and read so much true crime that I'm just like, I feel like something's going on. So later that week, we hear blood-curdling screams again, and I will play an audio for you of like what these screams sounded like. Okay. Okay, so basically back to the story. So we hear that again later that week, and a few minutes later, the police arrive again. So I'm like, okay, someone else in the building called the police. Because like we had called the police at least, I want to say 5 times that first semester that it was going on, and they just did nothing. And thankfully, when it was getting really bad, it was right around winter break, so I was home for a month. I had been emailing the supers and their higher ups in the building, and they were like, sorry, there's nothing we can do. Like, just continue to take videos because we're building a case against trying to evict him. So one day it got really, really bad, and I think we had called the police, but we were not the only people to call the police. So this day we were like, it is really bad. And because they had multiple phone calls, they did a wellness check on the guy because they were knocking on the door and he wasn't answering. And people from all different floors of the building were coming out to come check on it because everyone was so worried. And so they got the fire department to come break down his door. Now here's where it gets really crazy. Knocks down his door, and all of a sudden our entire building starts to smell like bleach. So, you know, it's never a good sign when they knock down the door and the entire building begins to smell like bleach. And so the fire department walks in and they're like, oh my God, this whole place is covered in blue tarps and cleaning supplies. And one of the women firefighters was like, it's terrifying in here. And I was like, sorry, what? All of the windows were covered in blue tarps, like you couldn't see outside. Huh? And they were like, well, sorry, he's not here, so there's nothing we can do. And I was like, what do you mean there's nothing you can do? So also for reference, we have never seen what this guy looks like. We're all having this conversation and a man walks past all of us in the lobby having this conversation and goes straight into that apartment. So we're obviously all like, oh my God, he's back. And the police literally had just left. So we call the police back and are like, hi, you guys were just here and you did a wellness check. Can you please come back because we are concerned because the guy came back and we would like you to do another wellness check. So it takes them about 45 minutes to come back. See him get into the ambulance. Later that night, he came back. But last summer I went home and he eventually, I'm assuming, got kicked out because he no longer lives in our building. But that was like literally what we were going through. At first, the authorities were dismissing us, but I want this to be a sign to trust your gut. I obviously hope that like all is well with him and he's getting the help that he needs. But obviously that was a very scary situation for me and the other people in my building. So always trust your gut.
I'm 19 and pregnant. Let's talk about how I told my parents. Here's a quick video of when I found out myself. As you can see, I looked super surprised, but in the end, I really don't know why I was surprised because we all saw it coming. Right after I took the test, we ran to Walmart and I picked up some baby stuff to put in a shoebox. I'll insert a picture. This is the lovely box that I made to tell my parents. We're gonna start off strong. I told my dad first. And let's just say that was scary. My dad walked in the room, into my bedroom, and I had the shoebox sitting on my friend's bed, and my bed was on the other side of the room. And my dad was fixing something on the TV for us on Plex. My dad mentioned while he was standing at the TV that he can always tell when one of his kids are lying. So I looked at him and said, would you be able to tell I was lying right now if I told you I was pregnant? And then he said, you're effing lying. That's what he said. When my dad said that, I broke down into tears, and my friend, I asked her to open the box, and so she opened it, and my dad saw it. He just came up to me and started giving me a hug. I mean, obviously there was talks after that, but he was supportive. Fast forward to telling my mom. My dad was super excited to tell my mom because my mom absolutely adores kids. When I took the box out there to show my mom, she was actually really excited and started calling to make my first appointment right away. My first appointment was not long after we found out, and I was 3 weeks then, but now I am 22 weeks with a healthy baby girl. None of my extended family found out I was pregnant until I was like 19-ish weeks. If you guys would like to know why my extended family did not know until I was about 19 weeks, comment and I'll make a video about it. I know this is like all over the place, but that is the sum of how I told my parents that I was pregnant and 18. I am currently 19.
Story time about my online catfish boyfriend that I had in 8th grade. We're gonna call him Joe. I met Joe on Wiz, June of 2023. He was super like chill, and he was older than me, so I was like, oh my gosh, that's that. I don't know. It's been 3 years. Details might be a little iffy. And because he had an Android and I had an iPhone, we would call on Snapchat, and the whole entire time, like, he would always wear filters. And whenever he would send me a snap and he didn't have a filter on, it'd always be like half of his face like this. Okay? And I genuinely, like, I didn't think anything of it because I used filters too, but he knew what I looked like. I showed him what I looked like. He knew. There was actually a point where I was like, hey, can you send me a photo of this? Is so fucking. I washed my brushes yesterday because I'm breaking out and I'm trying to solve the issue. Anyways, I had asked him to send me a full body photo of him so I could get like an idea, because mama likes big boys, won't lie to you. And like, I knew that he was chubby, but I wanted like an idea, like, you know what, like, let me see. And he did send me one, and I thought he looked good, so I was like, period. So fast forward to like August, I had convinced my mom to go meet him, and he lived in Portland and I live 2 hours away from that. Who's gonna tell me that that happened right there? And dude, I have the worst anxiety like ever, and I was freaking out so much on the whole drive over there. I met him in Woodburn, and we were gonna meet up at an outlet mall. We were supposed to hang out for like 3 hours. My stepdad and his dad actually had the same name. Same first name and same last name. So when my mom and I, when we got there, into the bathroom, and I actually have footage of me, like I took a video on Snapchat of how I looked before I went to go meet him, and I was, here's what I looked like. I was nervous. So I walk out of the bathroom, and we're going outside, and I look up, and there he is, standing with his dad, and dude, I was freaked. He did not look like that photo he sent me. The photo that he told me, or that he sent me, that he looked like full body was from years before. And he had told me that earlier, but I thought, well, I haven't changed much from like 3 years ago, so like, what's the big deal? Like, he's not gonna look different. I walk up to him and I'm trying to like process it. And also, this was the first guy that I had never met in person that I had dated online. And I was just like settling in like what he looked like really. Like his hair, this is a white boy. His hair, it's like curly, but he didn't know how to take care of it. I don't know if he knows how to take care of it now. So it looked kind of like afro-ish, and it was thin. It was like a bird nest on his head. And just overall, he was bigger than I had like imagined. And I'm a bigger girl too. Like, I'm not saying like I'm perfect and that, like, he probably didn't have his own opinions on me too. So we end up going to sit on this bench just like to talk. Like, my mom and my stepdad, they were walking around the mall too. She told me, hey Chloe, like, if anything goes wrong, send me a bird nest emoji and I will come get you. So I said, okay. Anyway, so we're sitting at this bench and I'm literally trying to talk to him, and he's high. He's high because he was nervous and he didn't want to be nervous, but I mean, obviously he is because it's his first time meeting me too in person. Anyway, so we're sitting there, and every once in a while when he did look at me, he'd go. what? And so I asked him, like, what are you doing? And he was like, I just do that sometimes when I'm nervous. And I was like, okay. But also another thing that freaked me out was that, like, him and I had gotten freaky before on the phone. Like, we've been dating, like, hello. And so he knew what I looked like naked. So when I said that he knew what I looked like, he knew what I looked like. Well, okay? I'm, like, nervous because, like, I'd never met this guy before and he knows what I look like naked and I'm sitting here clothed. And I was freaking out because like, everybody and their mom was at the outlet mall that day. And at some point we had gotten up to, you know, I guess go looking around because it's awkward as hell just sitting there. And I don't know, but I had sent my mom bird nest emojis. I don't know if I had sent any yet, but I was just freaking out. I didn't know what to do with myself. And we were walking and there was this baby in a stroller and he goes, we should make one of those. What? And he worked with his dad, like they both did like they repaired computers, and he had like just freshly got like his credit card and he was super excited about it. And he offered to get me a drink. I don't remember if I said yes or no to it, but I know that we went over to this vending machine and he was clicking in what he wanted and it declined and he started kind of freaking out. And I don't remember if he got like really mad at it or not. Anyways, at some point I had sent my mom a total of 7 bird nest emojis and she had finally been like, okay, Chloe, we're gonna bring the car in the front and we're gonna pick you up. And I don't remember what I told him, but I told him that I was leaving. It had been like 30 minutes. I was supposed to be there for 3 hours and I was there for 30 minutes. So he walked me to my car and he gave me a hug. Him and I ended up dating for like a while. We lasted up until my sophomore year of high school, but we did it on and off. Somewhere like in the beginning of my freshman year, I had like gotten into smoking and it totally changed how I acted and who I was as a person. I acted differently because I was feeling differently. It actually ended by him like texting me I think a week after my birthday and being like, hey Chloe, so this girl that he had been hanging out with a lot had like asked him to be like boyfriend girlfriend and he said yes. I said, oh, okay. And I put it off super nonchalant because I didn't want him to know that I was hurt. And I didn't get over him for 2 years. And because of that set off a lot of bad decisions that Chloe had made. So I have more stories to share. So let me know if you want to hear them because I got a story about a guy that I went to the movie theater with for the very first date. And that was a little traumatic. And then I ended up seeing him 9 months later. So, and that one was even worse, but it's a fan favorite from all my friends. So I'm gonna do my mascara and then my lip combo, and I'll be back with the end result.
He's at your window.
1, 2, give the girl that I want. 3, 4.
All right, I've been seeing like roommate horror stories on TikTok, so I wanted to share mine. In 2017, I was a freshman in college, and we were in a forced triple. So it's like 3 people in a room, which is not for 2 people. So it was me and then 2 other girls, and the story that this is about, we're gonna call her Jody. So when I first met Jody, she was super nice, like such a sweetheart. She was kind of quiet, and I was like, you know what, like probably won't have any issues. As the years going on, I realized like some of my things are just going missing, like a bunch of little things. And then there was one time I realized I had this sweatshirt that had our college's name on it and I wore it all the time. So when that had gone missing, I was like, oh my god, like I was freaking out, and it was so dramatic, but I was just like, where is this sweatshirt? Like, I don't misplace my things when it comes to like clothing. I know where all my clothes are. So I text my group chat with my roommates. I'm like, hey, have you guys seen the sweatshirt? I seem to have misplaced it. I can't find it. And they're like, no, we haven't seen it, but we'll let you know if we do. After I send that text, I get back to my room, and the sweatshirt magically appears like in my bed. Mind you, I was on a bunk bed, so I was on the top bunk, and then below my bed, I had my desk. So I was like, this is so weird. Like, the sweatshirt was stuffed in between my sheets on my bed. And I'm like, I don't take my sweatshirts off when I'm laying in bed. Like, I don't even really wear sweatshirts in bed anyway, because, like, I was on a bunk. Like, I was usually only going up there to literally go to bed. So I was like, all right, that's a little weird, whatever. But that kind of, like, stuck with me. I'm like, all right, like, someone had to just, like, put it in my bed. Whatever. So then as the years going on, I realized, like, a bunch of little things had gone missing, like perfumes of mine, makeup, tweezers, and tweezers are important. And I was like, all right, like, maybe I'm misplacing things. And I was also never in my dorm room. I was always in my friend's dorm. I was always only in my room to, like, get ready in the morning and then go to bed. That was it. Between that, I was in class or I was in my friend's dorm. So I don't know. Like, I was like, maybe I'm just forgetting where I put things, whatever. But I kept it in the back of my head, like, all right, like, this is a little too weird. So this one day, I'm back in my dorm, I'm going to do my eyebrows, and I don't have my tweezers, so I text my roommate Jody, I'm like, hey, like, I know you have, like, nice tweezers, can I borrow them to do my eyebrows, because I can't find mine. She was like, yeah, no problem. So she told me what drawer they're in, I go into the drawer, I not only find my tweezers, which I had bought, once my first pair went missing, I had bought a second pair of tweezers, and those also went missing. I found my tweezers, I found my makeup, I found, like, makeup brushes, I found all this stuff. So then it all hit me where I'm like, oh my god, like, she took all of that, she was probably taking all my clothes. Because at this point, I had been missing, like, really nice sweatshirts, like, things of mine. So I end up, which I don't do this, I do not go through people's things, but I went through all of her stuff, and I ended up finding, like, everything of mine. And I found, like, my clothes that were folded inside out underneath all of her clothes in her drawers, all this stuff. So what I did was I took back all the little things of mine, like the makeup and everything, and then the closets in our dorms were able to lock. So I got a key for my RA for my closet. I put all the little things in my closet and would lock it. So one time I left my keys in the dorm room, and she knew I took back all the stuff because clearly she didn't have it. So one time I left my keys in there, she went into my closet, took back the stuff that she stole originally, and I was like, seriously? Like, whatever. Then my brother lived not too far from where I went to school, and his roommates would, like every day, so I would get free stuff from them. So this one day I bring back, like, a really nicely rolled for later, and Jody would go to a city a couple hours away, meet up with this guy, and all they would do would just, like, all weekend. And I knew this, like, she would tell me about it. So I go back to my room, my freshly rolled whatever is missing, so I text her, I'm like, hey, like, did you take this? Like, I know you go and do that with this guy. And she denied it all, whatever. So then, like, as the year went on, I was just very, like, aware of, like, what went missing and everything, and I would occasionally, like, check her things. And then, like, one time I found, like, a bralette, and I literally found my used underwear in her stuff. And I was like, that's disgusting. And, like, she tried to put, like, a bralette of mine in my roommate's things my other roommate's things to make it seem like she was the one taking all this, like, stuff. So then I ended up, like, saying something to my other roommate, being like, hey, like, I think she's taking all of our things. Like, I didn't show her, but I was like, I found this, and that, like, in her things, whatever. And then other things would go missing, like, I had money taken from my wallet. She took a Panera gift card out of my wallet, because, like, one day I literally was laying in bed, and Panera was delivered to our dorm. And it kind of hit me like, oh, like, this gift card went missing. She's literally using the gift card that was mine, that my parents bought me, and ordering food in front of my face. So I remember when that happened, I went to the RA, and the RA's like, we really can't do anything about it, just, like, lock your things up, whatever. So I'm like, all right, like, this is just annoying. And then, by the end of the year, like, I ended up moving out, like, at the end of the semester, and I was talking to my friend about what happened, and I'm getting, like, so worked up, so I was like, I'm just gonna text her. So I sent her a text, and it essentially said, like, hey, like, I know you took all my stuff. I explained to her how I figured it out by, like, when she let me use her tweezers, which were my tweezers, and all this stuff. And I said, I was like, I'll pay for you to ship it all back to me. And she denied it all. Like, she was like, oh, your stuff must have just fallen into my laundry, which if you saw the setup of our dorm, that would have never happened. There's no way that would have happened. And then, like, she was like, your socks have ended up, or my socks have ended up in your laundry before. I'm like, they're socks. And I go, you probably put them in there to, like, make it seem like I was taking your shit too. It was just insane. She denied it all, and then she started saying how her other roommate, like, took her blazer once. So I sent a screenshot of those messages to our other roommate and was like, hey, she's literally saying you stole her, like, blazer or whatever. And my other roommate was like, that's literally not true. Like, she has my blazer. So my other roommate starts texting Jody and is like, dude, like, that blazer's mine, all this stuff. She sent her a picture of her wearing it in high school, like, wearing this blazer and all this stuff. And then Jody was just like, no, that's mine. Like, you tried borrowing it, or you were borrowing it for an interview you had. And my other roommate was like, I never had an interview all year. And then she was like, well, maybe it was a presentation. And my other roommate was like, I didn't have a single presentation, like, all semester. And she was just lying through her teeth. And then she was like, well, this blazer, the brand of it, there's only one store in the whole country, like, of this store, and it's where I'm from. And so my other roommate claps back with a list of stores all across the country, like, where the store is located, and, like, circled the mall that, like, she bought it from. And she was like, this is literally my blazer. And, like, nothing came about it. She just still has my stuff. And then the next year I ended up seeing her on campus in one of my sweatshirts, and I just, like, glare at her across campus, and she sees me and then, like, looks down at her phone and, like, scurries away. And I'm just like, all right, like, whatever. And then, like, a couple years later, one of my guy friends was like, hey, some of my friends are living with Jody. I want you to tell them what happened, because he knew about what happened. So I'm telling all these girls, I'm like, yeah, like, this happened when I was living with her. And they were like, wait, like, some of my stuff I noticed has been missing. I go, put cameras up, get proof. If she takes more of your stuff, like, lock your doors, like, all this stuff. So I don't know. She just is a klepto, I guess. And the sad part was too, like, she had money. Like, she didn't need these things, and it was just annoying. Like, it was so annoying. And so good luck. Hopefully you guys have better roommates than I did, because it was just ridiculous.
Story time of how I banned a man from my job for paying with money soaked in his own urine. So there was a man, and he would come in all the time with his wife. He was a regular, I would say, but he was always just that one person that would walk in, and as soon as they walked in, you would just be like, here we go. He was the type of person where he wouldn't care if you were with another customer. He thought that he was entitled to your attention 24/7. So if I'm with a customer and he wanted to see something behind the counter, he'd say, girl, let me see that. And I'd be like, okay, you know, I'm with another customer. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right with you. He was known for paying with dollar coins. Although it was annoying, like, currency is currency. It is what it is. Like, you're going to take the dollar coins. So this particular day, he came in and he bought something, and he took out his wallet and he was giving me dollar bills, like a 20 or whatever it may have been. And I was like, oh my gosh, like, nice. I love this. Like, you know, maybe we're turning a new leaf or something. I don't know. He hands it to me and it's, like, wet. I took the form of payment, but I decided not to put it with the rest of the bills because it was wet. So I put it underneath the register so it could dry before I put it with the other bills. And as I stood up to go get his change, the smell of urine slapped me in the face. I immediately knew, okay, this man either pissed on this exact bill, or he, like, dropped his wallet in the toilet or something. I don't know. I try to be the bigger person, and I just kind of, like, compose myself. I give him his change back, and I start to walk away to go wash my hands in the bathroom. And he goes, oh wait, I want to get this too. And I said, well, I'm gonna go wash my hands really quick, so I'll be right back. So I went and I washed my hands and I came back, hoping he wasn't gonna pay with more money of that nature. I was wrong. He handed me money for the next item that he was paying for, and it was also soaked in his urine. And I asked him, I said, you know, do you have anything else that you could pay with? Like, I just don't feel comfortable taking this. Like, this just doesn't seem right. And he's like, it's not my fault, it's wet. I was like, okay, maybe it's not, but like, you still are choosing to pay with it. That feels disrespectful. And he's like, you take this, you take this. And so I did take it, because I'm like, you know what, I don't even know like the laws. I don't know if I'm able to deny money based off of that. So I took it and I just put it with the other bill underneath the register to finish drying. And I gave him his change back, and in his change it included a dollar bill. And I gave him the dollar bill, and it had a rip in it, but not on purpose. It was just the next bill. Like, I just took the bill out and I was like, here you go, like, there's your change, whatever, bye. This man had the audacity to take the bill and hold it in my face and say, girl, give me a different dollar bill, this one has a rip in it. It's like, you're kidding, right? And he's like, no, do you see the rip? I said, oh, I know there's a rip in it, but you just gave me money soaked in urine and you're demanding a dollar bill that doesn't have a little tear in it. He's like, I don't care, give me a different dollar bill. I said, no, I'm not giving you a different dollar bill. How about you give me money that's not soaked in your piss? And he gets all mad and up in arms and all this stuff, and his wife is still shopping around. I go to the back, I call my boss, and I tell him the situation. I'm like, I'm pissed off. Literally pissed off. But I'm pissed off this is happening, and it's the same dude that brings us, like, my boss knows the person too. This is the same dude that brings us the friggin' dollar coins. What do I do? And he's like, ban him. That's disgusting. You shouldn't have to do that. So I go up, and I'm like, hi. So you're not going to be able to come back here anymore because you disrespected me in ways that nobody should be disrespected. I should not have to ever touch that, ever. He's like, well, I'm not coming back here anyway, and F this place, and F you, and F this dollar bill that you gave me with a rip in it, blah, 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 blah. Walks out. You'd think that'd be the end of the story. And it is, kind of. But if I could tell you the amount of times that this man has come in and asked to talk to me to see if he could be unbanned, and or tries walking in just hoping that I don't notice or I'm not there, all the time. All the time. And everybody knows him. He's not coming back. He's never going to be back. His wife is welcome to come in and shop. She's very sweet. He's never coming back. Okay, so it's come to my attention that people don't actually know what Apple Pay is, so let's explain. When you use Apple Pay and you go to click, you don't double click the button, get the payment going, what pops up? Say it with me. Card. Yep, your card. The forms of payment are as follows: cash and card. That's it. Everybody is getting mixed up with the form of payment and the method of payment. Now, methods of payment vary. There is tap, insert, swipe, Apple Pay. So when people like this say, Apple Pay isn't a card though, my job accepts cards but not Apple Pay, that's because your job does not accept that method of payment. They accept the form of payment, which is card, just not the method in which you are trying to use your card, which is through Apple Pay. For example, in my area at least, Hobby Lobby doesn't have tap. When I go to Hobby Lobby and I'm trying to tap my card, they're like, oh, our machines don't take tap, you have to insert. So just like that, they don't take that method of payment. They take the form, not the method. And I'm trying to be understanding because maybe some people haven't worked a position in their life where you see the reports of how payments are shown through the back end of things, but when you see the payments for like the transactions for the day, let's say, it doesn't say Apple Pay. It says card, specifically what kind of card, a MasterCard, a Visa, American Express, Discover, whatever it may be, or cash. It doesn't say anything about Apple Pay unless it shows the method of payment for whatever reason, which would then be tap or Apple Pay or whatever your system displays it as. But the actual form of payment is just cash or card. That is it.
I was 22 years old when my stalker broke into my house. Hi everyone, this is Confessions with Jordan, where I take anonymous submitted confessions of stories that are untold and unbelievable. They range from traumatic, scary, dark, embarrassing, and sometimes medical. Today's anonymous story comes from someone we will name April. April had just moved out of her parents' house and was in an apartment living alone with her cat. She was attending college next to the apartment, and she didn't want to do dorm living because it would be cheaper to live right outside. She had a daily routine of taking her cat out, eating breakfast, making the commute to her college, and then coming home. It was about a 15-minute drive from here to there. On the weekend, she worked at a golf range, so she would do that sometimes. One day, she was working the golf range. She would drive the cart around and ask anybody if they needed drinks or any equipment. And she met a guy who was golfing by himself. He was around 35 years old, dark hair, tall, slim frame, and he would come regularly. He would always order the same drink, and he always tipped her well. So one day he asked her out on a date, and since he was a little older than her, she wasn't sure about it, but she decided to go ahead because they had always gotten along, and she thought he was attractive and, might as well give it a try. So they went out to dinner one night. Dinner went well until the end. He paid, and they walked outside. He offered for her to go to his apartment, and she respectfully declined. She did not really feel like crossing that line on the first date. He got really upset. They were currently in a parking garage they had walked to from the restaurant where her car was. She didn't know where he had parked his car, but he wanted to walk her to her car. So when she declined to go to his apartment, he started getting really upset. He cornered her against her driver's side door and calling her names at how she would take him for a dinner and let him pay for her and not come back to his apartment. And then he started going off about how all women are the same and how he doesn't even know why he wastes his time. Meanwhile, he still had her pushed against the door. He was probably within 3 inches from her face. Feeling afraid, she kind of said, "I'm sorry, maybe next time. I'm just not feeling very well. We just need to try again. Maybe I'm just not feeling good." And he kind of calmed down, and they scheduled a date for the next week. Clearly, that was not going to happen. She was very uncomfortable. So she texted him the next day and said that she'd have to cancel the date because she's pursuing a different love interest and she no longer wants to engage in conversation or anything future with him. He never responds. Now, here's the weird part. When she goes to work at the golf range every weekend for the next month or two, she would see his car every time in the parking lot. And she knew his car because whenever she was working there and he had asked her on the date, he was standing by his car talking and discussing the date. So she knew what his car was, and he had a dangly character on his rear view mirror. So it was his car, and she saw his car there every time she worked, and she never saw him. She didn't really know what to do about that, but she just hoped and assumed that he had left his car there and just never picked it up. Something happened, whatever, but she was not going to ask him, not going to text him, not going to reach out. So around that same time, she comes home to her apartment and she sees that there's visible scratches and indents in the handle and in the lock part and the wood part of her front door in her apartment that were not there before. She calls maintenance, asked if anyone had tried to come to change something, light bulbs, whatever. They said no one had tried to enter her apartment for any reason, so she took that as a red flag. She had her brother come and change her locks on her door because she felt like something was off. 4 nights after she had her brother change her locks, she's sleeping, and it's about 2 in the morning because she had went to sleep at midnight, and she said that she felt asleep for a while, like it wasn't like she had just fallen asleep, so it was probably 2 to 4 in the morning. She said she sleeps with her fan on, and the fan is rather loud, so she probably would have heard someone get in the door. However, she's a deep sleeper, and the fan was kind of covering any noises. But in her sleep, she wakes up to a really cold feeling on the side of her ribs, and she wakes up to find him in her bed with a gun to the side of her ribs. Her breath kind of catches. She says that she tries to scream, but her breath kind of just gets choked, and it just catches in her mouth, and she doesn't really make any noise for the first 5 seconds, and that gives him time to act and to speak. He tells her that women like her don't deserve to be on this earth and that he's doing the world a favor. He notes that the only thing that she could think to do to try to calm him down was try to make excuses as to why she had not texted him, etc., etc. So she tells him that she really hadn't been feeling good, that she was talking to this other guy, but that's called off now. She was actually thinking about texting him, and that he put the gun down, not down, but off of her, and kind of laid on the bed, engaging in conversation. So this was a good sign for her, but she was obviously terrified. He goes to kiss her. She kisses him back, makes him kind of believe that she's not terrified of this situation, makes him believe that she's actually interested in restarting things with him. And he asks her to go change into something more promiscuous for the rest of the evening that they're going to have together now that he's here. And so she agrees, and her closet was in her bathroom. So she goes to her bathroom, and then the closet was through the bathroom. So she goes through the bathroom to the closet, grabs a pair of clothes, and then shuts the bathroom door. But there was a second door to the bathroom that led to the living room. So she basically just shuts the doors and then runs out the living room door and runs out the front door and gets help. She didn't have her phone, so she just started banging on all the doors as she was running out of the apartment complex for anyone to come out. And then she's yelling, call 911, call 911. And she ends up making it downstairs and towards the clubhouse building. She can't get inside, but she's hiding. And eventually she has the courage to go back to the apartment building. And there were cops there that someone in the apartment complex has called, and the guy was gone. So she approached the cops to tell them what happened. The door to her apartment was wide open. He had left nothing behind. Here's the kicker part of the story. How did he get into the apartment with her locks being recently changed? Nobody knows. There was no damage on the new locks, and it did not appear that the door was broken into. So nobody has any idea how he had gotten into it. It wasn't an electrical lock system, so perhaps there was a way to work around it, but nobody knows how he got in. He was actually arrested 6 or so months later for robbing and assaulting a woman that was walking home from work. So he was arrested for an unrelated charge, but she is currently pursuing court systems in order to try to add her case to his sentencing. If you have any confessions, feel free to email or send me a message on TikTok. See you guys next week.
Get ready with me while I tell you all how I found out that I'm pregnant. So just a little bit of a backstory. We got married about 1.5 years ago, and when we got married, I found out that I have a tumor on my pituitary gland. Very small, literally that big, if even. But because of that, my levels hormonally were all kind of jacked up. And also because of that, it makes it so I'm not very fertile, and having kids is very difficult when you have a pituitary tumor. All the things. So we were kind of told hey, if you're planning on starting a family, it's probably not gonna happen anytime soon, just so you know. And I was like, okay, that's fine, because I'm just starting my master's and it's gonna be okay. We will treat this year, and whenever we decide to have kids, it'll be done. Fast forward to December of last year. I have a follow-up appointment and a follow-up MRI after 1 year of being treated, and the tumor had gone away. And she's like, oh, the tumor's gone. I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. And she said, now your levels are still pretty messed up, so you're still kids aren't on the table yet, but your levels should start to go back to normal. At that point, it was the end of December, and I'm supposed to start my period the first week of January. And I'm not getting the normal symptoms I normally would get with my period. I was cramping a lot, which I normally get horrible cramps. I am the worst pain when I start my period. We get into January, I go back to classes, and still no period. I'm like, huh, well, this is odd. Levels had been jacked up, so I knew that my period wasn't gonna be regular, whatever. So I was kind of used to that. What really kind of made things feel weird was I went out with my friends a Saturday night, and I was out, and I was cramping pretty bad, and I also that whole week was not sleeping very well, which in retrospect is so funny to think about, because that is 100% a pregnancy symptom, and I just thought it was normal. I was taking melatonin every single night, fully not able to sleep. Just kind of anticipating a horrible period. We go out, I had 1 drink, and I had to pee 3 times. In the span of 1.5 hours, 2 hours we were there, which is crazy. That was just ridiculous. And I was like, what is going on with my body? Why do I have to pee so much? This was happening at night too. I was like, I'm peeing so much. I don't know why. And that's probably TMI, but whatever. Y'all are here. Y'all are watching. I go home that night. My husband was in town, and I'm like, hey, I'm not feeling good. He's like, okay, well, let's see how you feel in the morning. And I'm like, okay. In the middle of the night, I wake up with the worst cramps, horrible. I feel I was gonna die, pass out. It was horrible. I'm like, okay, something's wrong. So the next morning, I get up, and my husband's going to go to Dunkin' and get us breakfast. I'm like, hey, while you're out, can you get a pregnancy test, because I'm feeling a little bit off, and I'm probably not pregnant. There's no way I'm pregnant. We just went to the doctor. She just said everything is still off. He's like, Alyssa, you're not pregnant, but okay. So he goes, gets that, and comes back, and I kid you not, I grab the test, I go to the bathroom. The second I peed on it, it immediately was positive. So I was so used to seeing negative. I looked at this test and I was like, oh, it's negative. Like, my first thought was like, oh, it's negative, like I'm not pregnant. Then I did a double take. I looked again and I was like, oh, you know, that's positive. It's very positive. My whole life I feel like flashed before my eyes. And I ran out. I didn't even know what to do. I ran out of the room and I went to my husband and I was like, it's positive. I just burst into tears. And he looked at me, he's like, no, it's not. There's no way it's positive. And I was like, yes, it's positive. And so he goes in the bathroom, looks at the test, and goes, oh my god, it's positive. And then I'm weeping at this point. I'm full blown, weeping, bawling my eyes out. I don't even know how this happened. We just went to the doctor. And I just sat there and I bawled my eyes out. There was no secret. Once we found out, the second I found out, I was telling my parents, and my sister had just told us she was pregnant, so I was like, I have to tell my sister. So since then, my school situation has completely changed. I'm back in Jacksonville. We're living together again. You know, things are back to the way that they kind of were before, but we're living with my mom to save some money and to kind of get some extra help in this season of our life. But yeah, that is how I found out I was pregnant.
I was supposed to go on a date tonight, and that is not happening. Story time. I matched with this man on Hinge, and we're making small talk or whatever. He's getting really flirty. Very, very flirty. And it's okay to be a little flirty, you know, whatever. But this man is being especially flirty. He was saying stuff like, oh, I just know you're gonna be so into me when we meet. And I respond back and I'm like, that's very bold of you to assume that because we don't even have a date planned. To which this man responds and he's like, yeah, let's go ahead and get that working, in the works or in the books or whatever. And then he goes, before I do, I need to ask you a question. Okay, sir, what is your question? Is what I ask, basically. He then goes and asks me, how many kids do you have? I respond back and I'm like, I don't have any kids, but I do have a dog, LOL. Also, on Hinge, you can see, when you look at someone's profile, you can see has children or wants children or doesn't want children or does have kids or doesn't have kids or whatever. You can see all those things. Open your eyeballs is what I wanted to say back, but I didn't. So that was kind of my first red flag. You can't use your eyeballs. I don't know, maybe some people lie on the app or they don't disclose that they have kids and they do, and he's run into that situation before. I'm all for boundaries. I'm all for wanting to respect your own boundaries, and if that's not something you want in a partner, I completely get it. But how odd to ask that when I have no pictures with children on there and there's no mention of kids on my thing. Thought it was a little weird. Just kind of use your eyes. He's like, okay, perfect. You're in this area, right? And I didn't understand the abbreviation because that's not the city I put that I was in. And I just moved here. He was like, oh, that means blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm not there. I'm close by. I'm in this city. Again, open your eyes and just look at my profile. So he's like, okay, cool. Let's do 7 o'clock on Friday. And I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I can make that work. He's like, okay, cool. I'm gonna look for spots in that area and I'll get back to you. Don't hear back from him the rest of the day. That's fine. And then I hear back from him the next day. He makes small talk again without confirming a location. Interesting. I never got a response back after that. Because it's Friday today and I haven't heard from him. I just unmatched because I didn't see anything. Anyways, that's how dating's going.
Someone just stole $20,000 out of my savings account. Yeah, if you think that's insane, so do I. Basically, my husband and I have a joint checking and savings account with SoFi because they have the best high yield savings rate that we could find. And we're supposed to go out of town and go camping, and we'll be out of service. So I'm going through my email yesterday and making sure I'm caught up on everything. And I see an email from SoFi telling me that my husband Jace has transferred $19,998 from our savings account, and that it's been approved and it's going to be happening in the next 3 to 5 business days. And I thought, that's really weird. My husband wouldn't transfer that much money without telling me, surely. So I'm like just racking my brain trying to figure out what's going on. And then I remember, like, oh, we just talked about our retirement account and how our high yield savings caps out at a certain amount. So like, oh, maybe it would be better to move some of our high yield savings into our retirement accounts. No big deal. So I text Jace because I'm like, oh, did you just move money to our retirement account and not tell me? And I call him and he doesn't answer, which is not normal for him. He always answers me, and if he doesn't, he texts me and says, hey, like, I'll call you, I'm doing whatever. So I call him, no answer. And then I text him, I'm like, hey, $19,000 and almost 20K is out of our savings. Did you do that? Still no answer. I call him again, no answer. And at this point, I'm like starting to panic because I'm like, this is so weird. Like, what's going on? And he finally texts me back. He's like, so sorry, I'm in a meeting. I'll call you soon. I didn't do that, but I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it. I'm like, are you kidding me? First of all, I married the most nonchalant man in the world. Nothing phases him. He's like, oh, I'm sure we'll figure it out. No worries. I'm panicking. $20,000? How does someone just steal $20,000? Okay. So I'm calling SoFi. I'm texting their stupid little chat bot in their app and trying to get to talk to like a real person because it's just AI that I'm talking to. And finally get to talk to someone, and they're like, oh yeah, like, you're just gonna have to dispute the charge, but we can't get your money back until we're done with an investigation. I'm sorry, $20,000? You're not gonna give us $20,000 back. Okay. So they have 10 days to investigate our dispute of our transaction. According to their records, my husband is the one who transferred the money. Even though we have 2-factor authentication or whatever that is on, so like anytime anyone signs in, we get a text message. Jace gets a text message to his phone. We had no one sign into our account. That's not normal. The only activity that's been weird is right before that 20K got transferred out, we had like 4 or 5 transactions from Ally Bank that were like 80 cents in, 80 cents out. And it was like $5 in, $5 out. And then to US Bank was the transfer for $19,998. And so basically we're just at SoFi's mercy of whether or not they decide. Since we did catch it within 48 hours, we caught it within 24, but I think if you catch it within 48 hours, you're federally protected under certain laws. We're trying to look into that more, but we're basically at SoFi's mercy, like if they realize like it actually wasn't us or not who transferred this out. And so yeah, we have to wait. They have 10 business days to get back to us. We are going to be camping out of service, so every day we're going to have to drive back out of our campsite, probably about an hour to service, to find out if they decide to give us our money back. And if not, 20K down the drain. $20,000. So this is your reminder. Make sure you have 2-factor authentication on. Make sure that you're changing your bank passwords, updating them semi-frequently, and make sure that you're watching your bank account, because if you don't catch it within 48 hours, you're not like federally protected as much, and you're kind of at your bank's mercy. Even if you do catch it fast, we're still kind of at SoFi's mercy. So let me know if this has happened to anyone else. I'll be making a part 2 to update you and tell you when they get back to us. But yeah, watch your savings accounts, because apparently your money's not safe even in a bank.
Let's get ready while I drop some more roommate lore, because I have had my fair share of nightmare roommates. This story time is going to cover my college roommates one year, because they were awful. To set the scene, I went to Indiana University for 3 years. So these were, I think it was my sophomore year. These girls I met on a night out. It was like the end of my freshman year. They were a year above me, or two of them were, one of them wasn't, I don't know. And we were in like the same car to the same party, and we were all talking. They seemed cool. Somehow we got on the topic of where everyone was living the next year, and they were looking for a fourth roommate. I had not figured out my situation, which is a common theme for me in college, by the way. We'll get into that later. And they seemed cool. They seemed normal. They were nice. At that point in time, they were nice to me. That did not last long. Spoiler. I needed a place to live the next year, though, so I said, yeah, I'll be your fourth roommate, because the area that they were planning on living in was where I wanted to live, and you know, when you're in college, who cares, right? Everything starts off very fine and normal, like any regular roommate situation. New people, we're all hanging out, going out together, having fun. Like, everything at the beginning was very chill, very normal. Some background. So these girls were all friends from high school. They all went to high school together. They're all from Indiana, middle of fucking nowhere. And I was the odd one out, which should have been my sign to not do this, but I was young, I didn't know any better. So I agreed to live with 3 girls who had been friends for several years before this, making me the odd one out. And not only was I the odd one out, I am also from Los Angeles, California. So going to school in the Midwest had its own challenges because of that, and like people's perceptions of what LA girls are like, I guess. So like I said, everything started off very normal until, of course, one of their boyfriends got introduced to the mix. And the reason he became part of the problem was because he was a piece of shit. Are we shocked? Because I'm not. Why was he a problem, you might ask? Well, the main reason was because he was kind of an alcoholic, which, okay, we're in college, everyone is kind of an alcoholic, but when he got drunk, he hit on anything and everything that moved. We can see where this is going, right? So one night we are all out together, and he is also present. We had recently all been introduced to this man, or I guess they probably already knew him, because I think they had been dating for like a little while before. But he proceeds to get very drunk and makes some weird moves towards me, which I politely decline. Because one thing about me is I am not interested in anyone else's man, and I sure as shit am not stupid enough to play any kind of games when it comes to someone else's man who I also am living with. Because what? No. Now, after this first incident, I don't say anything because I'm not trying to cause problems. I don't want, I know I'm the odd person out, and I do not want to be the enemy in this situation, because I don't know these girls very well. I don't know how they're going to react to finding out that one of their boyfriends is hitting on me. And I also hadn't seen how he acted when I did start to see how he acted, and that he was hitting on all these other girls in front of her, mind you. One night, we're all at our apartment, and we are, again, drinking, hanging out, partying, whatever. And he asks me in front of, I don't know if everyone heard, he asked for fellatio. And I said, maybe ask your girlfriend for that if that's what you're trying to, why the fuck are you asking me in the same apartment where your girlfriend obviously lives, and she's literally 10 feet away? What is going through this man's head? I have no idea. Also, why on earth would I want a man who behaves that way? Ew. So I wait until like everyone is sober, but I go to the other two girls and I tell them, I say, because they were talking about him, and I was like, oh, this is my chance to be like, hey, this is the weird stuff that he said to me. So maybe we tell her so that she can break up with him, and then we don't ever have to see him again. That would be really great, right? Wrong. Mind you, this man also texted me this. So I have hard evidence that he is trying, like actively trying to cheat on his girlfriend. And I have evidence of me being like, hey, no, like, what the fuck are you doing? So they tell her because they think it will sound better out of their mouths, which I don't know what they said, but I also talked to her and I said, hey, this is what happened. If you want to see the texts, I will show you the texts. She did not want to see the texts, but she did not break up with him. So at this point, like, and because she didn't break up with him, somehow I became the problem because I was one of who knows how many girls that he hit on. And I was also not the only one that they knew, because another, like, one of their friends had experienced the exact same thing. And for whatever reason, that was like, I don't know if she didn't tell her, but she told me, because I saw it. I watched it happen. And she looked at me like, and I looked at her like. So this was not like a singular instance, and this was not like anyone trying to play a game or like get at him. He was just trying, like I said, to get at anything and everything that moved. But I'm the enemy. Okay. And keep in mind, this is very early on in the year. So I still have to live with these girls knowing that they already probably didn't really like me because I was getting that vibe, but now they definitely did not like me. Despite the fact, mind you, that I was seeing someone at the time and I would sleep at his place and come home at like noon the following day. But that didn't matter because her boyfriend had showed interest in me, and that made me like the worst person in the world, even though she absolutely could have just, I don't know, broken up with him and never had to like deal with him again. But you know, that's not what happened. So from that point on, anytime they had any man, didn't even have to be him, just like any of their guy friends, and they didn't want them to like see me or be near me, they would literally tell me that I had to go into my bedroom, like in timeout or something. They were like, you need to go to your room. You can't be out here alone with any of these men, because I somehow, the person who said no and then told you what your boyfriend did, I'm somehow the one who you need to worry about, and not your fucking idiot boyfriend who's literally been trying to cheat on you this whole, like, what? Anyway, this is getting like super long, so this is gonna need to be multiple parts because there's so much more. We're still getting ready, and it is part 2 of my awful college roommates. So these girls, like I said, obviously don't like me. I know they don't like me, so that is making the entire living situation super uncomfortable, but I am doing my best to stay positive in all of the chaos, because what else is there to do? The rest of the school year is in front of us, and I literally, like, I don't have a way out. And I, like, they were very fake about it. Like, I knew they didn't like me, but they pretended like we were still cool, even though it was very clear that, like, we were not. And they would talk to me about their friends, and they would, like we'd all be in the living room, and they would talk so much shit about their supposed best friends. So me being me, I'm like, wow, if this is how you're talking about girls that you actually like, I can't even imagine the things that you must be saying about me. Spoiler enough, it was good. It was all really, really, like, the things that I heard, because their friends, the same friends, by the way, who they were talking shit about, like, literally right before they would come over, they'd be talking about these girls, and then, like, 10 minutes later, they'd be in our apartment, and they'd all be hanging out, laughing, like, as if they're the best friends in the whole world. I was like, wow, these girls are actually awful. I thought people from the Midwest were supposed to be nice. Don't be fooled, that shit's not true. So obviously these girls are talking about me behind my back, which like I obviously knew because I'm not stupid. But their friends, who had also been friends with them since high school, came to me one day and they were like, hey, just FYI, they're saying a lot of really awful things about you. We know it's not true, and like you don't deserve any of that, so like we just wanted to let you know. Which like they're real ones for that. Honestly, they didn't have to do that, but that, if that tells you anything about what these girls were like even their friends were like, they're being mean and awful. Like you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything except exist. So obviously I have my guard up. I don't tell them anything that like is actually personal. The things that they would try to get me to like either do or confide in them about, I was like, I am not dumb. I don't know why you think that I am. If it's because I'm blonde, okay, but like I'm smarter than all of you combined. So let's not play these stupid games. So the rumors that they were spreading aside, there were, oh my god, one day, one of them invites this guy over that I guess she's interested in. I don't know. I honestly thought she was maybe not into guys, but that's not my business. But she invites this guy over, and she, like, before he gets there, she says, hey, can you hang out with me and him? Like, I don't want it to just be me and him. Like, can you hang out with us too? Which I thought was kind of weird because I thought you hated me, so why are you trying to hang out with me, especially around some guy you're bringing over? That's kind of weird, but whatever. I'm like, okay, sure. I don't have anything else that I'm doing right now, so I guess I'll hang out with you guys. So her friend gets there. We're all hanging out, chatting in the living room. He and I are like conversing. She is also there, but she's not she was not contributing anything to the conversation. Like, I kept looking over at her like, do you want to participate at all? Like, why did you even invite this guy over in the first place? And then she gets up and goes into her room, leaving me and her friend in the living room alone, which I was like, am I supposed to be babysitting this man for you? Like, this is not what I signed up for. So I go and she, actually, I'm pretty sure she texted me. I go into her room. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And she was like, can you go into your bedroom? And I was like, what? So like, you want me to just leave him in the living room by himself? Like, are you planning on rejoining? Because otherwise there's just like some random man in our living room. Like, what's going on here? Also, you literally left him out here with me. Like, why? Like, what's your goal here? But I didn't want to cause any problems because, again, I knew they didn't like me. So I was like, okay, fine. So I was like, hey, I'm going to bed. And I went into my room and I closed the door. And then I hear her return to the living room. So she did rejoin her male friend out in the living room. And the walls in this apartment are very thin, so I can hear everything that they're saying. My room was very close to the living room kitchen area, so and they weren't being very quiet. So I can hear their whole conversation, and it goes a little something like this. She says to him, oh, do you like her? And he says, like, what do you mean your roommate? I just met her. Like, what's the deal? And she says, oh, well, like, you should stay away from her. You don't want to be around a girl like her. And he says, well, what do you mean by that? Because that's like a really weird thing to say about your roommate. And she goes, well, she, and he goes, no, I don't know. Basically, she tried to tell him that I had something, and then he asked, wait, what? And she goes, well, I don't know, but probably. Excuse me? Bitch, you asked me to hang out with you and your friend just so that you could, make up more lies about me? Like, what in, who, if that was your goal, he also didn't believe her, because that's such a weird thing to say, and like you literally just admitted that you lied. So what's like what? And again, this is in my house. I can hear them, and they're saying this shit, spreading rumors about me in my own home. Why did I not burst out and like cause a scene? Because if you remember, there are 2 other girls who live there who also don't like me, and that would not have ended well for me. So I just keep this to myself, but like, noted, you know? Now this next bit is kind of funny because they, when I was not home, were all smoking hookah in our living room, our carpeted living room. Can you see where this is going? One of them, which one, I don't know because I wasn't there, or one of their friends dropped a hot coal, a burning hot coal, onto the carpet and burned a hole in our carpet. Now I come home, I assume shortly after this, because they're all still there, the hookah is still going, and I see the hole in the carpet, and I look at all of them and I say, I am not paying for this. I don't care which one of you did it. I'm just saying right now, this is gonna cost money when we move out. I am not paying for this. And they all look at me and they say, no, we know, like our friend did it and he said he's gonna pay for it. Don't worry. It's like, what? And I said, okay, as long as we're all clear that I'm not paying for this and you understand that that's like, this is your issue to deal with, cool. We get to the end of the lease and they get the bill for the brand new carpet that has to be put in, because that's what you have to do when you burn a hole in the carpet. They divided the cost 4 ways. And I said, do you remember when I said that I wasn't going to be paying for this? And they said, well, we're all on the lease and we all have to pay because that's how this works. To which I said, no, because I told you that I wasn't paying for damage that I didn't cause. They throw a fit. I say, look, I'm not dealing with this. If you want to keep going down this route, I have an attorney and you can speak to her. And I had my attorney send them a letter saying, no, we're not doing this. And they don't have attorneys. So they had to pay for it because, duh. And unfortunately, we are once again getting too long on this video, so there will be a part 3. Don't you worry, because somehow there's still more. Welcome to part 3 of my Nightmare College roommates. Still getting ready. So I also forgot to tell you that my lawyer did not get involved until all the moms also got involved, and my mom was on a text thread with them, and I had told her that these girls were really fucking mean to me. So my mom was like, yeah, on top of the fact that they were complete bitches to you, like, we're not, like, why would they think, after treating me the way that they treated me, that I would just say, yeah, sure, here's the money to pay for the carpet that you burned a hole in. Like, what? So the moms are fighting over text. We're going back and forth over text. If I have them and I find them still, I'll show you guys. I'll put them somewhere in this whole compilation. But once my lawyer sent the letter, they left it alone because, again, I don't think any of them could afford a lawyer. So, which brings us back to the whole LA, Indiana thing with whatever. Like, they were, like I said, they were absolutely horrible to me. Even if they hadn't been horrible to me, I wouldn't have paid for the hole that they burned in the carpet, but especially because they were horrible to me, like, no, absolutely not. And yeah, I am going to bring a lawyer into this because I knew that would scare them, because this lawyer was my best friend from high school's mom. So it cost me $0. This was like, hey, can you scare them? And it worked. So after all of this, they finally were like, okay, they paid to replace the carpet. And they also, the craziest part was they were trying to say that the carpet needed to be switched out every however many years because it's like a legal thing. And I was like, no, the carpet had to be switched out because you burned a hole in it. Like, what world do you live in? Anyway, that's enough about the fucking carpet. So they took to Twitter to try to bully me more. And the things that they were saying were actually really funny because they tried to make fun of my nose job that I had just gotten, and I like did tell them that I was getting my nose done. It was not a secret. I told literally everybody. So the fact that you're trying to, and they also were like so jealous of that. They literally said, I'm so jealous. I wish I could get my nose done. And then they're trying to make fun of me for having gotten my nose done, which you can't make fun of me for something that looks really fucking good on my face. Like, what? And also something that I'm telling everyone about because I was so excited about it. Like, you can't make fun of me like, oh, that bitch with a fake nose. Okay, and so sorry that you can't afford to do the same. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what the fuck? So obviously when that form of bullying didn't work, they just like, I don't even know what they did afterwards. But they were like trying to ask people on Twitter if like what I was like doing was wrong, not paying for the damages that they caused to the apartment afterwards, and I don't think anyone was agreeing with them, and that's when they started trying to say, and that bitch with a fake nose, like, okay, whatever. You wish you had this nose. And you would think that it would end there with like us no longer living together, and there were like so many other things that happened that I can't even remember all of it off the top of my head. If I thought hard enough, I could probably bring up at least another 10 examples of like the horrible things that they were doing and saying about me, but there's more. Because obviously I go back to school the next year, and I run into them out at the bar, and they literally tried to fight me. I was with one of my guy friends, and so he put an end to that real fucking quick. But like, I didn't do anything to you. Like, you all are just weirdos. And then the girl with the shitty boyfriend, who was still with said shitty boyfriend, tried to accuse me of grabbing his ass, and that's why I was a horrible person, and I grabbed his ass, and I was after her man, because of course I want the man who is literally embarrassing her out in public, hitting on other girls in front of her. Yep, I'm super into that. That's what I'm trying to get. Like, what? And I was like, excuse me? Because first of all, never in my life have I grabbed any man's ass out in the wild or otherwise. So I was like, where'd you get that from? But she's drunk, and so she's yelling and screaming, she grabbed my boyfriend's ass. What the fuck? And I'm like, girl, what? So as this is going on, I'm like, I'm not dealing with this. Like, you guys are weird. This, like, leave me alone. I'm walking away. So I walk away. They follow me. My friend is with me. He is like, what is wrong with you girls? And they, in front of me, start saying the wildest shit that they can like make up off the top of their head about me to him. Like, I don't even think I can repeat some of this on this app, but just know that they were not nice things. And he literally looked them dead in the eye and said, okay, so I love that. Yeah, she's awesome. Yeah, okay. Did she? Yeah, that's great. Literally the best thing that he could have said, shutting it all down, because like at that point they're not getting the reaction that they wanted, and they were like, okay, fine, well, and they gave up and walked away. Still tried to harass me a couple of times when we were out and about, but for the most part after that whole ordeal, I didn't really see them much. But yeah, that's the story of my really nightmare roommate situation in college. It was really fun. I like literally lived in a house full of people who hated me, so that was a great experience. Was it as bad as the L situation? They were both probably equally bad for different reasons, to be honest. So, but the good news is that that's, as far as I can remember, that's pretty much the end of that story. I just can't believe that like, I don't know if it's because they were from Indiana and I'm from LA and just thought that I was actually trying to steal her man, which like obviously was not the case. Either way, glad I was out of that one. And The makeup is basically done. I need gloss, obviously, because we're not like leaving the situation as it is. But we'll finish that up, and then I will get changed. What am I wearing tonight? Who knows? But we'll find out at the end of this video, because I will show you. I'll show you the final look. Okay, my friend just got here, so I have to go. But here is the outfit and the shoes. And if I get a full photo, I'll show you guys that too. But bye.
I have a feeling that I'm about to go on a horrible date. Backstory: I met this guy at a music festival, and he was obsessed with me since then. Okay. He decides to come out. He doesn't live here. He decided to come out, see his friends, but also want to see me. So on Wednesday, he calls me and he's like, hey, I'd love to see you. When are you free this weekend? I told him Friday. He goes, okay. Haven't heard from him since. So I'm assuming it's not happening. Life is busy. And if there's no plan on the calendar, if you're not sending me a reservation, it's not happening. Last night at 11 p.m., right before I'm about to go to bed, he sends me a link to something completely different. And he goes, we'll talk about it at dinner tomorrow. What? There is no dinner tomorrow. What are you talking about? You haven't spoken to me since I told you, hey, I'm free on this day. And then he calls me and he's like, of course we're hanging out. Like, I was planning on it. I'll drive down from LA to Orange County to come see you. I want to do the most for you. Okay, well, if there's no plan, then I'm assuming it's not going to happen. And he's like, oh, okay, you're like that. Like, you're a planner. Yeah. He's like, okay, got it. Like, got it. I have not heard from him the whole day. No meeting point, no time to meet, like nothing. Finally, he reaches out. We're trying to figure out logistics. And I'm like, do you know of a place? Oh, mind you, it's his birthday. And he told me that today. We've only hung out briefly at this festival. Now we're spending his birthday together? Okay, yeah, let's celebrate your birthday. We're talking about like our ETA when we're gonna leave. He goes, I'm leaving. Oh, okay, I haven't left yet. I still have things I need to do. I can leave my house in 10 minutes. Do you have a place for us to meet? And he sends me a pier. Okay, so I'm here. He's 15 minutes late. I'm starving. And I'm gonna bank so much money. I'm gonna bet so much money that he hasn't made a reservation. So, yeah, I'll report back and let you know how it goes.
Let's talk about transferring colleges, because I feel like there is such like a bad stigma around transferring colleges, and I am high-key considering transferring. So let's talk about it. So basically, I just finished my first year of college at UConn, which is a more prestigious school. It's 5 hours from my house. I'm from a small town in Pennsylvania. And to be honest, if you were to say, what is the stupidest reason to go to a college? Probably your answer would be for someone else. So my ex-boyfriend now, but my boyfriend at the time, was going to UConn. And I was like, oh, fire, we'll go to the same college. We won't be long distance anymore. And it will be great. Now, obviously, everything did not turn out as my young 16-year-old self dreamed of. And it just didn't work out. Now, I went for nursing and I got into the nursing program, which is such a good program, which is like why it's really hard for me to want to leave my college, because I'm in such a good program. But the reality is you become a nurse when you pass the NCLEX. You become a nurse when you pass the NCLEX. I don't think really anybody cares. Also, I just got to figure, I'm not flipping you off, whatever. I don't think anybody cares really where you get your college thing from. They just care if you pass the NCLEX, especially with such a need for nurses. Yes, I want to go to a good nursing school, but I don't think that I need to be 5 hours away from my house in a random state. I just feel like my life is at home. I love dancing. I love helping teach dance. I love making content and social media, and it's just like everything. I feel like my life is at home. I love my home life. I love my family. I love my dogs. And if my college, UConn, was 10 minutes from my house, that would be fabulous. But that is just unfortunately not the case. So I'm like, why am I 5 hours away from home? And to be honest, like
college can get very lonely. Now for me specifically, not a partier. My entire first year of college, I didn't go to one college party, didn't go out, didn't go to a frat, didn't go to a bar, legit nothing. So it's like, I don't even care about that. I'm strictly going to college for the education. I do not care about the college experience. Oh my God, I could go on and on. I think have your fun, do your stuff, but my fun would be like with my family on vacation. Like, the last thing I want to do is drink in a frat. That's like, sorry. And I know that that's some people's thing and that's fabulous, but that is just not my thing. So I'm going for, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going for the experience. So why am I going 5 hours away from my house to such, honestly, so much more expensive? It's like, it's stupid. And I had a single last semester, which I loved. That's just so me. Like, I don't want to have to live with someone else or whatever, but it definitely got lonely, and not in a bad way, but just in a way of like, I could be taking these courses somewhere else. Like, I can take a math class from anywhere. And again, I feel like you just become a nurse, like, right? Like, you become a nurse. And I also want to be an aesthetic nurse injector. And I'm like an hour from Philly. I'm like near the Lehigh Valley area, Reading area. And I just think that that's like all great places for like aesthetic nursing injecting. And it's just like, why am I so far away from home? But it's honestly really, really hard. And I do not regret my decisions at all going to a bigger school, because I think like I tried it out and I know it's not for me. Because if I didn't go to this big college, everything happens for a reason. If I didn't go, I would have been thinking for the rest of my life, like, oh, I should have, gone out and done that. And it's like, I did it. Oh, that didn't look good. Did it, and I hate it. So it's like, now I know that that's just something that I do not want to do. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of been my new recent stick. Transferring colleges is so difficult. It's like on the Common App, there's like a bunch of ones, but then it's like thing, and then getting the transcripts. It's impossible. It is impossible. But yeah, I feel like we should just open up the chat about this, because I feel like people don't really talk about it that much. And yeah.
Hi, I'm back to finally tell everyone the story of when I knew that it was finally over between my husband and I, my ex-husband now. Let me preface this with starting in, 2016, I think December, we found out we were pregnant. This is something that I wanted. For some reason, I thought that this would prevent him from cheating on me again if I were to have a baby with him. Small mentality. I ended up miscarrying January of 2017, and that was absolutely devastating to me. I probably put on a lot of weight. It was the hardest thing that I've ever gone through, and really it feels like each traumatic experience that I've gone through just kept getting worse. So like, there were points in time in my life where I just couldn't talk about my miscarriage without sobbing. I've healed. And this next event was the next event that I couldn't get over without crying, but I now can. I feel great about it now. I'm really glad it happened. I mean, I wish it didn't happen, but I'm glad it did. I would have stayed with that man forever otherwise. So we are in January of 2017. I lost my baby, and I fell pregnant again a couple months later, and it was a boy. So I was like, awesome, this is gonna keep this man from cheating on me again. He gets to carry on the family name, blah, blah, blah. Like, I really thought I was doing something here. I was not. Anyways, let's see. I had my son early. I gained so much weight throughout everything. We had a really hard pregnancy. So let's see, November 5th of 2017 is when I gave birth. Probably the heaviest I've ever been in my life. And let's see, we'll fast forward through everything and say that my son wasn't even 1 yet. So by August of 2018, my husband at the time had already met the girl that he was going to divorce me for. I don't think, I might accidentally drop her name, but she used to work with him. And there was a long period in time. I was a stay-at-home mom for 10 years, and I was solely raising our kids, and he was working full-time. But throughout that period of time, from 2018 to 2019, I knew things were off. I could tell. I literally every morning would kiss him before work and tell him, like, be good to me, because I had a gut feeling that something was going on. He was so off. He would get home from work, never interacted with the kids and I always did dinner, bath time, all that by myself, because he was pursuing a career in gaming. So he would work his full-time job and come home to start streaming and gaming, you know, big boy stuff. While I was just a single mother in the house, pretty much, just doing all the chores and cleaning and taking care of the kids. So let's see, let's fast forward, because I had an inkling that he was cheating. So, let's see, 2019. So it is October 2019. And I look over in my bedroom and I see this man that I just don't recognize anymore, sitting in the corner of our bed, smiling. And I'm like, there's no possible way on this earth that that is because of me. Because I had been like crying to him and complaining, like, you don't love me anymore. Like, what is going on? I would throw myself at him, like, for intimate times. And he would look me up and down and tell me, I don't really need that kind of release anymore. So I knew, as a woman, I knew. I'm like, what are you talking about? You used to like beg all the time. And suddenly he just is so spiritual that he doesn't need that anymore. Something was going on. I look at him and I say, hey, like, who's got you smiling these days? Because I know it's not me. I know it's not us. I've been trying to tell you for a really long time that I'm unhappy because I feel unloved. But clearly you've got something else going on that's making you smile. So like, I won't get mad. Just let me know, like, what's happening? And he was like, no, you're going to get mad at me. And I'm over here like, oh shit, I caught him. There's something, like, I have to get him to tell me. So I was like, no, like, I already know, like, for a long time this was over. Like, just let me know, like, who is it? Who are you seeing? Who's got you smiling like that? He sighs and pauses, and I could feel everything in my body drop, literally, like, into my butthole. I was like, oh my God, like, I was right this whole time. He pauses and waits, and he goes, I like this girl at my work. I can't describe to you the feeling that I felt. Not only was I finally validated, because I have known, I kept calling him out. I kept telling him, like, I feel like you're cheating on me. I've known. And I'm a little shaky right now. I just can't describe the feeling. And there are a lot of things that happened shortly after that, because I did end up calling her. But that was the exact moment that I knew we were over forever. Things were just never the same after that.
Okay, this is an active, ongoing case. I have an anonymous teller to tell her story about how we are all being gaslit because my ex cannot tell the truth to save his life, and in turn is making my kids feel crazy. And I have an eyewitness who can testify. Here she is.
Okay, so, okay, me and my friend, we're gonna call her Eleanor. We were speaking, okay, she always sleeps over at my house, at my dad's sometimes. And we were going, like, hey, how do you explain this? We were going to go find food in the pantry, okay? He came out of the garage, and my dad came out of the garage, and Eleanor was like, why does it smell like smoke? And I was like, I don't know, let me ask him. I was like, Dad, why does it smell like smoke? And he was like, I don't know. We're into his room and started spraying cologne all over himself and in the garage, okay? Okay. And then, fast forward to like a couple weeks later. Oh, there's hair in my mouth.
Emma, you already said my dad.
Oh, crap. Whatever. He went into the car. Okay, he used to work at Topgolf. I don't care about closing. We were driving to Topgolf, and I was asking for a phone charger with Eleanor in the car. Stop.
This was only a couple months ago because
Yeah.
he got fired from his other job.
Yes, and then I opened, like, in between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, there's this, like, I forgot what it's called, like the thing.
Center console.
Center console. I opened it. He immediately grabbed this purple thing, and I'm not stupid. I knew it was a geek bar. Okay, he was holding it in his hands, and I was like, Dad, what's in your hands? And he was like, what do you mean, what's in my hands? And I was like, there's something in your hands. And then Eleanor got out the car and then was texting me and was like, I know it was a vape. I know what those look like. My ex-best friend's dad used to do those. I know it's a vape. And I was like, okay. And I wrote it down, actually. Okay. And then fast forward, like, in, what month was it? It was like this, how do you explain December? Like, this year, but not this year.
No, last December. So December 2025.
Yeah, December 2025, like, towards the end. I think it was like January, or like very early January, late December, okay? We were like, me and my mom, actually, I'm gonna say me, we were going through his closet and we found a box. It wasn't actually Geek Bar, but we found the box for this thing.
Evidence.
If we found a box for the exact purple thing that...
Disclaimer though, because we wouldn't be sleuthing unless, and I was on the lease at this time, but we wouldn't be sleuthing unless he would have just come out and told us, like, yes, kids, like, I'm smoking. I really don't want you guys to smoke. Like, I know that your mom and I, you know, have told you that smoking is bad. We don't want you vaping, blah, blah, blah. However, because he decides to lie about it, obviously that's going to make somebody want to prove the truth and, like, prove that you're hiding and lying. So, yes, we did some investigating.
Yes, but it's whatever because I don't care. But I forgot what it's called. It's like the same thing as a bong, but like vape form. I don't know what it's called, but
a vaporizer.
No.
Oh.
I looked it up, but it's something like that. And I confronted him about it, and he was like,
it was a gift.
It was a gift for my friend, and I was like, okay, so then why is it out of the box? And he was like, oh, because I tried it one time for a YouTube tutorial. And I was like, okay, so you did end up doing it. And he was like, no, I just tried it one time for a YouTube tutorial so I can show my friend how to use it. And I was like, okay. And he just kept on saying that, and I was like, so you did try it? And he just kept on arguing back and forth. And then fast forward a couple months, my brother, he left my brother in the car to go get HEB groceries.
Mind you, my 8-year-old is also sleuthing because everyone feels like this is just like so wrong that he can't just come out and tell anyone the truth. Just like the fact that he's standing 10 toes on this lie is making everyone feel crazy. Like, are we all crazy or is he just a liar? So even my son got in on it and searched his car while he was gone.
Yeah, and found a box of American Spirit cigarettes.
And he didn't know what it was called at the time. He just said, I found a blue box and it had an Indian on it, and I ripped all the cigarettes out and threw them out the door.
Yeah. And my mom looked it up and she found that it was American Spirit. And then like a couple weeks later, my mom was throwing garbage in, like, cause she was like cleaning my dad's house for some reason, I don't know why, but she was throwing out garbage. Yeah, she was throwing out garbage and she found the American Spirit box in there. And all my dad said was that it was a friend's, but why is a friend's cigarettes in your car?
His friend is everywhere, apparently. It's not his, it's always his friend's.
Yeah, I don't know what friends, so that's whatever.
So anyways, we would like him to come forward and confess that he actually is smoking and like have a sit down talk with the kids, because it has been heavily weighing on the kids that he has been lying to them and they absolutely don't like it. I've already told them, like, I know your dad's smoking, like, all of this evidence is making them feel crazy because they're like, but dad's still saying no. But he just lies and he doesn't know how to tell the truth or take accountability or any of that, which is why our marriage didn't work.
But also I kind of feel bad.
Why?
Because he, like, I don't know. Like, it's okay to feel bad for someone.
Yeah. But it's also not okay to lie and to gaslight people.
Also, I know that he wouldn't feel bad for me. Why am I sure like that?
Anyways, so the kids will continue to find evidence. Oh, actually, you know what? We went in his garage one time because, like, we're constantly going back and forth. We went in the garage and there is a camping chair positioned with all of this ash on the floor. And I was like, Emma, what's that? And she goes, Mom, it's that stuff you get from the end of a cigarette. What is it called? And I was like, it's ash, right? So she's like touching it.
Also, I learned what it's called. It was also a roach. I don't know, like, at the end of the cigarette, it's called a roach. and there was a roach on the floor.
Okay, well, yes, there was all that on the floor, and I was like, go inside and tell your dad so that he knows that we're not crazy. He came out, grabbed a big push broom, and started going, it's just dirt.
Dirt is not gray. Dirt is not gray.
It's dirt. It's also all belonging to his friend. Yeah, it's never him. He's never the problem. We have no idea.
Also, if he said that it was his friends in the garage, friends don't even go over because all the animals do is piss on the floor.
Shit and piss. They stink because he doesn't clean. You know where he is always? Not with his kids.
Yo.
Are we gonna edit this out, or should we put a funny blooper at the end? Because Colson's been doing that a lot. Okay, are you ready to edit? Yes.
Yeah. Keep my parts.
Anyways, stay tuned for more updates. Also, my anonymous witness decided that she no longer wanted to be anonymous.
Yeah, because I've already exposed him.
Hi, I'm back to give you a part 2 to when I realized that my husband and I were done forever. So right after I found out that he actually was cheating on me with a woman at work and wanted to divorce me for her, I played it so cool because I felt so like validated knowing that I wasn't crazy this whole time. I kind of just like was there in silence after everything happened. And the first thing I did, because I didn't really have any friends, was I called my mom and I told her like, hey mom, Justin's divorcing me. He met another girl at work. Everything's fine. Like, I don't want to treat him any differently. Like, let's just part ways. We're going to split everything up. And, she was like, what do you mean? What do you mean he this? What do you mean we're just going to like be okay about it? And, I feel like maybe I was just I wasn't really processing things the right way. I was so chill about it. I honestly couldn't believe that I was being so calm. I got a knock at the door. I go answer it, and it's just like Mormons at my door. And they were like ready to tell me about Jesus. And I was like, I just found out I got cheated on. Now's not a good time. And I shut the door on them. And I will never forget it. It was a little black family. And I felt so bad, but also like, what a random time to like interrupt my life. Anyways, all of that happened. And things were a little awkward for the rest of the night. I was kind of just like, everything's fine. Everything's going to be great. Like not really addressing processing what's actually happening. So, the next morning he wakes up and he's like, hey, now that you know, can I text her off my personal number? And I was like, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Not even thinking about it either. Right. So like, this is day 2. I guess he sends her a text, goes to work, whatever. I log on to our AT&T account and I get this girl's number immediately start calling and texting her because like what do you mean like you're gonna start like what he just confesses to me that he's been in love with another woman this entire time, and then suddenly I'm just like, yeah, go be free with her. Like I don't know. Day 2 I definitely started feeling crazy. I told him that I didn't want him talking to her again. He needed to wait until I moved out of the house with the kids. Like he needed to like be respectful to our marriage for once, because God forbid, like literally the next day he's already asking to talk to her like on his personal number. Like, bro, I haven't even moved out yet. Like, like the kids and I are, like, the kids didn't even know. Everything blew up on day 2. I ended up telling him that he needs to talk to her and tell her that they need to respect our relationship. Because at this point, I had no idea what was going on. And I thought she was in on it. I thought she liked him as well. He told me that she didn't have any kids. So obviously she would want to have kids with him. And they want to get custody of my kids. And they want to raise my kids, is what he said. And I'm like, hold the fuck up. Hold on a minute. Just because I did it with your daughter does not mean that this is just like an easy peasy process. Like he had no play in getting custody of his daughter. It was like literally all me. So of course he's going to think it's like such an easy process. So over the next few days, he was extremely cold. I did have him talk to her and tell her like they need to like hold off until I'm fully moved out. And I had him on speaker. Like, I have a video of it. I hate watching it, but, on the other end, he's on speaker and talking to her saying like, oh, like I finally told my wife, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, we work together. Like I so didn't mean any of this to happen, blah, blah, blah. And she like wanted to speak to me. And of course my ex-husband was like, can we like wrap this up? Like he was like so annoyed and over it, of course, because like he's already over me. He's ready to like start something new with her. And I told her like, hey, please like respect our marriage for the time being until like I moved out with the kids and we figure out what's going on with us. Later, her and I have a phone call between just her and I, where I find out that she's just his coworker. She's never once liked him. Apparently she's told him several times that, she's had dates and she's talking to guys. Like, I guess like they both talked about his and my relationship all the time. They had like some close like friendship at work. She would tell him about her dates and stuff. I had no idea any of this was going on. Apparently they got pretty close, and to him, he thought she likes me. And she told me that she just, you know, talk to him at work. He's just a coworker. They work together. She's like, I have no intentions of being a stepmother. I have no intentions of taking your kids. I don't really understand why he's telling you these things. And I'm like, he's wanting to divorce me for you. And he's telling me that you want to have children with him. Like, what's going on? Like, I had no idea. Come to find out, he made everything up in his head. He thought a pretty girl's being nice to me, we're gonna get married. I don't know. Maybe this man is delusional. Delusional. A woman can be nice to him, and suddenly he thinks there's a relationship there, and there's a chance for him. You give him a crumb, and he will take it and run with it. So I later found out that there's nothing between them. It was all made up on my husband's side, which was even more hurtful to me. But come on, I'm gonna have fun with that. He came home one day, and I was like, haha, she doesn't even want you. Like, you're crazy. Why did you even like want to leave me and do all of this for what? Like, we just had Colson, like we have a family. Like, you're throwing it all away for the idea of another woman. Like, you made up this like fantasy world in your head. And he was like, yeah, well, even if she doesn't want me, I still don't want you. And I was like, cool. So he's just straight up ugly. The ugliest, coldest, nastiest individual I have ever seen. I have the craziest videos of him just being so cold and nasty. I would cry in my apartment, in my bedroom closet, hysterically. And he would open the door and be like, are you done yet? And then shut the door on me. And even then, I went to the apartment office, the leasing office, because I needed to, I don't remember what I needed from them, but they kind of pulled me aside and asked me if everything was okay in the home, because they have received concerning, not complaints, but just kind of like, they've heard, I guess, a woman in the room just crying and crying and crying. And it's just me crying because my husband threw away our entire marriage for the idea of being with another woman. I literally could not believe it. And like, he was just treating me so cold. I even caught him one time in the shower. Like, this was prior, when like him and I were no longer intimate. I caught him in the shower doing his business. I guess he was doing it to the thought of this girl. Just everything that he had done had been so hurtful up to this point, and somehow my dumbass was still begging for my life back, for my marriage, for my family. Like, please want me again. Me begging. This man made up this entire relationship in his head, was going to divorce me for her when she didn't even want him. And somehow I was still throwing myself at him. At this point in time, I had already, like, my body, everything was in shambles. I gained a lot of weight. I was going through the steps to go through a weight loss surgery. And I told him, like, look, you can divorce me, but please, like, keep me on your insurance long enough so that I can have this surgery, so that I can just get my life back on track. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. Like, it's going to take a while anyways. Oh, and also leading up to this, him and I were no longer like getting along. And he had devised this entire plan because he wanted to go live with my parents for 3 months. That way we can say that we were separated and gave it a shot. But he told me that he had planned while he was at my parents' house to tell me, like, hey, this isn't working out. And he was going to suddenly introduce me to this girl. So instead of coming out and saying, like, hey, this entire time I met this girl last year, I've been liking her since then, and blah, no, he plotted this entire thing. He wanted to, like, pretend like we weren't getting along, and then move out and say that we needed some separation time to get back together. And the whole time, he never planned on getting back together with me. He wanted to take the 3-month separation and be like, hey, I've met somebody new. Is that not crazy? I think that is the craziest plot to me. Like, you're literally plotting on the low. Instead of coming and telling me, like, I met somebody else, like, literally scheming to make it seem like it's okay, I met her when we were separated. Just to make himself feel better, just to make his, like, ego or his conscience, I don't know. This man was so horrible to me. And he even, like, devised this whole plan. This is the most sinister, evil person that I feel like I have ever encountered in my life. And I think people should be aware of it, because he's always plotting on the low. There is always a long game. There's always a long game. But in this long game, I have learned to also play the same long game, but better, because women always do it better.
Okay, I just finished getting ready, but I'm procrastinating running some errands. So let's do a roommate horror story time. And for this story, I have proof, so stay till the end. Okay, so I have a Rolodex of roommate horror stories. All of my friends know I have been, like, cursed with the roommate curse, but this particular roommate, she was the first of the series of horrible roommates, and arguably the worst one. Another long story for another time short. I was at Flagler College my freshman year, transferred to the University of Georgia my sophomore year, and then transferred back to Flagler to finish out my junior and senior year. So when I was moving back to Flagler, I needed housing and a roommate, right? I was an upperclassman. I wind up meeting, we're gonna call her Delaney, through this college Facebook page. We seemingly hit it off, seemingly have things in common. I think, you know what, this seems like the best case scenario, and we agree to room together. Lo and behold, I wind up doing all the hard labor. I find the place, I'm messaging the realtor, I'm like getting the documents together, I'm getting her and her parents to sign it from states away. Like, I do everything, okay? That wound up being the theme of our time cohabiting. She rarely cleaned, rarely pitched into household responsibilities. I had to nag her for her rent. Like, it was not a good experience all around. But the crazy antics were the things that made her the worst roommate. So let's get into it. So in our college town, there is a bar on Beachside. We're gonna call it Sands. And it's like the college bar. Every Wednesday, they do this thing called Flip Night where the bartender flips a coin. If you call it, your drink is free. And so all the college kids go every Wednesday night. It's a big deal. Well, Delaney decided she was gonna go to Flip Night, and for whatever reason, I stayed home. I don't remember why. I went to bed like I would any other night, not thinking anything of it. So the next morning, I wake up super early to what I'm thinking. You know how sometimes your dreams will sort of carry into you waking up and you can't tell where the line is between your dreamland and reality? I was hearing this doodly 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 doot sound in what I thought was my dream, and it was slowly pulling me back to reality and waking me up. And it just keeps going. It's this doodly 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 doot. It almost sounds like a charm or a ringtone. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's not an alarm sound. It's like a sing-songy tune. Something to note is that this house we were living in had just been fully updated, so all new appliances, all new flooring, all new everything. Well, eventually I wake up and I'm sitting up in my bed and I hear this sound. It's still going, and I'm realizing that it wasn't just in my dream. So I'm like walking around my room. I'm trying to figure out what's making this noise. I'm like, is it an old electronic? Like, is it my laptop? Is it my phone? I'm checking everything and I can't figure out where this sound is coming from. And eventually I realize it's not coming from inside my room. It's coming from somewhere outside of my room. So I'm like following the sound like Hansel and Gretel, and it eventually leads me to the kitchen. I realize that this sing-songy lullaby doodly 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 doo is coming from the kitchen. Not just coming from the kitchen, it's coming from the oven that is on at 7:30 in the morning. I look at the oven that is seemingly on at 7:30 in the morning and think to myself, self, we didn't turn the oven on at 7:30 in the morning. Self, I don't think there's anyone else here who turned the oven on at 7:30 in the morning. Why is the oven on? And then it finally hits me. It's the preheat alarm that's going off and making this sound, because the oven is a brand new updated appliance. I didn't connect that doodly 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 doo sound could have been an alarm. It wasn't your regular traditional like meh, meh, alarm sound. It sounded like a lullaby tune. It was the preheat alarm. Without skipping a beat, I just reach for the oven and open the door, and poof, smoke comes billowing out. I mean, fills the house with smoke. The fire alarms start going off. It's like a scene out of a movie. So I throw on an oven mitt and I pull out whatever the frick is in the oven. It's a tray of chicken nuggets. Over a dozen chicken nuggets, absolutely charred to filth. And I will show a picture at the end. Charred to filth chicken nuggets. I'm dumbfounded. I put the tray down. I turn the oven off. I go marching over to Delaney's room. Boop, 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 boop. I open the door. Delaney is passed out in her bed, face down, still fully dressed from the night before. Her heels are still on her feet. And she's not responding to me. I'm like, Delaney, hello, trying to wake her up. You almost killed us. You almost burnt the house down. You're lucky these were frozen chicken nuggets, because if there hadn't been an ounce of moisture trapped in there, we would have died. Like, hello. Not even, like shrugging me off. She's not comatose. She like is alive, but she's just so drunk, probably still drunk from the night before. She's not paying me any attention. I was friggin' pissed. This was just the first series of dominoes that led to a disastrous living situation with Delaney. But when I show you this photo, prepare yourselves. Like, if this had not been a frozen item of food, like the water that was trapped in those chicken nuggets, we would have died. It would have burnt the house down, because who knows how long between when she got home, passed out face down in her bed, after putting those chicken nuggets in the oven, who knows how long they were in there? Like, I can't. Anyway, here's the nuggets.
Bruh. My makeup with me while I tell you guys my birth story. Don't mind the state of my hair right now. I'm letting it air dry so it's a little crunchy. We'll shake it out at the end. I went into labor at 39 weeks and 4 days, so basically full term. I did hair all the way up until the day before I went into labor, really putting in that work. My last day of work, I remember cramping the whole day, like having period cramps, and I was like, oh, maybe it's Braxton Hicks, I don't know. During one of my clients, I went to the bathroom and I lost some of my mucus plug, and I was like, oh shit, like maybe something's happening. When I was driving home, I was still cramping, a little bit worried that I was gonna go into labor. So I called my mom and I asked if she would come and stay the night with me. So she comes, stays the night, and nothing ends up happening. I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to having like violent cramps, like a little bit more intense than period cramps, but still not what I would think a contraction felt like. At that point, I had downloaded a contraction app to keep up with it, and they were pretty close together. I want to say every 10 to 15 minutes. Everything stopped again, of course, and I went back to bed. When I woke up in the morning, it happened all over again. They were close together, I was timing them, all the things, and I was just starting to get concerned. I'm like, how am I gonna know when it's real? So me and my mom decided to drive up to my doctor's office and see if they would do a cervical check on me. Mind you, my doctor's office is 30 minutes away from me, so I drive all the way there, and by the time we get there and get in the waiting room, my cramps have kind of stopped again. And my doctor refused to check me. There's a high chance of infection whenever you're constantly checking the cervix, so she didn't want to do it. Basically, she sent me away and said, girl, you will know when you're in labor, I promise. Go home, eat, take a nap, you're gonna know. And so I'm like, what? Are you sure? That was around, I want to say 10 or 11 in the morning. Me and my mom went and got really spicy Thai food because we heard that was supposed to help you go into labor. I went home, I took like a 2-hour nap. I woke up from my nap to an insane popping sound. It felt and sounded like a rubber band snapped inside my body. And instantly when that sound happened, I started having contraction pain. Oh, like this is what a contraction is. Yeah, you definitely can tell the difference. That was around 3:30, I want to say, when I woke up from my nap, and I went straight to the bathroom and peed. My entire mucus plug fell out. So what had came out the day before was just like a piece of it. What came out in the toilet that day, I said, oh, something's happening. Then I got on the contraction app and started timing my contractions. Within 15 minutes of the very beginning of the pain I had felt, my contractions were 2 minutes apart. My pain was escalating so fast that me and my mom kept looking at each other, being like, when do you know to go? Like, this can't be normal. The way that I'm feeling right now, this cannot be normal. Waking up from my nap to leaving to go to the hospital, it had only been 30 minutes and my contractions were bam, 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 bam. I grabbed my hospital bag that I had packed the night before, thank God. I was beveled over my island counter in my apartment, breathing, like crazy breathing sounds, like, trying to get through it. We start driving to the hospital. It's been 2 minutes in the car and my water breaks. I remember saying to my mom, I think I'm peeing. And then I said, no, I'm not peeing, it's not stopping. She said, do you want my t-shirt? Like, what do you want me to do? No, please just keep going to the hospital. But thank you for offering your shirt. So kind of you, I guess. I forgot to mention that prior to labor, I had prepped my entire pregnancy to have a natural labor. I wanted to do no medication. I had taken birthing classes. I had done all these breathing exercises. As soon as I felt those contractions, every single thought I had about that had gone out the window. I had like prepared my mom before birth. Please don't let me give up. Really push. If I say that I really want the epidural, as soon as we get to the hospital, try to push me into not doing it because it was something that I really wanted to experience. Get to the hospital, we check in. They put me in a bed immediately because they could see how much pain I was in. They check me. I was dilated to 3 centimeters. When they went to check my cervix, they were asking to see the pants I had on when my water broke. So my mom's digging through a pile of clothes, brings them my pants, and my water had meconium in it, which if you don't know what that means, it means that Ziggy pooped inside of me, which is very not good. I end up requesting the epidural. My mom was like, are you sure? I know that you wanted to do. I said, get me the fucking epidural immediately. I don't care. The anesthesiologist that they had was in surgery, and apparently they didn't have another one on call, which seems really fucked up and just weird. I was stuck in a position of just waiting until the anesthesiologist could come to my room. At this point, I'm fighting for my life. I'm trying to bounce on a yoga ball. I'm trying to walk around. I could not even move. I tried to go to the bathroom and I vividly remember sitting down to pee and I started peeing and I literally shot up in the air and just like screamed because the pain and the pressure in my butthole was so insane. I literally couldn't pee, I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. They check my blood pressure and it is off the chart, close to 200. They were concerned I was gonna start seizing. I didn't have preeclampsia, like I had a perfect pregnancy leading up to all of this, so it was just so weird that everything was going wrong, like the meconium, and then my blood pressure was escalating super high. Jaden, you have to calm down or we're gonna have to give you magnesium. You have to try to calm yourself down. I was genuinely in so much pain that the way my body was reacting was escalating my blood pressure. I couldn't relax. I was having back labor, and now I know, like, Ziggy was sunny side up. He came out facing the ceiling. So he was like spine to spine inside of me. You have it all in your back and your butt. So it was just unfathomable pain. So they ended up coming in and giving me magnesium. I do not wish magnesium on my worst enemy. It made me feel absolutely horrendous. People describe it as having flu symptoms, and that is incredibly accurate. It was awful. And imagine you're going through the worst pain of your life and you need to be present and like being able to fight it, and you're basically sedated and feeling like shit from this medication. I didn't get the epidural until 8 p.m. So from like 4:45 until 8 p.m., I sat on the bed with my eyes closed, just literally moaning. I didn't even have the energy to hold my eyes open from that medication. 8 p.m. comes around, I get my epidural finally, all is well, and I finally kind of can nap and relax a little bit. From 8 p.m. to 1 a.m., I just laid, got on my phone, took a nap, relaxed. Finally, 1 o'clock in the morning, they come in and check me, and I was dilated to a 10. They said I was ready to push. Meanwhile, they've been monitoring Ziggy this whole time because of the meconium, and he was doing good. There was a few times where his like heart rate had started to drop a little bit, but nothing concerning. It would always go back up. Ended up pushing for 2.5 hours. When I started pushing, they had me do like a practice push first, and my epidural had become too strong that I couldn't feel anything. So my doctor decided to just turn it all the way off, not down. He just shut it off. I think that the epidural stays in your system for a long time, so I guess his thought process was that it'll be fine until she's done delivering. Well, ended up taking a little bit longer than we thought. The entire time I'm pushing, because of the magnesium, I still could not open my eyes. I mean, I felt so sick. I just had my eyes closed, and I'm trying so hard to focus in on pushing, and I just felt so ill. Ziggy was like hung up on my hip or something inside my stomach, and I kept telling them like, I'm having so much pain in my hip, like it feels like my hip bone's gonna rip off. And they were just like, oh, keep pushing, keep pushing. Well, he was definitely hung up on there. Thankfully, he didn't get damaged or anything, but that was crazy. At a certain point, like an hour into pushing, he is literally, you can see his head, but my uterus had stopped contracting. It wasn't strong enough, and I think it was due to the magnesium. Every time I would push, his head would kind of come out and then be sucked back in. And the nurses kept saying, one more push, we can see his head, he's almost out. And I swear to God, they said that 20 times. And I looked at them and I said, if you tell me one more time that my baby's about to be here and he's not, I'm gonna lose it, because I'm getting so mentally exhausted, mentally and physically exhausted. Like, you're lying to me. Everybody starts to really panic. I remember about 10 more people coming in the room. All the nurses are like surrounding me. A NICU team comes in. He just immediately decides to give me an episiotomy. He cuts me all the way to my butthole and just pulls Ziggy out of me. I remember just being so like out of it, and I had been losing so much blood because my uterus stopped contracting, so I was hemorrhaging. Ziggy was stuck, and I don't think he was getting enough oxygen from the placenta anymore due to my uterus stopping contracting. It's just like a bunch of stuff happening at once. They pull Ziggy out. He didn't cry for a minute, maybe even more. I remember laying there feeling like I was watching it from above because I had lost so much blood, and I just heard all this chaos around me, and I didn't get him laid on my chest. They brought him to me for a second so I could see him, and I was so out of it. I was just like, oh, okay. And the NICU team took him immediately. They suctioned his mouth to get the meconium out. Thankfully, he didn't ingest any, and they were able to get him breathing, and I heard him cry, and it was just like such relief. At the same time, I was in such a state of just like terror for myself that I just was like, I don't even know what's going on. Am I dying? Is my baby okay? There was so much going on. During all of this, there's a doctor and a nurse on my stomach at the same time. Like, I can't remember what it's called, but they're doing the massage on my uterus to make it contract. It's not a massage. It's the worst effing pain I've ever felt in my entire life. I mean, they are doing CPR to my uterus, and I was flailing, kicking my legs, and my mom said that there was just blood like everywhere, splattered all over the floor. There was buckets of it. I had lost, I want to say 17 to 1800 cc's of blood. It was just truly one of the worst things I've ever been through in my life. I do not recommend. So they turn the epidural on. They end up putting this thing called a Jada inside of me. It's supposed to help your uterus contract or stop the blood. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. There was about 30 minutes, I think, of them doing the massage and placing that thing inside of me. And then finally everything was under control. Epidural started kicking in. I wasn't in so much pain. I finally got Ziggy laid on my chest and we latched him and all was right in the world. All in all, my labor lasted 11 hours from start to finish and it was an insane journey, but me and Ziggy made it out alive and we're here to tell the story. I hope you enjoyed. Love you guys. Bye.
A year ago, I got a bill in the mail for $12,000 for a medical test that was supposed to be free. And a year later, I just got the final bill from my insurance. And guess what? It's still not free. So let me tell you this crazy story while I get ready for bed. Now, I have chronic migraines. I have suffered from migraines since I was 21 years old. They started so randomly and they were so terrible. And I would have to go to the hospital like once a month. Like I was a frequent flyer at this hospital to the point where they like had under my chart like what didn't work, because every time I would go, they would try a different IV of things that might help. And sometimes they would work, sometimes they wouldn't. And so I got like the perfect migraine cocktail by the end of like my time going to that hospital. Like I knew exactly what to ask for injected in me to like give me some relief, because I would throw up from the pain. I would feel like I was dying. Like I'd actually tell my friends like, I will probably not wake up from this slumber because my brain feels like it's exploding. I don't have any vision. I can't think straight. Like I'm in throbbing pain. It was truly, truly a terrible period of my life. And it started at 21. And so I, over the years, tried every single thing for my migraines. And like, you can comment, oh, did you try this? I probably tried it. Like truly every injectable that they have, every preventable that they have. Like I was doing Eastern medicine. I was doing acupuncture. Like I genuinely was like trying everything possible. For a while, I was just like, I gave up. I was trying to do things in a natural way where I was like changing my diet. I quit drinking. That really did help. And they were like getting less and less aggressive, which was random. Like they came on really strong and then like slowly tapered off. So I kind of stopped going to the doctor. And then I had a really, really bad one that lasted 30 days, like a few years ago. And my parents were like, Katie, like you need to go to a doctor. So I got my fourth neurologist. And this neurologist was actually the worst. I had some pretty bad neurologists. My first two, crazy. Like a story for another day. Like one was this random man that just like threw me drugs. He didn't even like ask me really any questions. And my mom was there and she was like, this is so weird. So I could tell that story a different day. My third one, amazing. She literally tried every drug on the market with me. Like I loved her so much. But she wasn't under my new insurance because I switched insurance. So I had to get a fourth, neurologist. I go, they're not it. The lady at the front was so mean to me the first time that I went. There were so many people in the waiting room. I was waiting there for about 2 hours to be seen. Finally, they pull me back and I explain everything to them. And they're just like, okay, let's just have you do every single test possible. So they do this like weird balance test that I've never done before. I don't know if I passed. I literally don't even know if I passed. They never even like told me the results at all. Then I do this weird, like they zapped all the pressure points in my body to the point where like my body zapped. And it really hurt. I don't even know why they had me do that. Like, again, don't know what the results of that test were. An EEG test, which I've had done many, many times before, right? And after that test is done, she actually does tell me, Katie, you have low brain function. So I'm like, what? Low brain function? And it started to become a joke after she said that, because I would tell my friends, like, sorry, I have low brain function. And I would say it a lot after she said this, because it was like, oh, that's an excuse why sometimes I just don't think and I just speak, and people are like, you're dumb. So I was like, oh, it's a good, funny excuse, but it actually is concerning. And mind you, I'd already been in the waiting room for about 2 hours. My appointment was at like 8 a.m. Like I didn't have any coffee, any food, and I didn't have this test until like 11 a.m. Like I'm jittery, I'm shaking, I'm so hungry, I'm so tired. Like I don't want to be here anymore. So part of me was like, I think I was just like, my blood sugar was pretty low. Like I genuinely closed my eyes for the test and was like, nothing's happening up there because I'm too out of it for anything to be happening up there. So part of me was like, I don't think that that's the truth. But I was so down with like figuring out what this is, because it also kind of freaked me out, because I was like, maybe that's why I get migraines. I don't know. So she's like, we're going to order a special like test called the VEG, which is the video video EEG. I don't know what the EEGs stand for. I'm not gonna try and guess what that stands for. But anyway, she says we're gonna go do that for you. And I have been to so many doctors where I'm like, is this covered? Right? Like, is this and she's like, yes, it's covered. And I'm like, okay, great. So basically what this test is they glued electrodes to my head and then they monitored my brain function for 4 days. So I had like a computer that I was wearing around with me at all times. Like when I went to I didn't go to the gym with it on. I just sat at home for 4 days, what I did with it. But I vlogged the whole thing. You can actually watch that. They're old. They're like literally a year old because, like I said, this happened a year ago. So I do that test. And before I do it though, I am so good with insurance that I called my insurance beforehand. And I was on the phone with them for 3 hours because I'm not going to take the word of anybody that's not my insurance that something is covered. I won't. I've had enough moments where I've gotten a call from my mom being like, why did you get blood work done at this lab? It's not under our insurance. And I would be like, I don't know, my doctor sent me to that. So I'm on the phone for 3 hours. Sorry, I had to wash my face. I'm literally being thrown to different people because Blue Shield does not know. Like, they do not know what this is. They're like, I've never heard of a VEG test. The code that the doctor had given me, like how they're gonna bill it, like the billing code, stop recording. But the billing code that they had given me, for some reason was not showing up in my insurance system. And so they were like, we don't know. And so everyone just kept pushing me around. I like brought my mom on the phone with me because I was like, I don't know, am I asking the wrong questions? She works in healthcare. Finally, after 3 hours, the lady is like, this call is being recorded. I will say it is covered. Like, if I am wrong, then we'll deal with it. But like, I think that from what I'm seeing, it is covered. It's just, they gave you the wrong codes. So I'm like, okay, great. So I then go on the day that I'm supposed to pick up the test, literally ask the lady, I go, this is covered. I asked a third person. Like, already the doctor has told me yes, my insurance has told me yes. And then I asked the lady who was putting the test on. And she was like, oh yeah, everybody with your insurance, because I had a PPO, it is covered. Like, you got it. You're all good. So they put the test on me and I do the 4 days. And I guess I'll stop it here because I feel like this video is getting really long and I'll do a part 2. But yeah, it gets really wild from here on out.
Here's the story of what happened to my tooth. This was literally a year ago last week when this all happened, and I'm still dealing with it today, but I think we're getting close to the finish line. Last year, I went on a girls trip with my mom and my 2 sisters for my mom's birthday. We went to Mexico, stayed at a resort, so fun. So we got there the first night, it was great. Then the first day, we were sitting by the pool. You know, in Mexico, they have like activities every day, all of that. So actually, hold on, before I continue, let me just... Okay. The activity that day was an obstacle course in the pool. And so it was like a race, you would sign up, whatever. So my sisters and I naturally were like, we have to sign up to do that. Both my sisters go before me, and then it was my turn. And I remember thinking like, there's so many people watching, I'm like not trying to go as fast as I can. Like I was like, I'm gonna be graceful, like going through it, jump, like whatever. I was like taking my time because I was like, I don't care. I don't want to like slip and whatever, show a little slip. So I'm going, and it's like the very last thing. I'll put a picture of like what it looked like. It was the very last thing where it's like climb up and then you take the slide down, and that's the end. I remember like so specifically, I jump off this middle thing to go to the handlebars and like climb up and slide down. When I jumped down, I kind of like slipped forward a little bit, and one of the handlebars, they were like plastic handlebars, hit me in the perfect angle where my tooth just... All of a sudden I was like, oh my god, my tooth's in my mouth. But I was like, oh my god, everyone's watching me right now. Like, I can't make a big deal of this. Like, I can't have everyone watching me. So I have my tooth in my mouth, and I'm like, climb, literally head down, go down the slide, and I like come up, and I look, and my sisters are like, whoa, like everyone's like screaming, whatever. I look at my sister, I'm like, I lost my tooth, whatever. And I like spit it out, and I pass it to my sister. They're like, so we're like gonna go back to the hotel room or whatever. And I'm like, let me stop in the bathroom really quick. And I go to the bathroom, and that's where literally I see myself, and I'm like, and I just start bawling. There was like no pain at this point. Like I was just in shock, you know, like I didn't feel anything. We tried to go to the medical center of the resort, and they're like, they look at me and they're like, yeah, we can't help you. And we have like my tooth sitting in a cup of milk because they're like, oh, like we heard somewhere like you can salvage the tooth if you like keep it in milk because like the calcium will hold it, whatever. I end up calling a dentist in Mexico, and like we walk in, it's just like a chair, like it looked like a dentist chair from like the 80s. The water is like connected from a tube to like a water bottle. He like
poked around and it like hurt so bad, you know, because I think it was like exposed. It was like, yeah, like we can't really do much for you, like I can put some resin on it. And so he just like built up this resin, so I had like a temporary like brown tooth for that week. And that night is when the pain really started coming in. I was like laying in bed looking at flights from Mexico back home because I was in so much. After that week, I went and got a crown because the dentists that like I saw were saying that they think they can salvage it and it's fine. So I get a crown. After a while, it's like I have to put my tongue on the back of my tooth to be able to like have water or anything because it was so sensitive. So then I got a root canal. And then I started having like bloody noses all the time, and I like couldn't even like press here or anywhere here because it hurt so bad. So then they ended up scheduling me to get my tooth extracted, and so that's what I did. And I got a bone graft and I had the implant put in, and so now I'm just waiting like 3 months. Hopefully I go back in and they'll be able to screw on a tooth. But yeah, I'm basically 1 month after post tooth extraction and stitches are still there. They're like slowly dissolving, but they're like, this is how I'm living life right now.
Long-awaited story time for what happened to me last night. Literally straight out of a movie, like worst luck ever. For some context, I was dog sitting last night, so I was not at my house. I was at this other family's house, just me and their dogs, and I was getting ready for bed, like showered, skincare, PJs, like phone was plugged into charge, and there was a hailstorm that like broke out all of a sudden, and it was raining really loud, like it was hailing, lightning, thunder. So I wanted to go outside for a second to like watch the storm. So I went out to the front porch because it's like covered, and I was out there watching the storm. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so pretty, like I want to go get my phone to take a video. So I went to go back inside and get my phone, and when I like tried to turn the knob to go in the house, the door was in fact locked from the inside, and it's like a physical key you need to unlock the door. And remember, I'm like out here alone in my PJs, no shoes, and I was like I wasn't convinced. I was like jiggling on the door, and I'm like, shoot. And then I knew there was no other way inside this house. I'm staying there alone. I made sure earlier all the doors were locked. I knew I was fucked, seriously. And so like a bit of panic rose in me because remember, my phone is inside, right? So even though it was raining and hailing, I like run around the outside of the house, like to all the doors just by chance to see if one is open. They're not. So I'm like back under the porch. I literally do not know what to do. I remember I am still wearing my Apple Watch. Thank God. I'm wearing my Apple Watch. I text the owner of the house. I'm like, hey, do you have a garage code? Because they have a garage, but I don't know if they have a code. So I'm like waiting for her to respond. I'm like waiting, and it feels like forever, and like the hail is getting worse. I'm like backed into the corner, and she texts me and she's like, no. Like, why? What's up? And I'm like, fuck. So I call her. I'm like calling them on my watch, and her and her husband are on the line. And I'm like, hey, so like I'm locked out of the house, and I tell her what had happened, and they're like, shit. And I'm like, yeah. And we're all just like silent on the phone. There's no way into the house. There's no way into the house. And the husband's there, and he's like, hey, Amelia, like there might be a way to get you in the house, but like it's not gonna be easy. And I'm like, I'll do whatever. He has me like go to the side of the house where their grill is and like get this tool from the grill. And he's like, okay, like you got the tool? I'm like, I got the tool. He's like, follow the side of the house to the other side. So I'm doing that, and the farther I go from the front door, my watch like is losing reception. I can't hear them. It's getting really broken up, and then the call like drops. So I go back a few steps and I try calling them again, and it's like I can't hear anything they're saying. Like it's so choppy. It's so bad. And I'm like looking down trying to hear them, and then all of a sudden I see like the battery sign and then like the Apple logo. Like my watch just died. So I'm out here on the side of the house with this random tool from the grill and a dead watch and no shoes, and it's raining and it's pitch black. I have no idea what he wanted me to do with this tool. And I'm like, okay, like I have to give that up. They're not gonna be able to get a hold of me. What are they gonna do? So I'm like, okay, like I need to go somewhere where I can like charge my watch to contact them. It's 10:30 at night. Where am I gonna go? They kind of live in an isolated area, but I know there's a fire station down the street, like a mile down the street. So I ditch my tool. I start walking down the street. Like I'm charging towards the fire station. I felt like I was running for my life. Barefoot, mind you, in the rain, still raining. It really was a blur. Like the adrenaline was pumping. I'm making my way up to the fire station. The garage is like opening. Literally, this is like from a movie. The garage is opening. The lights are blinding. I'm like,
They like lean outside of the fire truck and they're like, hey. And I'm like, hey. So then I had to tell the firemen what was happening. They were like, okay, well, like we have to go on a call. Like someone's gonna stay with you. We're gonna get this figured out. So the one guy stays. He brings me into the fire station. He gets me some blanket. Like, I can put your clothes in the dryer. I was sopping wet. And I was telling him what had happened. He was like, okay, well, I don't know if there's like much we can do until they get back from their call. We're gonna need the fire truck to like go up all together to try to get you in. I'm like, okay, well, like, you know what you could do for me? You could like charge my watch. So he charges my watch. We're like waiting. It's charging a little bit. And he brings it back out to me, and I'm texting the family. I'm like, guys, my watch died, but I'm at the fire station. And they're like, hallelujah. We called the police. We called the police. We called the neighbors. I was getting texts from our family mutual friend. Like, they really called everyone they knew. And I'm so grateful because seriously, this would not have ended well if they didn't. And so they said the police were at their house looking for me. Oh my God, I felt so bad. So the police came down, brought me back up to the house. Their neighbor was there and she was talking to the other neighbors, and someone had an old key from the previous owners of the house that they were pretty sure would work on one of the doors to the house. And we're like, hallelujah, like we don't have to break any windows tonight. I was like literally half naked, wrapped in blankets, sitting on the porch with the police officer. They brought the key. We like got it in one of the locks, but we couldn't tell if it was working for the deadbolt. Finally, the door opened, but it was like the garage door, so you still had to get into the door in the house. And we're like, uh-oh, this key better work for the house. So we went up the steps to like where the door to the house was, and the police officer put the key in and then opened the door, like the gates of heaven. This was best case scenario for how this story ends. I got back into the house safely. So when the police officer left and the neighbors left, I like called the family back, and I felt so bad. Like I was telling them the whole story and they felt so bad. They were just so worried about me. But I'm a very committed dog sitter. I love them. They're the best. And honestly, it couldn't have ended better. So yeah, that was my traumatic story. Hope you all enjoyed. Lesson learned. Lesson definitely learned.
I'm 36 years old. I'm pregnant with my first baby. I'm single. And I spent a lot of my late 20s and early 30s freaking out that I would never become a mom because things with men just weren't working out. And here's some advice I would give myself now if I could rewind. Sometimes it's okay to date the wrong person. And I'm not saying like it's a good thing to waste your life and waste your time or accept mistreatment, but sometimes there is healing that only can be done by sort of continuing to put ourselves in situations that we know we actually shouldn't be in. Like our higher self sees 10 steps in the future, but we're not yet ready to execute from that point. That's okay. That's like the most human thing in the world. And where I sit today, like this pregnancy happened a series of imperfect events, but what's important is that I'm getting to become a mom, which was like my biggest dream in life. My business is thriving. I have so many supportive friends and family who are there for me. I'm probably like the happiest that I've ever been. I'm not stressed about any man's right now. And yeah, I just feel really good and clear. And when I think back of all the times when I was so stressed that I was like doing it wrong, or like, with the wrong person, or that because I was with the wrong person, I was going to lose my chance to become a mother, or to like, fulfill my dreams. And like, those are all really real fears, not to minimize that. But there is a way that the universe just tends to work out for you. And sometimes you have to trust that until the very last moment. And also knowing that sometimes like the right situation and the right relationship is very different per person. Like the right relationship for you at that moment in time might be with the wrong guy or the wrong girl, because that might be teaching you something. It might be holding up a mirror that you really need to see. And I know looking back that was the case for me. I was with a lot of wrong people, but it taught me a lot of the right lessons. And now I have the greatest love of my life right here in my belly. And it's a boy. So we're going to relive like learning of loving a little baby boy and like having a little man in my life. That's like, such a different story to write that I'm so excited for. And I'm so grateful for all the lessons I've learned since then. And like dating for me now feels so much like lower stakes. Like I just feel like, okay, cool. If I meet someone, it's a great bonus to my life. And if I don't, I have such a full life and I have everything I've ever wanted, really. And obviously I do want partnership and love, and I do have faith that that will come at some point. But because I'm like out of the timeline trap, I just feel so much more relaxed about it. Like I can breathe. And like when it's not the right guy, I don't freak out or guilt myself or waste time trying to like force a square peg in a round hole or whatever the expression, because there's no need. I'm not in a place of lacking.
I need to know if I'm in the wrong. Okay, guys, sometimes I need to be held accountable. I need to be checked. I need my ego to just drop. Somebody needs to hold me accountable. So I'm thinking, am I in the wrong? Could I have handled that differently? Was it me? Was it her? So please, guys, give me your opinion. I need to know, am I in the wrong, or what just happened to me was absolutely absurd and should have never even happened, and UPS store 4,443 needs to check themselves. Pretty much, I was at UPS because I, instead of carrying or carry on or check bags of my luggage around the airport, I like to just take everything, put it in a box, and ship it to my destination. So that's exactly what I'm doing. About 4 years ago, really quick side note, I found an incredible life hack that has allowed me to get really, really, really low rates to ship out items. Because as we know, FedEx, UPS, all them companies, they kind of charge a lot, right? So I have this 27-pound 21 or 20 by 21 by 12 box that I'm shipping out for $27, right? So I get into UPS, I'm in line, I'm basically waiting for my turn. There's a gentleman in front of me. He has this tiny little box like this. He speaks about how fragile it is, so obviously doesn't weigh that much, and he just needs to have it shipped overnight and arrive on Saturday to his sister's house. Mind you, I can hear all of this because he's right in front of me and he's talking to the workers across the desk. And basically they're gathering the weight, they're gathering all the information, and they said, hey, if you wanted to get there by 8 p.m. tomorrow, it's gonna cost $140. And I was like, that's crazy, $140. Like I haven't paid full price for shipping in so long, because we all know that UPS, FedEx, like I said, they charge whatever they want and there's nothing we can do about it, right? So then he starts asking about the shipping, like other different times. What I was getting was probably to see if like he could pay less and it get there a little bit later and it'd be worth it. But he ended up choosing the $140 rate. And I just thought that was crazy, because I'm getting this box shipped out for $27 and he's getting this tiny little box shipped out for $140. Like, holy crap. And I knew a little bit, he was kind of trying to figure out if that was worth the price or whatever. I mean, he was going to pay it regardless, but whatever. So he's getting everything done. They're putting in the addresses and everything. And later on, I basically said, hey, not trying to gatekeep. I said, hey, for the future, not right now because you have everything settled and they're doing everything, not today, but for the future, just want to let you know that there is a third party that will help you lower your shipping rates by 40 to 60%. You should totally check it out. And he was like, oh, really? I was like, yeah, it's awesome. I've been using it for the last 4 years. I'm shipping out this box for $27. And he was like, what? You're like, oh my gosh, you just told me this crazy hack. He's literally looking it up on his phone because he's just like, wow, this is crazy. So out of nowhere, I'm talking to him. And you know what? I did overhear his conversation. He's talking across the desk to the other workers on the other side. The manager, who's literally all the way in the back, she's not even at the desk, she's all the way in the back doing some work with boxes, whatever she's doing. She comes up to me and him out of nowhere, and she's like, yeah, well, this company, they're fraudulent and they've been known for stealing accounts and this and that and yada yada yada. And I was like, hey, thanks for letting me know. I've actually been using it for the last 4 years and my corporate business is the one who used it, but I appreciate it. And then she was kind of just like I checked her, like, girl, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like it's just a cheaper price for people, like, the economy is crazy. Like, it's just crazy, right? And so, I'm still waiting in line, and then they're still working on him. And then she's like, goes to the other computer kiosk and she's like, do you need help with something? And I said, yeah, I actually do. I need to ship this box out. I already sent you guys a label via email. I just need to have it printed out and I need packaging tape. So I gave her the tape. I told her the email. She already has it. She looks for it in the email. And she's like, I'll print this label out for you from the other company, but you're not allowed to come in here and talk about other companies I don't appreciate how you were basically trying to steal this customer from working with us and go to throat. I said, what? I never said that. I said, for the future. I said, obviously not now because you're still working with them. Everything's settled. But for the future, just want to let you know about this little thing that I found out. She's like, yeah, well, you're not allowed to talk about that in this space. Like, you're like, if as long as you're in this place, like, you can't talk about it with anybody in here at all. You can only talk, like, if you want to go talk about it, go talk about it outside. I said, then I kind of got a little bit like offended and disrespected. I said, you're not going to tell me who I can and can't talk to in this space. And you're also not going to tell me what I can talk about. The conversation that I was having with him was with him, not with you. You came out of nowhere from the back and jumped into my conversation. You weren't even helping him. You were all the way in the back and you came to me. Okay? So you're not going to tell me what I can and can't do. I said, he was curious about other shipping times because of the rate, which is $140, which is outrageous. So I just wanted to let him know of this because money doesn't grow on trees, and why not? Like, I told him way later after. I didn't tell him before he got everything done. I told him way later. And she's like, I'm the franchise owner. I was like, UPS is going to get their coin. You're going to get your coin. I'm like, you know, $140 is outrageous. And so I'm like, I basically was just letting him know. And maybe you know, maybe she's right, like, got it in front of him, right? Or maybe I should have waited till he went outside. I don't know. But I was talking to him, and then she just comes out of nowhere and literally all the way from the back. Like, it wasn't like she was the associate helping him. She literally came out of nowhere. And also the fact that she was trying to tell me what I can and can't say to somebody. Like, I'm like, what I talk to with somebody has nothing to do with you at all whatsoever. Like, you had no right to even come into my conversation. So thank you. Have a great day. Like, you know that I'm like, $140. I was like, I was just trying to tell him, like, that's it. He didn't have to use my advice. It was just me basically stating for the future. And then she refused. She's like, you know what, forget it. She was denying me service. Like, you're not gonna have service here, you can go, And I said, that's totally fine. That's not gonna hurt my feelings because there's another company that will take my business. I'm like, what I do and what I say has nothing to do with you. He's paying $140 to ship out this tiny little box when I'm paying I'm like, you know, it's outrageous. And I was literally just trying to help a Samaritan out. It wasn't like I was being malicious and was like trying to take away business from UPS. And you know what, maybe if it was a local company, like, you know, family mom and pop shipping local company, then that's a little bit different. But it's UPS, like, you're a franchise owner, like, you know, I don't know. I just think that was absolutely absurd how she approached and was like, you can't talk about this and and then she denied me service because I used my rights to express what I wanted to say or talk about what I wanted to say. And then she's like, you can't. I'm like, this is a public facility, you can't tell me what to do. Like, you're not gonna, I don't know who you think you are, but you're not gonna tell me what to do. And then I was like, this is outrageous. And I don't know, I was just like, am I in the wrong? Like, am I crazy? Or was that wrong of her to do? Like, he still used your business, so what was the issue? Like, I said I don't understand. Guys, am I in the wrong? Tell me, please. Thank you.
I am literally shaking right now. I am so upset. So, I was in Ross, and the aisles are already really narrow, and I was looking at shoes, and this lady was there. She had a young little boy in her cart, and she's an older lady, maybe like grandma, gray curly hair. And anyway, she's looking at shoes. So I couldn't get by her to go down to my size. So I just said very politely, I said, excuse me, ma'am, do you mind if I get by you? And she looks like disgusted at me and then just barely moves her cart over. And she kind of was like, go. Well, I said, no, I'm going that way, like down the shoe aisle. And she goes, oh, of course you are. And she like snatches her cart and moves. And I said, ma'am, you don't have to be rude about me asking to get by. And she goes, well, I was looking at the shoes. I said, okay. But I said, I couldn't get by you. I said, your cart was in the middle of the aisle. I had no way to get by you. And she was like, oh, my cart was in the middle of the aisle. And she just starts yaying at me. So I just keep going. Well, anyway, I get down to the end of the shoe aisle. I'm like way away from her. She was up in like the big sizes. I'm down there in like the smaller shoe sizes. And so I'm looking. And anyway, here she comes. I see her out of my peripheral. I don't even acknowledge her. I just keep looking. And she goes, well, 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 look whose cart's in the middle of the aisle. And I said, ma'am, why are you following me? And I said, your cart, where it was parked was not the issue. It's that you were really mean and nasty when I simply asked you to let me by. I just said, excuse me. I said, that's the issue. She starts just mumbling just hateful, nasty stuff under her breath. And I was trying to be very nice, very respectful. There was other witnesses around. She had the child. I didn't want to say anything ugly or that would scare the child because, I mean, I get mad, but up until that point, I had been very nice. And I said, you know what? I hope you have the day you deserve and quit following me. Have the day you deserve. She goes, oh, I will. I'm going to have a wonderful day. I said, no, I said the day you deserve. So disclaimer, I will say, in my frustration, I forgot that when I told her to have the day she deserved, I did say, well, karma's a witch, so I hope you have the day you deserve. So, yeah. Considering somebody was following me around and harassing me, I do think there was a lot worse things I could have said, but I will say that's the one time that I kind of let my cool slip. Well, I thought it was over. No, she follows me again. I'm at the electronics. She's like getting right around the corner and looking at me. Then I get in the line and I see her get in the line. And so I just politely ask a manager, I think she was an employee. I don't think she was a manager, maybe like a supervisor. I explained to her what happened. I was like, listen, ma'am, I asked this lady to let me by. She continues to follow me, harass me. I said, there's other people saw it. You can ask anybody. Like, I've been very respectful to her, but I need to get out of here. I want to insert kudos to the employee that, you know, helped me stay calm, like got me checked out quickly so that she didn't follow me to the parking lot. The worker like talks in her little thing and just quietly lets the other workers know like what's going on, and she pulls me. I was like 2 back in the line, and I hope the people that were in front of me didn't think I was trying to skip them. I think they probably knew what was going on, but she pulls me over out of the line, goes ahead and checks me out. This woman is like rushing to get behind me in the checkout line. I haven't decided if I want to insert it yet or not. This did happen in Dothan, Alabama. So I don't know if I should put her on blast or not, because I don't really do that. But there was just no reason for her to behave like that. I really tried to be respectful and nice, but...
Story time about how I found a tumor in my neck. Okay, so about 2 years ago, I started ultrasound school, and our first topic was thyroids. So we go over thyroids in class, and then my teacher is like, okay, we're gonna do lab now. Y'all can just grab a partner and start scanning. So my friends start scanning my neck. Our lab is set up to where there's a TV on the wall connected to the machine that you're being scanned on. My teacher walks by and she looks up at the TV and she's like, oh. And I'm like, girl, oh, what? She's like, have you ever had your thyroid checked? And I'm like, no. Do I need to have my thyroid checked? We didn't know what we were looking at. We just started. It was literally the first day of ultrasound school. So she's like, yeah, if you have the time, I would probably get that checked out. Turns out I had a really big thyroid nodule right here.
in my neck. So I immediately freak out. I scheduled an appointment to go get blood work done, and they wanted me to do like a formal ultrasound, like not in my ultrasound class. I go get my ultrasound done and my blood work done. My blood work comes back clear, all my levels are normal. And then the ultrasound, they rattled off all of like the characteristics of the tumor and then recommended that I get a biopsy. And I'm like, okay. Now, if you don't know how a thyroid biopsy works, don't look it up. It's not a fun time. They basically just stick needles in your neck over and over again. It's not a fun time. I get the biopsy. They're like, we'll let you know within the next 2 weeks. And so I'm like, 2 weeks? I get a call while I'm at clinicals one day, and it's from a number in my town. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to answer this. And they're like, okay. I pick up the phone and I'm like, hello. And there's a girl on the other line. She sounded so sad. And I was like, she's about to tell me I have thyroid cancer. She checks to make sure it's me, whatever. And she's like, we got your results back. It's benign. I'm like, oh, thank God. I wanted to be like, girl, you sounded so sad. I thought you were about to give me the worst news of my life. But I didn't say that. I was just like, oh, thank God. Thank you so much. Then they said that we would just check up on it every year. Fast forward to this past December, I went to a doctor's appointment at my PCP. She was like, about your thyroid, you were supposed to get that checked again in the summer. And I was like, yeah. And I never did. So she sends me for another ultrasound. I go and get the second formal ultrasound done. And they're like, it grew. You should probably get another biopsy. And I was like, so in January, I go to get my second biopsy, more needles in my neck. And then instead of getting a phone call this time, I got on my little MyChart app, and it used a bunch of huge words. I did some Google searches, and basically it said that it was inconclusive. I called the doctor's office and I'm like, hey, what does this mean? I've been waiting on a call and I haven't gotten one. Oh, the radiologist should call you. And I'm like, but the radiologist doesn't like look at the lab results, you know, like he was there whenever we did the biopsy, but that's like the end of his, you know, like he reads the images, but the cells that got sent off, like they have to be read by someone else. And they were like, let us get in touch with some people and then we'll call you back. They never called me back that day. So I called back the next day and I was like, I just need to know if there's anything I need to do. Cause like it was inconclusive. We don't know if it's cancerous now or benign now. Basically they sent more of the cells off to do further lab testing and it came back benign. There's like a 4% chance that it's cancerous, which honestly is 4% more than I would like. So the endocrinologist at the hospital that I do all my medical stuff through, they don't have an endocrinologist anymore, which is who deals with thyroids. And so I'm like, what do I do? So they send me to an ENT, which they don't really deal with thyroids. I think they take them out, but like they're just not specialized in thyroids because it makes hormones and endocrinologists deal with hormones. Basically, I went to the ENT and I was basically like, okay, let's schedule it. Let's get this thing out. It came back inconclusive at first. It's just different than it was a year and a half ago. Like, it's changing. It's growing. Let's just take it out so I don't have to worry about it anymore. He's basically like, no. And I was like, okay. He said, we'll check up on it every 2 years. And I'm like, okay, but it changed that much in 1 year where it was inconclusive. So that's my story about how I have a tumor in my neck. I'll try and put a picture for my ultrasound girls. She's rather large and scary looking. I named him Rufus and he's here to stay for now.
I said I would never share the reason why we can't get pregnant, but I just have this overwhelming feeling today of just like gratitude. Like I can't stop crying. So with my husband's permission, I'm going to post our infertility journey. And we've always kind of treated our infertility journey as a we problem and just never really focused on like the reason. I never thought, based on what the doctors told us, that we would have the kind of results that we've had. And so I think I needed to see a video like this early on in our infertility journey to just give me hope. So I really truly hope this gives somebody hope that's in a similar situation. This will be broken up 3 different parts. So this first part is going to be everything leading up to the egg retrieval, and the second part is going to be our egg retrieval, which we've already had, and then the third part will be our first frozen embryo transfer, which is coming up on July 20th. Let's get right into it without further ado. This is the first time you're seeing me. Hi, my name is Brecken. My husband and I have been married for 5 years. We've been trying to conceive for 4 years. This one was in the Marine Corps, and so we moved shortly after we got married to North Carolina. That's where he was stationed. Our first wedding anniversary, my dad passed away. He passed away from COVID. I posted a video about him a couple videos back, and I'm sure most of you were like, how did your dad die? I know, I always wonder, but yeah, so he passed away from COVID, and that was just like a huge eye-opener for me, that I didn't want to wait anymore. Gavin was the one that it's always been his dream to have a huge family, and he wanted to try right off the bat, but I was more like, no, let's wait a couple years to start trying. And then after my dad died, it really like opened up my eyes, like, no, I want a family right now. Just want to preface this by saying too, I've never gotten a positive pregnancy test. First year we were pretty loose about trying, like we just didn't use protection, and I didn't really track my cycle or anything. And then obviously that was like really a lot of heartache. I would, you know, test like a couple of days before I was supposed to start my period, and same thing going on year 2. And in the back of my mind too, I was like a little bit like, okay, Gavin's gone a lot for the military, like that could be also a factor, like we're just not trying hard enough. So years 1 to 2, I literally like was a Nazi. I like honed down, I tracked everything. I tracked my ovulation, I got the ovulation strips. I was like, no, we're going and having sex right now. And it was really just like a business transaction. Year 2 of trying, we finally got tested, and they wouldn't test me before they tested Gavin. And in my mind, I'm like, nothing's wrong with Gavin. Like, I kind of always thought I would never be able to have kids. Anyway, that's another story. I think Gavin was really hesitant to be tested because his whole life, he's always just wanted to be a dad. And he has always just wanted a really big family. And so I think he just put it off getting tested himself, like for a couple months, until I was finally like, no, like we need to go get tested, and they won't test me until they test you. Because when he went and saw the urologist, the test did come back that we were struggling with male factor infertility. And I'm just basing this off of my memory, but basically, so my numbers could be so off, but basically I think a normal sample of sperm, it's over like 23 million, like huge numbers with active sperm, and in Gavin's sample they saw like less than 100,000 or something. Like it wasn't even showing up on the test, apparently. That's what the urologist told us. So that was really like, oh, we're like actually never gonna be able to get pregnant, right? So that's when he told us that our only option was to do IVF, and not only IVF, but this certain procedure called ICSI. And we moved to Utah. Spoiler alert, we went to 3 clinics here in Utah, but I'm not going to be naming any names. The first clinic we went to, first off, it was like months wait. I think it was like a 3-month wait to even get seen. And you know, with IVF, like time is money, right? So we finally got seen, and we got all the testing done, which took months too, which, you know, is understandable. But then after my doctor cleared us to start the egg retrieval, no nurse reached out to us to actually schedule it. I know after like a week or 2, I actually called in our clinic. I'm like, hey, like, can we get this scheduled? Still did not reach out to us. So Gavin had to go in again to this clinic to get some more testing done, and he told them, he's like, hey, my wife hasn't heard from you guys to like schedule our egg retrieval. And they're like, oh, we'll reach out. Never did. So that was just kind of like an eye-opener, like maybe we should get a second opinion and go somewhere else. So we ended up going somewhere else in Utah. Very similar experience. We loved our doctor though. He was so great. It was just the nursing staff that literally never followed up with us. It was just baffling. I'm like, here we are paying cash and nothing. Finally went to our 3rd clinic, April of 2026, so a couple months ago, and they got us right in. We met with our doctor April 1st, and I thought it was an April Fool's joke, but he's like, okay, how about the April 27th cycle? And we were like, wait, of like this month? Like this month. Okay. And anyway, we just kind of joked. Gavin and I were on separate calls on this call with our doctor, and Gavin texted me, he's like, nobody's gonna reach out. Like, that's just been our experience with the other 2 clinics. But I kid you not, within like a minute of us ending the call with the doctor, somebody from their team, we are going to Conceptions in Provo. We did our first egg retrieval with them, and we're actually doing our first embryo transfer with them as well. So far I've just been so like blown out of the water with this clinic, and I really highly recommend them if you're looking for an IVF clinic here in Utah. I just wanted to give you the background of like how long it's taken us to get to this point. Go to part 2.
So 16 through 19 were the ages where I was genuinely considering getting cosmetic surgery done, and I'm gonna tell you why I never ended up doing it and why I probably won't do any cosmetic surgery in the future. I was saving for all these procedures when I was 16 because I knew this shit would cost money. So I was saving my money at 16 years old through 19 years old, just saving up just in case I wanted to get this shit done. So the first procedure I wanted done was a nose job. Growing up, I always wanted the beauty standard nose. I wanted a narrower bridge and a pointy button, and I was really insecure about my nose because people would make fun of me as a kid. The main reason why I never ended up doing it is for actually multiple reasons. One of the main reasons why is I was looking at other Asians who got their nose job done, and I realized that some nose jobs were so well done. Like, and then other nose jobs just looked so fucking wonky. And wonky in the sense of like, it's not supposed to be on your face. And seeing those pictures, low-key kind of scared me. So instead of getting it at 18, I was like, I'm gonna wait a few more years just to see how I actually feel about getting a nose job. The longer I waited, the more I was like, honestly, I really don't want a nose job because I like my nose. It took me a long time to start being okay with my nose, but it was really easy for me to stop caring about my nose when I stopped caring about Western beauty standards, because I realized that I liked my Asian nose, and I also realized that I wanted kids. And for me, I do not have any biological relatives that I know of. I'm adopted, so none of my family looks like me. And I knew that in the future, when I wanted to have kids, I want my kids to look like me, and I want me to look like my kids, because that's just something that I've never had in my life. And looking like my kids is like super important to me, so I decided to just not get a nose job. Another procedure I wanted is a BBL. I wanted a BBL since I was 12 years old, which is really sad in my opinion. I don't know why I was thinking about that when I was 12. My ass was never an insecurity for me until I started realizing that that's what boys like. And when I was 12, I knew that shit. And as I got older, that's like what everyone wanted. But right when I turned 18 years old, this might sound kind of conceited and bad, but this is literally what went through my head when I was deciding that I did not want a BBL. I realized that I could pull any type of man that I wanted without an ass. And I realized I never personally cared about having an ass until I realized that that's what men wanted. And I think as I was growing up and trying to learn how to love myself and to stop caring about male validation, my need and my want for having a big juicy fat ass kind of like disappeared, because I never really cared about my ass because I've always liked how I looked when it came to my body and when it came to my proportions, and I think my ass is a good proportion for my body type. So that's one of the main reasons why I didn't get a BBL. It's just because I never wanted an ass until I realized that men wanted that from me. This is not to put down women who get BBLs. I think if you as a woman genuinely want a fat ass because you would feel better about yourself and because you would feel prettier and more feminine or whatever the fuck, I think that's completely great. But for me personally, I just never cared about having an ass until I started caring about men's validation. So that's why I didn't feel right about doing a BBL, because I knew that I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it for the men in the fucking world around me. And that was just something that I was not willing to do. Another cosmetic surgery that I wanted was a lip job. I wanted lip filler and I wanted a lip flip. I didn't really know which one I wanted, but I knew that I wanted more lips. I think the lips are the only thing that I'm still thinking about to this day. Not really lip filler, but more of a lip flip, because I just feel like my lips would be prettier if I just flipped it out a little bit, you know, personally. So that's something that I'm still on the fence about. I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna get that done or not. I really don't know. But the reason why I decided not to do lip filler is genuinely because I did not want my shit to pop. I have seen so many videos of lip filler going bad. I know there's certain levels of lip filler that you can do. I wasn't gonna get no fucking big ass lips. No, it would be just a little injection. So I knew that like if I wanted a lip filler, then it wouldn't react badly because I wouldn't overdo it. But really the main reason why I didn't do it is because I'm so fucking scared of that shit being in my lips and like something bad happening, bro. I don't know. That's like one of the main reasons why I didn't do a lip filler. Lip flip, still thinking about it. Lip filler, probably not. But yeah, that's why I didn't get certain procedures done. This is not to judge other women. I think that every single woman has a right for their own body. If you want to get cosmetic procedures done, I think you have that right. But I'm also the type of bitch to encourage girlies to wait on the cosmetic procedures that they want, especially if they are young, like 18. I think if you want to get cosmetic surgery done to make yourself feel better about yourself because it's something that you actually want done, I think you should do it. If you're getting cosmetic surgery to fit into the beauty standards of what men want nowadays and to fit into the beauty standards of what a beautiful, hot woman is, I say you don't get that shit done, because that's where I was. I was lingering in that genre of people. But yeah, everyone has the right to do whatever the fuck they want. So do whatever the fuck you want, bro. It's your life. Do what you want with it, for real.
Okay, so January 2025, I received an email
saying that I was part of a borrower's defense program for my student loans, and that $30,000, that like they would be looking into how much I should be removed from my total student loans that I own or owe, and then I would get money back. That was January 2025. And so by January 2026, I was like, weird. I still have not heard anything about that. So I contacted my student loan provider or servicer, and they said, oh, yeah, you consolidated your loans, so it looks like we missed your account. We're going to have to go look into that. So FYI, anybody who's ever consolidated all of their student loans because you were told to do that to help you get a lower payment, if you are part of any kind of like forgiveness, you will need to reach out to them to make sure that they're actually looking through your student loans properly so that they can forgive whatever. Anyways, so I received a letter like end of February that said, hey, we need to make sure your address is correct because we're almost done with like your forgiveness. And if we find that you paid for money that you've been forgiven on, we're going to send you a check. It's great. Make sure my address was correct. In April, I received a beautiful check. Okay. It was like a whole lot of nothing, but it was a check nonetheless. So to me, I was like, oh, my amount should be updated. We're talking $30,000 to be removed from my total student loans. And I've gone to college a couple times, like I have a master's. So, and this was for my bachelor's degree. So I was like, cool, that's $30,000. Like I really need that removed because it's time for me to recert for my IDR. And so I call because I was like, hey, it's still showing on the federal student aid website and my and aid advantage. It's still showing the original amount. Well, not the original amount because it's so much higher now because of interest. We all know. If you know, you know. And they said, oh, well, that's really weird. It shows on our end this amount. And I said, cool. When will it show on the other websites the correct amount? And they said, oh, they're working through it. I have called every 2 weeks. I have multiple text messages from them showing me how much it should be. So then today I had to recertify. Like I'm out of time. I have to recertify. I recertified. And I was like, I can't afford that payment. There's no way I can afford the payment that they just landed at me because mortgage, gas, food for children, like not very hard. Anyways, so I call and I was like, hey, so here's the situation. I cannot afford this $714 payment a month, and I need help figuring out what I can do here because this is still based off of $30,000 more than what I actually owe. And the lady said, well, we can't do anything about the website, but we show you owe this amount. I was like, no, you don't. You show that I owe this, which was the amount previous to the 30,000 minus. Like, I know what you're telling me, but that's not what I'm showing. And then the federal aid website also shows before the $30,000 was supposed to be removed. I was like, so that's what the IDR plan's going off of. I was like, and so I need help. And she's like, well, then you need to call federal student aid. I said, I have called them and they have told me to call you and then, or to call Aid Advantage. And then Aid Advantage tells me to call federal student aid. And it just like, it's a back and forth. So can I talk to somebody who can help me, who won't just send me off on this wild goose chase, this back and forth? And she says, well, just upload a picture. Show us where you're seeing this different amount. Like, she didn't believe me. And I was like, cool, okay, where do I upload the picture? And she tells me, and I say, okay, cool, let me do that right now. And she goes, okay, you can call back. And I was like, hold on, if I'm uploading the picture, I already have you on the phone. Don't make me wait another 10 minutes to talk to somebody. And she says, you can call back. So clearly she sounded pissed off when she answered the phone. So she did not want to deal with me. And that's fine. I got that. So I have now uploaded multiple pictures to let them see. But like, has anybody else dealt with this? Because I am like, I am at my wit's end because when I call in, you tell me this lower amount. But for me to get any kind of like assist, like, or to like change how much I owe, it's based off the other amount, the bigger amount. And I'm sorry, but I don't know how anybody out there is affording like mortgage or rent And these student loan payments, like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I probably am going to tell my children not to go to college because this is madness. Absolute madness. It's a scam. It is a scam. And I personally feel like I could have just done Google or just done certifications. So yeah, that's my rant for the day. I'm just getting tossed around. So if anybody else is part of the borrower's defense program where there were all these universities that were caught, like, you know, not necessarily telling the truth, I would love to connect because I just want it to reflect the correct amount on both websites. Blah. I'm sure this will not come as a surprise to some of you, but I was told that by June 2nd, my balance would be corrected. It's June 4th. It's not corrected. If you're unsure what we're talking about my student loan balance because I'm part of a borrower's defense or something, and they were supposed to like fix my balance because 30,000 of my loans are voided or whatever, and it still hasn't been done. And so I chatted them today because somebody in the comments told me that I should chat everything so that I have that log, and they just said, please allow me a few more moments to find a better ticket to get this straightened out for you. The first one did not fix the problem, clearly. Why does it feel like they're so incompetent? And not the people who work there. I'm meaning like the people who created Advantage. So, updated saga, still not corrected. Fun. I'm gonna tell you guys a crazy roommate story. So when I was 23, I had been dating this guy for like 2 months and we decided to move in together. So there was this girl that I worked with and I didn't know her super well, but she was really nice and she was also trying to move out. So at 23, me and my boyfriend were both pretty broke and we were like, why don't we just all live together? So we went and we found a 2-bedroom townhouse together. So we all move in together. Everything's going well. We were having a lot of fun. Okay, so this is the part where I need to mention that I had a puppy and he was very, very young at the time. Like he wasn't even 1 year old yet. If you've ever had a puppy, you know that puppies like to chew on literally everything. So I guess one night I wasn't watching him super well and my roommate had a hutch that was like her mom's or her grandma's, I can't remember, but it was like a hutch that you like put dishes in, whatever. It was in the dining room. And my dog had chewed a tiny, tiny, tiny piece of the leg. Like it was very, very, very tiny. It was noticeable just because it was dark wood, so you could see that it was chewed on a little bit at the bottom, but it was not bad. It was not bad at all. So my roommate was extremely upset about this. And I mean, I totally understood because it was a family heirloom. It was obviously my fault because it was my dog that did it. And I took complete responsibility and I felt absolutely horrible. Oh, speaking of the dog that did it. Did it make her mad and chew on that? Yeah, I know. Remember that? So she's extremely angry and I feel absolutely horrible. So I tried to find a solution. So I go to Home Depot and I ask the guy like what I can do to fix it. And he tells me to buy this like paint pen type thing that matches the wood on the hutch. So I buy like 3 different kinds because I want to make sure I buy something that works. So I go home and I immediately start to try to fix the hutch. It worked really well and you couldn't even really tell at all unless you had known it had happened. So I was like, oh my gosh, thank gosh this worked. Everything's gonna be a-okay again now and hopefully she won't be so upset with me anymore. Well, unfortunately for me, that was not the case. She was still extremely angry. It didn't even matter that I tried to fix it because nothing could have really made her feel better about the situation. I didn't really know what to do at this point. Obviously, she was holding a grudge against me for it. So at this point, things are just really awkward and we're not really speaking at all. So this is when things start to get a little crazy. So one morning I go to make cereal. So I go to eat my cereal and my milk tastes absolutely foul.
And after trying it a couple more times, I realized that our milk tasted just like vinegar. So I go and tell my boyfriend and I'm like, I think our milk is bad, but we had literally just gone to the store and he tried it and he was like, yeah, that's vinegar. So she started putting vinegar in our milk. And basically from then on there, it just went completely downhill. She decided that she was going to take every single thing that she had bought in the kitchen out of the kitchen and put it in her room. Keep in mind, I'm like 23 at the time and she's like almost 30. So just want to say that for maturity reasons. So the next day, there's no silverware in the drawer because she had bought the silverware. So that was up in her room as well. So she slowly started taking anything that she had bought for the house and putting it in her room. So we had to buy like our own silverware. We had to buy all of our own stuff. I mean, a lot of the stuff was ours too. It wasn't just all hers, but anything that was hers was now gone and in her room. So then I started hearing stories about her from other people saying that she had told people that when her and her roommate got in a really bad argument that she would take their toothbrushes and put the toothbrushes like and scrub the toilet bowl with them. So I started getting scared that she was going to do that to me and my boyfriend. So I literally had to have decoy toothbrushes in the bathroom and put our actual toothbrushes in our room because I was so worried that she was going to do that to us. And she probably did. So things just keep getting worse and worse. And it's so uncomfortable to live with her at this point, obviously. So then something that she would do is when she would leave the house to go to work, she would turn the heat up as far as it would possibly go. So she would turn the air conditioning off and she would turn the heat on. This is the middle of summer, by the way. She would turn the heat on as high up as it could go. So like in the 80s, like 85, 88, like she would turn the heat up. And so me and my boyfriend would wake up drenching, like sweating to death. And then it got to the point where she got her boyfriend involved, who, by the way, spent the night almost every night rent-free. So her boyfriend would, when he would leave the house, and he would leave the house like after her, like he would turn the air conditioning off and turn the heat all the way up and do the same thing as her. Insane. Insane! My sister would also come and like help me with my dog while I was at work. And she told me that my sister wasn't allowed over anymore, especially if no one was there, because she's underage and blah, 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 blah. I could go on, but things just never got better, obviously, because how do they get better after all of that? So one of my other friends was looking for a place to live and she ended up subletting from the crazy roommate. And thank gosh, everything went up from there. But like, I have never had to deal with something like this. It was crazy. And I was so scared that she was gonna start like stealing my stuff. Like I really wanted to get a padlock for my door. It was just not fun to live in an environment like that. So we blocked each other on everything and I haven't talked to her since. And I do know that she actually makes money on TikTok and she has a pretty big following. Moral of the story is really consider who you're moving in with because you probably don't really know them. Choose carefully. Choose carefully who you live with.
Our old landlord is trying to evict us from a house that we have not lived in since April. Buckle up for this one, everybody. Our story actually begins all the way back in February. This has been most of my year. Happy 2026 to everybody. So end of February, we let our landlord know that we were going to be breaking our lease early. So it would be 5 years if we had stayed until August. We had been in the house for a very long time and we were just absolutely over it. We lived in a duplex. He was on one side, we were on the other. He was most definitely the problem. So end of February, we let him know we're going to be looking to move out of the house by the end of May, right? I figured that gives him so much time to figure out what he wants to do. What he says he wants to do is he wants us to list and show the house for him, which I was fine doing because we were breaking the lease early. I thought, you know what? I'll be nice. Don't ever do that. Don't ever be nice. And he had also said that he hurt his back. Please remember, there's a few things you got to remember in this story. Remember that he hurt his back so badly that he could not show the house. Okay? Remember that. So end of February to mid-March, we're looking around, house hunting, applying places. We tour this place. We absolutely love it. We apply, we get it. He writes us a very nice recommendation. Again, something to remember for later. So we signed the lease for this place April 1st. And the thought process is that we are going to stay at both places, right, for April and May, because we had lived at the former house for almost 5 years. We had so much stuff in the attic, in the basement, in the closets. Also, when we had moved in, my in-laws were retiring and moving to Florida. So they had given us a bunch of their stuff and then also my partner's stuff from like high school. There was so much stuff that we had to go through, sell, throw away, give away, whatever else, right? So we thought we're gonna have both houses. We're gonna move into this house on April 18th, and then we're gonna keep both houses until end of May. That is what we thought was going to happen. We told our landlord this plan. He said, sounds good. Do you mind if I come over and just do a few small repairs? A few small repairs. He actually specifically says, like painting. Do you mind if I come over and paint? And I'm like, totally fine. Sounds great. You haven't painted since I don't even know when, because the house was not freshly painted when we moved in, and some of the paint is absolutely disgusting. Like, why did you ever paint the entryway neon green? What would possess you to do that? So I'm thinking it'll be much easier to show this place without a neon green entryway. And he's like, great, I'm just gonna come over and do some painting, whatever else. We move out of the house April 18th. Mind you, we're not fully moved out. We moved the essentials out and stopped sleeping there April 18th. We still have a lot of stuff in the old house because again, we have to go through it all. We're still like packing some of it. Like this is a very busy time of the year for both of us. This was really not a fantastic decision that we made. I will admit that. So our stuff is still in the house. Another thing for you to remember. Unbeknownst to us, he goes over to the house on April 19th and does what he calls an inspection, where he inspects the house and takes pictures of it. Great. I want to say it was like April 21st-ish. It was a few days after we moved out. He texted my partner separately from me, which is what you should do when you want someone to say yes to you, because I am always going to say no. And he says to her that one of the small repairs that he wants to do himself, the man whose back hurts so much that he can't show the house, one of the things that he wants to do is a full kitchen renovation. A full kitchen renovation. He wants to rip out the cabinets, the ceiling. He wants to move the appliances. He has to move the gas line, all of this stuff, right? That is one of his small repairs. My partner shows me this message and my immediate response is hell no. Hell no. You're not doing a kitchen renovation while we're paying you rent, number one. And number two, I'm still paying the electric bill. And the thought process with having two houses at one time is like, yeah, the rent is a lot, but I'm not gonna be paying two electric bills, right? Right? Wrong, because where's he going to be plugging all of his stuff in? My house. And what's he going to be doing? Moving the gas lines around. I can't even get into his thought process here because there isn't. So I send him a message separately because we want to be doing that, apparently. And I say to him, hey, I think it would be best. Remember that wording. If you put the electric bill in your name, if you're going to be doing a kitchen renovation. And he replied to that by absolutely losing his goddamn mind. This man went off the deep end. From 0 to like 1,000,000 in 1 second. He says I'm responsible for the electric bill until August, which is not true. He says that the house is absolutely dirty and disgusting and that he did an inspection the day after we moved out, which is insane because all of our stuff was still there. And he says because he's the landlord, he could do whatever he wants. He can come in and out of the house whenever he wants and he can do renovations. And I'm not going to stop him from doing a renovation on his own house. Okay, so like not how any of this works. And then I made the mistake of saying to him, we've spoken to a lawyer. And by we've spoken to a lawyer, I did mean that we had spoken to my father-in-law, but he then lost it even more. He says, I know New York state law, and then proceeds to send me a screenshot of a Google search that he did, where he asked, like Google AI, like Gemini, am I allowed to enter my tenant's property? Yeah, so like that's not how this, my partner and I are like, what is going on? Like literally, again, 0 to 1,000,000. This is out of nowhere. Then one of the messages he sends to me says, how many cats did you have in the property? Because there is a concerning amount of cat hair on top of the kitchen cabinets. What are you doing on top of the kitchen cabinet? Anyway, I said, hey, we have 4 cats. We have 4 cats, and you knew that we had 4 cats. And he said, no, I didn't. I had no idea. And the lease says you can only have 1 cat. Well, first he said the lease says you can have 2 cats. Then he said the lease says you can have 1 cat. Then he says the lease says whatever I want it to say because he doesn't know what the lease says because I don't know the last time he read it. I also found out through our lawyer, who is my partner's cousin because her father-in-law is retired, that his lease just is mostly completely inaccurate. He's not following New York state law at all, which he claims to know very well. And I tell him, when we applied to the house, you asked us how many cats we had, and you asked us to write down their names and their ages, and I did. And you approved that application, which means that we have never been in violation of the lease. So what on earth are you talking about? Also, why are you on top of the kitchen cabinets? I asked myself. And then we go over to the house. He ripped out the kitchen ceiling. Kitchen ceiling, gone. We walk in, no ceiling. Who needs a ceiling? You can see the bathroom through the ceiling. Rusty nails everywhere. All of the stuff that we had left in the house, covered in dust. Also, just the area is now dirty. The floor is covered in dust. The fridge is covered in dust. The sink is covered in dust. I don't know what this dust is, and it's burning my lungs, which doesn't make me feel fantastic. A lot of our stuff had been moved. Some of it was missing. Some of it was thrown away. Some of it he had knocked into the vents and stuff like that. It was all, again, covered in this dust. And I sent him a message saying, hey, you can't come over here anymore. If this is how you're going to treat my stuff, I paid through the end of April, you can't come over here. Then he loses his mind again and says, I can give you notice, blah, 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 blah. The notice that he gives me is telling me that he is going to enter the house every single day, Monday through Friday from 10 to 6. No, that's not how that works. I say no. He says, I'm going to ruin your life, essentially. He says, I'm going to ruin your credit. I'm going to evict you. It's going to follow you around forever. I gave you a good recommendation to your landlord. I said, that's not appropriate. I have to gentle parent a 40-year-old man now. He says, I'm coming over anyway. There's nothing you can do to stop me. I have a key to the house. He also at one point claimed that we had changed the locks. Like, this man has lost his mind. And he also keeps, like, and mind you, he's texting me this the entire time. He texted me almost nonstop for like 3 weeks. I was receiving multiple messages from him a day, and most of the time just not respond. Some of the time he's just like kind of talking to himself, and he's like, we can strike a deal. We can strike a deal. I don't have to do this to you guys. You know, and he said, it's going to cost you more in lawyer fees than it is to just make a deal with me, which no, it's not, because we have a free lawyer. Like, I don't know what you think this is. I don't know what you think this is. And I whatever. And then at one point he says, I can compromise. I said, I tried to compromise with you by having you pay the electric bill. And he says, demanding that your landlord pay your electric bill is not a compromise. Demanding? I said, I think it would be best. Interesting. At that point, I stopped responding to him. I fully stopped responding to him. He keeps texting me. I don't respond. Until he texts me to tell me that we need to be out of the house by April 30th. Again, we had planned to be there until the end of May, but at this point he says, you need to be out of my house by April 30th. He says, leave the keys in the kitchen counter. I say, fantastic. So we move everything out of the house. I took a day off of work to do it. We had someone come over and do a professional clean of the house. We left the keys in the kitchen counter, and I texted him and said, I want to do a walkthrough of the house with you, because that's what you do when you move out. He says, no. I said, that's our right. By New York state law, which I'm sure you know, because you know New York state law, right? You have to come and do a walkthrough with us. He says, no. I said, we'll be here till 6. When would you like to do the walkthrough? He says, you're harassing me. I'm going to call the police. Do it. I said, okay, so you're denying us a walkthrough. Great. Thank you so much for that. Leave the keys. See you later. We don't hear from him again until May 22nd, when at 6 in the morning, this man sends us a text message picture of a notice that he has put on the door saying that we have 14 days. And he was supposed to post it May 14th, but apparently only figured it out May 22nd. We have 14 days to pay him rent or leave. We have not lived there since April 18th. He says, my favorite quote of all time, you will receive a certified letter in the month of May. My friends, we never did. And then yesterday he sent us another 14-day notice saying we have 14 days to pay him rent for May and June, or we have to leave the premises. I have not lived there since April. Do you think Judge Judy would take this one? I don't have an update yet, and I hope I'll never have an update. I'll explain that in a minute, but I thought I could use this comment to make a part 2 because there's so much stuff I had to leave out from that video that just makes this so much funny. So I'll basically tell you what's been going on within the last few weeks to a couple months. So when it became apparent that he was going to take us to court, we had to stop just trying to get my partner's cousin to help us. He's absolutely fantastic, but he doesn't live in the city where we live. He's pretty far away. So if this is going to court, this is not something that he can just do for free in his spare time. What we were thinking was going to happen is that he could send a letter saying, I'm a lawyer, leave them alone. And he would back down. The landlord would back down. But we underestimated just how crazy he was. But my partner's, both of her cousins, her uncle and her dad are all lawyers. Her dad is retired. He also used to be a judge. And her dad and her uncle
and her cousin all read over the lease and just were absolutely laughing their asses off because we don't know when this man made this lease. We think that he probably printed it off like the internet somewhere at some point in time and just never changed it. It is so outdated. There's so much stuff in there that is just, it's not true. Like it's just not true. And he essentially, like I think I said in that original video, he kept saying he was going to hold us in the house until August, which you can't do. And her cousin said that, like, you can't hold someone hostage in a house. So at that point, her cousin and her uncle basically pointed us to, like, a tenant rights organization, which I would absolutely recommend. If you have any problems with the landlord, the first thing that you should be doing, and what I would have done probably if we didn't have, like, her amazing family, is be looking for a tenants rights organization. I know that we have it in New York State because this is, like, a statewide, like, legal association, essentially. And what they do is they handle all of this, and they give you a free lawyer, and they figure it out for you. So all of this time with him saying that he's going to like ruin my life and ruin my credit and I'm going to waste so much time on lawyer fees and it would be better if I just like came to an agreement with him. I'm not paying for any of this. He is wasting so much time and energy and money on this. And I have wasted almost none. All I do is that every time he sends us a new letter, I just call the tenant people and they have a file and they write down the new information in the file and that's it. That's basically all it is. So what happened when he sent the first letter saying that we were being evicted when we hadn't lived in the house is that I called the tenants' right people to put it in the file. And the woman on the phone, she was laughing her ass off. Laughing her ass off. It was like, he can't evict you. You don't live there. He has no idea what he's talking about. And then she was like, maybe he'll tire himself out. Like, she was talking about him like he's a baby. This is a full-grown man. She's like, maybe he'll tire himself out or his lawyer will talk some sense into him. He is wasting so much time and money, and it is going to be so expensive for him to do this. But whatever. And again, we hadn't heard from him since he sent us that last message. And I don't think I got to say this in the video before. He sent us a picture of the notice on the door. And he had printed off a notice that he had found online. And he had like written over it with pen. It said like, dear tenant name. And he scribbled it out and wrote our names. He spelled my name incorrectly twice, 2 different ways. Why are my bangs sticking up like that? Oh my God. Anyway, it said like, you owe... insert amount here. He scribbled over it with pen and wrote in the amount. And he put that on the door of the house that we do not live in anymore and hadn't lived in over a month. And he said, my favorite line, you will receive a certified letter in the month of May. Never did. And then yesterday, he sent my partner's cousin a letter saying that he's going to be suing us for damages to the house, that he is still evicting us, that we owe him, like I said, the rent for May and June. He's keeping the house empty on purpose, and I know he is because he told me that that was what he was going to do, which is illegal. And I don't think any of this is going to work out the way he thinks it is. None of it, because I obviously we get this letter. I call the tenant rights people again so that they can update the case. And essentially their advice just has always been, there's nothing we can do at this point except wait for him to actually go to the court. Like, he's doing a lot of talking and like saying he's going to do things, but he's not actually doing any of those things. And I also am suspecting at this point that his lawyer might have dropped him because he won't drop the case, because again, it's going to cost him so much time and money to put this through the court when he could just be renting out the house. That's the part that absolutely kills me. That house was perfectly clean and ready to move in besides the missing ceiling on May 1st. He could have replaced the ceiling and rented that place out May 15th. This is just absolutely, and he's getting, this is the part that also kills me. He upped the rent. He would be getting more money by just moving people into the house. I don't understand. None of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense. It's absolutely driving me insane. So anyway, I have a sneaking suspicion that his lawyer has dropped him. Essentially, all we can do is just wait for him to actually do something. Because again, he's been sending us letters. He's been saying he's going to do something. He's not doing it. In the letter that he sent, he said he's going to be suing us for damages to the house. He said that we damaged the floors. That's not true, except for the one scratch on the floor that we had talked with him about that was from the movers. He said that we had too many cats in the house, which was a violation of the lease, which he now says the lease says you can have 1 dog and 1 cat, which is never what the lease said at any point in time in the almost 5 years that we lived there. Now he's making something else up, that we were responsible for maintaining the vent system in the home, which is not true. And also, like, not my responsibility as a tenant. It is your responsibility as a landlord. And he did come over many times to replace the filters in the vents. And he said that we told him that we would do it from now on, which never happened. And that he's very concerned about what he found in the vents. My stuff, Did you find my stuff in the vents that you pushed down there when you ripped out the kitchen ceiling and knocked all my stuff over and ruined my magnet collection? I didn't even talk about the magnet collection. He broke a bunch of our magnets. We have a magnet collection. We get one everywhere we go. He broke a bunch of them. He lost them. They were dirty. I was so upset. I literally, I can't even think about my magnets. I'll get really, really, really mad. So in the letter, he said that he's going to be suing us for that, for like the damages to the house. He's also going to be taking us to court for his lawyer fees, whatever else. The piece of paper that he keeps sending us that says that we have to pay rent within 14 days or move out of the house that we've been moved out of since April 18th, says it's coming from a property management company. He has never used a property management company. This is the only unit that he has. And so in the letter, he's like asking us to pay this property management company. I don't know who these people are. I don't. And so if I was going to pay them, I'm not going to pay them like that. We only ever paid him on Venmo. And again, I don't think he's actually working with this property management company. I think they just had this demand notice like on Google, because the second time he sent it, he had deleted a bunch of the stuff that they had written in and put in his own information. So I don't like that. None of this is going to work the way that he thinks it is. Anyway, all that to say, I talked to the tenant rights people again today. They basically said the same thing. Can't be evicted from a house that you don't live in. And then they also said that if he is going to try to take us to court for damages to the house, that's also not going to fly. If there were damages to the house, he would have had to give us an itemized receipt for those damages and the cost for those damages within 2 weeks of us moving out. And he would have had to take it out of the security deposit before he tried to come after us in small claims court. So it's not going to work. And actually, we can go after him for my security deposit. If he takes me to court, I'm going to. If he wants to take me to small claims court, I'm going to countersue him for my very small security deposit. I'm going to waste your time even more than you're wasting mine. But I just think that's like the best part about the situation is that like it has gotten to a point where it's funny. It's not even like a someday we'll laugh about this. I'm laughing about it now because every person I've talked to has laughed about it. Every single lawyer I've spoken to has just thought that this is the absolute funniest thing in the world. And this is not going to go the way he thinks it is. And it's just, it's like, it's karma for every awful thing that he put us through the entire time that we lived. And I can't wait. I hope we go to court. I hope we do. I know I shouldn't hope that. But God, I just want to see his face when he loses. I just want to see his face when nothing goes his way.
Okay, I just want to make this video to bring awareness when traveling. For the ladies, if you have to use the restroom at the rest areas, please do not go by yourself. Even if you think you're gonna be like in and out quickly, do not go by yourself. Always have somebody with you, you know, your partner with you. I just had something happen to me, you know, and it's taken me a couple days to make this video. Normally my husband comes with us to the bathroom and waits for us, and we always use the family restroom. But this time my husband took my daughters because an hour prior we had stopped at the gas station. We all used the restroom, but my youngest daughter, she had to use it again, so we decided to stop at a rest area. And so he took the girls to the bathroom. I had just started my period. I did not want to get back up, and you know that feeling when you just start your period. I did not want to get up, so I decided to stay, and he took the girls. And you know, sitting there, I was thinking like we still had a while to get home, so I just wanted to run to the bathroom last minute. So I did. I was hoping to catch up with them, but they were already coming. And I had told him to just go to the car. I was going to be really quickly. And I was going to use the family restroom, but I decided just to use the women's restroom really quickly. And there was nobody in there. As soon as I went in, I put toilet paper down, sat down quickly. I had just sat down, and when I had just sat down, I seen somebody run in quickly. I noticed that they ran in the stall next to me. And I didn't think nothing of it, but then I noticed that there was nobody's feet right next to me. So, you know, something told me to look up, and I did. And when I turned and I looked up, I noticed somebody ducked down really quickly. And at that moment, I was really scared. I didn't know what to do. I like froze and I couldn't think. And I had like these sweatpants that had like deep pockets, and my phone was like deep in my pocket. And I was scared. I did not want to turn back and look again. You know, but something told me to look back up. And so, you know, when I had turned, you know, it took a couple seconds, and then I looked back again. And when I looked back, there was a man, you know, staring at me. And he was masturbating, and I can hear him masturbating. And like the face he was making and like the noises that he was making looking at me from behind, like I froze. I did not believe that this was happening to me. I was scared. I felt violent. I had so many emotions running through me that, you know, immediately like I got up to pull my pants up. I didn't even get to like clean myself. I didn't even get to wash my hands. You know, after I immediately pulled my pants up. I grabbed my phone. I called my husband, you know, and, you know, I opened the door. And within all of that, quickly, he had already, you know, left. He ran. And, you know, I put myself in a dangerous situation. I'm aware I did. I was just so angry that I ran after this man trying to find him. Okay, really quickly, I don't know what happened to my last video. I made like a 10-minute video, and then it got cut short, really short. But as I was saying, realizing now, I know that I made the mistake to run after him. I not only put myself into a dangerous situation, but I also put my son and my husband in that situation. I mean, instead of running away, I ran towards him, chasing after him. I was really upset, and I did not want him to get away. So I chased after him, and for some reason that night there was over like 30 trucks. There was so many trucks. They were parked horizontally and vertically, and I was just running through the trucks to try to catch up to him. And I did find him. He was in front of a big truck that carries the cars. He was in the way front, and I just seen his shadow. It was really dark outside. I just seen, and there was like barely any lights. And I seen him from the front, and I heard my son in the back calling me, and he just sounded so scared. And so I turned to look, you know, towards him. And then when I turned back around so I wouldn't lose the guy, he was gone. So I don't know where he went. And then my husband like was on the way opposite side, so we started running towards him. And then the security had came, and you know, he pulled out his gun, and you know, he didn't know what was going on until my husband started explaining. And you know, I told him what happened, and I was telling him where I seen the guy, but unfortunately we couldn't find him. And the security guard did let us know that this has happened, he said, like 3 or 4 times already in the same rest stop. The last time this happened, it happened to a 19-year-old girl who was visiting from Peru. She did not make a statement. She didn't do anything. They just left. And he was very, he just kept apologizing, and saying, I'm sorry. He wished, he was there, and he thinks that the guy is one of the truck drivers who comes and who studies his like route. So when he like goes and does his rounds in the car, he waits for women to go to the bathroom. And unfortunately, I was the one that night who went by myself, and he seen that I was alone. So and he did mention that the security mentioned that the Florida Department of Transportation does not want to pay extra for extra security or to like install cameras. So there was only a camera near the vending machine, but there's no cameras outside anywhere else, so they don't know who the guy is. So I just want to say, for all the women who go to the bathroom, the rest areas by yourself, please don't ever go alone. And if you're traveling alone, find security and ask them to wait outside by the bathroom, because anything can happen so quickly. Please just make sure that you have somebody with you and you're not alone. I mean, this could have been like a trafficking situation, to a mom with kids, who are alone.
Hello everyone. If you have not watched Roommates on Netflix, like literally go watch it, because it's so good and it's so realistic about what like college actually is like. But in that movie, there are two girls, and I'm going to spoil this for you. So like if you haven't watched it, maybe don't watch this yet. But there are two girls in this movie. One's named Celeste, one's named Devin. Basically, they start out friends, but then we find out Celeste is actually a horrible person. And is like terrible to Devin, because she is jealous of Devin basically, and like the life Devin has, even though Celeste's like dad is like the CEO of Staples and she's very rich and like all this. But she's jealous like Devin has a nice family and like Devin's smart and all this stuff. So she basically wants to be like Devin. Like she is very jealous. And I feel like we've all had a friend like this before. Me personally, this person was not my friend, because I clocked her vibe from the beginning, but I was around her for a lot. She was like in the friend group. I just didn't like her, and she did not like me. And that's what this story is about. Is this girl is like Celeste in that movie. This is what this girl is, and I'm going to tell you about her, and I'm going to use the name Celeste to describe this person, not to be confused with my real friend Celeste, who I actually do like. But I'm just going to use this girl's name is Celeste in this story. So Celeste came into our lives senior year of high school, and my other real friend Celeste actually was friends with this Celeste. Okay, so she came into our lives, my best friend Paige. Somehow we became friends with her, and by we, I don't really mean me, but since I was best friends with Paige, that meant I guess I was kind of just around her all the time. I was around Celeste and my other friend Celeste. So my real friend Celeste, Paige, and me, and other Celeste, evil Celeste, we're all friends. We were all this friend group, except I clocked Celeste's vibe from the beginning, okay? I knew something was up, and I didn't really like her. Paige would kind of tell me things, and I'd be like, that's odd, that's weird, and she would agree too. We all, like, none of us really loved her as a person, but we were still just like kind of around her because it was kind of hard to get rid of her. Not gonna lie, she had moved from a different school. We were like her only friends, the only people she knew. It was hard to get rid of her. This was senior year, and so this girl starts out fine, but just like in this movie, starts out fine, but then she does some things that we're all just like, oh, she was very boy absorbed. She loved boys. She would lie about guys to us, and like say that they hurt her or whatever, but it was every single guy. After every time she would hang out with a guy, she would say, this guy is terrible, he did this, blah, blah, all these bad things about every single guy. So we started to pick up on it and realize that she was probably lying, because although men are bad people most of the time, it was every single time. And we learned that she would lie about this because the guys wouldn't text her back, or they would add her on Snapchat after hanging out with her, basically because they didn't like her anymore. And she would kind of get butthurt about this. So to make it seem better, she would kind of lie about the man being the problem. So she did things like that were kind of like, that's a little icky. But whatever. We were all in like a class with her, except for non-evil Celeste. Me and Paige were in a class with her. She like posted something about this girl we didn't like and already were having problems with. Me and Paige, if you know the story about the arson, we did not already not like this girl. We had to go down to the office all the time about this girl who was like just a problem. So evil Celeste decides to post something on her Snapchat story with a picture of me in it. She just like took a picture of me and said something about how we like need to like not kill her, but something along those like lines where it could be perceived as a threat. Someone saw it on her private story because I don't think her private story was very private, and I had to go down to the office and talk about it. And I was like, guys, I don't know. She just took the picture and wrote that sentence. Like, I had nothing to do with this. I don't know why I'm not gonna kill anybody. Like, have I thought about it? Sure, but if I was gonna do it, it would have already happened. I'm not murdering anybody. Okay, like, so she like would get me in trouble for that. She got me in trouble for that, which I was like, okay. I already don't like you. Let's not push it. There was a lot of just other things. She was like in love with Paige and non-evil Celeste. She would just say like very odd, weird things to them. And like I flirt with Paige. I flirt with my friends, but it was on a whole kind of other level than that. And she would like shower them with gifts she would make and kind of just like, it was kind of a giving obsessive weird. Like, I don't know how to, it's hard to explain without you like witnessing it with your own eyes. So you're just going to have to trust me that it was weird. I'm sure they will comment on this video and confirm everything I'm saying, but she didn't like me. She tried to convince Paige to stop being friends with me, tried to convince everybody to kind of like push me out of the friend group because she didn't like me because she was jealous of me and Paige's friendship. She wanted Paige all to herself. She wanted to marry Paige, I'm pretty sure. Like, and I was like, I've done nothing to you, even though I didn't like her. I played nice. Like, I was never mean to her or anything like that. I acted like I liked her, even though I just got this vibe and I did not like her. And Paige would tell me everything she would say about me. So I knew all of this. Don't ever tell Paige something you don't want it to get back to me, because it will get back to me, and vice versa. But I just did not like her. She was trying to push me away because she wanted Paige all to herself. Just like, she was very odd. But here's where the thing that is really like the movie comes into play. One day, I was just trying to find a prom date. So, I went to the movies with this guy that I like wanted to be my prom date. And we like were watching a movie, like trying to just have a vibe before we went to prom together. And Paige is like texting me, and she's like, evil Celeste is hanging out with my boyfriend, her boyfriend at the time. She had hung out and tried to get with Paige's boyfriend. If that is not exactly like the movie, I don't know. So that is kind of when she got cut off. That is when everybody stopped being friends with her and we all just said bye-bye to her, because, who does that? Who genuinely does that? She would, this is not like kind of the first thing that happened. She would like want guys that Paige had, or she would say, oh, I don't talk to this guy anymore. You can have him. You can snap him and talk to him. And then she would like kind of get jealous that the guy would like Paige more than the guy liked her, because the guy would ghost her after the first date and not Paige. She also did get with the guy that I also liked. I had him first. Don't get it twisted, because I do not play like that. But I had this guy like first. Technically, I had liked them. I'm not sure she knew that I liked him because she wasn't around when that happened. This was like a while ago, but she did get with the guy that I did like, and I didn't like him at that time, so it wasn't really a big deal. She's also got with another one of my friends, yeah, that is evil Celeste, and I just related so much to this movie because I lived it, and I didn't even live it firsthand. Paige and Celeste lived it firsthand. I was just there for the ride, and it was a little bit crazy, and that was crazy enough for me.
This is literally not my usual kind of video at all, guys. I'm gonna do like a little debrief here about the shift that I just got off of. I'm very shaken up about this. It's 11:44 and my shift was not supposed to end until 1 o'clock, and I had only gotten there at 9 a.m. My shift was to go take care of an older guy, and he literally doesn't even live very far from me. Like, he lives, like, and I've never gone and taken care of him before. This was my first time there, and so, like, I walk in, I introduce myself. He has another, like, live-in caregiver there, and she's a bit of an older lady, but she seemed very friendly when I walked in, but I never got a name. She never introduced herself. She just kind of, I don't want to say snippy, but like she was very quick about her instructions, and then said that she needs to go get ready so she can go grocery shopping, and she goes upstairs so she can shower and stuff, and my list only consisted of sweeping, mopping, vacuuming, and dusting. That was what my list was composed of. 4 items, 4 things to do. I did all 4 of these things in an hour and a half. Okay? Then my client, the actual guy that I'm there to take care of, says he's hungry, so I
I ask him what he wants. We go to the kitchen, we pick out what he wants for breakfast. I cook him breakfast. He has breakfast, he enjoys it, he says it's so good. Literally said that I made the hash browns so good, he's never had the hash browns that good. He said he loves how crispy I made them. Like, this guy likes me. He says, you don't even live too far, like, that would be great, you could come here more often. Like, genuinely, I have never had a client hate me. This lady, so I'm talking to him, right? I'm talking to my client, we're conversating. He's watching the TV a little bit, he's watching something about Teslas, so we're talking about Teslas. He's telling me what he knows about them, telling me, like, about how they can go 200 miles an hour, but it's a dangerous, so we're really not supposed to be, like, all kinds of different stuff. Like, he's telling me about the engines and the hydraulics, like, he's telling me everything about these, like, it's a half one-sided conversation, but I'm listening and I'm, like, nodding and shaking my head and, like, giving him small answers. I don't understand anything about cars. So it's just a play along kind of conversation. That is how half of my job is. And so, after I made him breakfast, I cleaned all of the dishes I had dirtied, wiped down all of the kitchen counters, and scrubbed the stove. Okay? Like, I made sure, like, I didn't leave a mess. And, his in-home caregiver, which I'm assuming is what she is, because she never gave me a title, a name, nothing. Like, I don't even know who she is. She just lives there. She comes back downstairs from getting ready, and she is wiping her hands on every surface that I've already dusted. Mind you, I made sure to dust last so that, like, when I was sweeping and vacuuming, none of the particles were gonna fly up and then, like, be there after I already dusted. Like, I went through and dusted good last. This client has COPD. I understand what that is, and I understand that the house needs to be clean, dust-free, hair-free. He has a dog and 2 cats, so I took it seriously. I went over all of the rugs, like, twice. Like, I don't understand what this lady's problem was. Genuinely. So she's wiping her hand on all of the surfaces that every single thing she wiped her hand on, I had already dusted. I dusted every single surface that I could literally think of that would collect dust. Like, I dusted the house. Okay, I think half an hour of that hour and a half it took me to clean everything was literally me going around and dusting. Okay? She is wiping her hand on every surface, looking at it, asking me if I even dusted anything. She's going back around, cleaning off the table again that I literally already cleaned and used, like, a wax over it, like a shiny, like I cleaned it and then did that. Like, it wasn't, like, even a 2-in-1. Like, I literally, like, I'm taking the time to clean this house, guys. I'm not a maid. I'm a CNA. I'm a caregiver. But this is half of my job sometimes, depending on the house. That's what they need. And so I take it serious. She storms into the kitchen, starts throwing she has a gas stove, so if anybody, like, she's throwing the grates off of the gas stove into the sink, saying that everything's gross, everything's a mess, there's this. I had rinsed out the coffee pot and put it back because I don't use a coffee pot. I have my Nespresso and that is it. I don't know what her routine is to clean the coffee pot. I have seen people use vinegar to clean it. I've seen people just scrub it. I've seen people, like, I didn't know what she wanted done with this coffee pot. I was literally going to ask her. And she comes storming in, and she's telling me I didn't put the cooking oil away. And I didn't. I'll literally take that. I did not put the cooking oil away from cooking his breakfast because I forgot to ask him where it went. I forgot about it in the kitchen. I didn't know where it went. He got it out for me. The client came in and picked out his breakfast while I was finishing cleaning. And then I came in and made the breakfast. Okay? I didn't know where the oil went. And so she's tweaking on me, telling me that I should have asked him. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm sorry. By the time we had come in here, we started talking. Like, I had forgotten. I do apologize. I'm sorry that you're... Like, she is screaming at me about everything not being clean. I wiped down everything. And then she starts wiping down the fucking dishwasher and the fridge and, like, the cabinets, and, like, she's wiping down anything and everything that was not on the list of things that she gave me and was tweaking about it. And then she tells me, since I just want to sit there and talk, I might as well just fucking leave because I'm not even doing my job. And she literally kicks me out of this house. I'm staring at her flabbergasted. I didn't move. I'm standing there. She's standing in the kitchen. I'm standing in the dining room. And I'm kind of just, like, waiting kind of to see what happens, if she's being serious or what. And I'm like, I literally tell her that I'm sorry. I'm like, is there anything that I need to do? And she's like, no, you need to leave, and like literally screaming at me to get out. Comes towards me, like shooing me. I grab my water bottle and I leave, and I have to call my work, and I'm like, hey guys, apparently this isn't something that's new. Apparently this lady's actually kind of just a little bit crazy, guys. The lady that I was literally on the phone with said that she was the usual caregiver and said she was so sorry and that it took her forever to get used to this lady. So, you know, maybe don't be a caregiver, guys. Even on your first time being in the house, apparently it's normal to be screamed at like this. How's everybody else's day?
Story time about the worst roommates I've ever had. Okay, so background information, I used to live in a 4-bedroom, and I got assigned these 3 random girls, but I already lived at this unit for a year. They knew each other, I didn't know them. I was the odd one out, essentially. So my main issue with these girls was that they were very, very exceptionally messy, and they did not like to clean up after themselves. I know a lot of people say that, but let me explain why this was an exceptional issue. Within a year of them living at this apartment, when they first moved in, it was very clean and honestly pretty bare. By the end of the year, we had ants, fleas, and lots of mold. Piss and poop all over the carpet and all over the hardwood. So let me explain how that happens. First off, they came in with 2 pets. So if they can't clean up after themselves, you think they can clean up after their pets? No. By the end of the year, 2 pets turned into 5 pets. The 5th pet was just like, you know, would come stay with us for a little bit. But they had 4 pets that were living with us. 2 cats and 2 dogs. One of the dogs was a 20-pound puppy that this one girl, we'll call her the Delulu girl. She's the one I had the most issues with, and I'll tell you why in a second. She just brought home. So I just showed up at home, and I saw that there was a 20-pound puppy just pissing on the floor. So I was like, okay, great. That's wonderful. This dog was not potty trained. And at first, she was very adamant on cleaning up, but it was becoming an every single day thing that I would wake up to the smell of piss or poop, because they would always wake up before me. On top of that, sometimes when the pet would piss or poop, she would just leave it out for an entire day. She would just put a paper towel on it. Sometimes she wouldn't even notice it. So the amount of times I've almost stepped in or have stepped in poop or pee is ridiculous. When it would sit out in the paper towel for an entire day, it smelled really, really bad. Not only that, these pets brought in a lot of hair. They shed a lot of hair. Essentially, the pet hair would just be everywhere, especially in the living room and the kitchen. It would just turn into these huge clumps that were all along the floor, and I'd be cooking and I'd see pet hair just flowing from the ceiling. I would pull pet hair out of my mouth. I would pull pet hair out of my food. And on top of all of that, they brought in fleas. So we had a 4-month flea infestation. I'm talking it got so bad that I could see those little black critters jump in the carpet. I had flakes in my hair, bite marks on my body, and they were in my bed. I spent around $200 trying to clear out the fleas. I even flea bombed my room. I tried everything. I vacuumed, sprayed, but because the other 4 pets were infested and they were crawling around the apartment, and we had 80% carpet, and the other girls didn't even own a vacuum and wouldn't call an exterminator. On top of that, they were just really messy. Like the Delulu girl especially, she would cook every single day, and she would cook these big meals, and she would just leave everything out. And she wouldn't rinse the food off of the dishes, so she would either leave them on the stove or on the countertops. Sometimes she would put them in the sink, but it was honestly worse if she put it in the sink, because, you know, I would run water to wash my dishes, and so the water would just soak up on the dishes that were covered in food, and then the food would clog the drain, and so it was just like mold water, just mold everywhere. The food would start to rot, and so the first few months I was very adamant on like, okay, if they're not going to do it, I'm just going to clean it up. I wouldn't say anything. After a while, I just got so frustrated, I was like, you know what, it'll just sit out then, and it smelled so bad. So on top of the smell of the piss and the poop, the smell of the mold was there too. The fridge was also moldy. They never really took out their expired food from the fridge, so that smelled really bad, and somehow they managed to make something in the freezer rot. How do you do that? It's a freezer. It's supposed to preserve food. But yeah, my biggest issue with the Delulu girl, the reason why I say I had a big problem with her is because anytime I would go and text in the group chat and be like, she would send paragraphs just going over how I'm just being crazy and that they clean every single day, and that there's nothing wrong with the way that they live and I'm just being delusional. So I took pictures and videos throughout the year, and I would send a couple of them in the group chat and be like, I don't understand why you're saying that you clean every single day, because this is covered in mold and this smells terrible. These dishes have been here for 2 weeks. Look at the date marked on here. How do you clean every single day? And then she would do this thing where she would completely just disregard everything I had just said, and she would be like, oh, why'd you film the cat in that video? Sometimes she would even go as far to be like, oh yeah, no, like I knew you would over exaggerate. What? because the videos would depict exactly what I had just said over the text. So she would basically spend like hours just going back and forth with me over iMessage instead of cleaning. She could use that time to clean. So anyways, the whole year was pretty much just filled with lots of tension and paragraphs. I'm just not confrontational with people I don't really know that well. It's really, really difficult for me to speak out. And on top of that, it was 3 of them against me, and it's your house. It's a place you're living in. It's really hard to have that much tension. And if you want to go see the video I posted, to go see the pictures and videos and literally the paragraphs that she sent me, just to prove that I'm not over exaggerating, you can. So that's kind of what I dealt with last year. I hope you enjoyed my story. Let me know if y'all want to see any more videos or pictures, because I have more stories, but this video is already really long.
With this lawsuit that I'm in, I'm getting a lot of comments of people saying I should delete all these posts that are on my page. But in my defense, this is not new information. Like, the court is going to find this man's name on my dwelling. This court is going to find this man's name on my, bank account. It is not as if I am divulging secret information that the court doesn't already have. I'm just trying to educate women on what to do and not to do if you're in a relationship, and how to avoid getting sued via common law marriage. Because a lot of people do not know this, including myself. Would you delete these posts? It just doesn't really make a difference. It's not like I'm divulging like secret information. You guys are making me feel like I need to delete all of this, and it's like, it's stuff the court already knows.
Buckle up, y'all. It's time for a story time. So, I had a date planned for tonight. It was a first date with a gentleman that I matched with on a dating app. And he lives about an hour away from me, but I asked him if he could come to the town that I live in for our date, because I've been having some issues with my vehicle. So he agreed. We locked in the plans. And then today I confirmed. I'm like, hey, you still on for tonight? He's like, yeah, as long as you are. I said, of course. So I get there where we were supposed to be meeting at a restaurant for a drink. That was our date. And so I got there and I texted him. I was like, hey, I just parked. I'll meet you at the front. He's like, okay, sounds good. So I'm up at the front of the restaurant waiting for him. And he shows up. He walks up to me. I shook his hand. I introduced myself. And we walked inside the restaurant. And they were busy for a weeknight, which I was kind of surprised by. But I walked up to the host stand, and they told me it was going to be about a 15 to 20 minute wait, and there wasn't any spots at the bar. So I asked him, like, hey, are you okay with waiting? He's like, yeah, that's fine. So I put my name in. And then I asked him if he wanted to wait over to the side or we could step outside. And he's like, well, how about we just sit on that bench? There was like a bench between like the inside doors and the outside doors. So we were sitting there having a conversation while we waited. I think we talked about like driving and traffic, and then we were talking about like the cities that we lived in and how we liked them, those kinds of things. And then he gets up and he's like, hey, I have to grab something. Or he said, I forgot something in my car. I'll be right back. I was like, okay. So he walks out and I'm sitting there, and then a few minutes go by and he didn't come back, and I started to think to myself, like, this is a little weird, you know? So I checked where we were at on the wait list, and it said that we were number 1. So I sent him a text. It had been like maybe 5 or 6 minutes at this point. And I was like, hey, I think we're next to be seated, right? No response. He didn't show up. He didn't come back. And so I was like, okay, like, I guess I'll give it until our table's ready and then try to call him. So I did that, and I got the message that our table is ready. So I called him, went straight to voicemail. I sent him a text, which did go through. I sent him a text. He said, hey, our table is ready. Did you, like, leave? No response. So I sat there for another 5 minutes. No response, and he didn't come back in. So I canceled the reservation and I left. And yeah, that was the first for me. I'd never been stood up on a date. But like, the weird thing is, like, he drove an hour down showed up, met me, and then left. Like, what would have happened if there wasn't a way and we'd been seated right away, right? Like, that's the weird thing. So, if you're wondering what dating is like in this day and age, this is the perfect example. It ain't for the weak, let me tell you. And the other thing that I don't understand is, like, women there are lots of other women out there that have stories just like this. And I also see videos of men who are having a hard time finding quality women. So if men can't find quality women and women can't find quality men, why can't the quality women and the quality men find each other? You know, like, there's a disconnect there. So, if you have any thoughts or advice, let me know. And if you live in the West Michigan area and you would like to know who this is so you can avoid them, let me know and I'll send you the deets.
I made like a million of these. So story time. I'm going to do my very best to try to get through this because it's a lot and it's a crazy story. I try to share how the last 42 years of my life have pretty much been a lie. And everything blew up since April. In April of this year, my dad died. And I have been grieving a relationship that I didn't get to have with a person that I had not seen or spoke to in over 20 years. That relationship had been strained pretty much since high school for me, when I had made the decision to no longer have a relationship with my dad. That had been based off of experiences and years of being fed stories that I now question the validity of. But if I'm going to start from the beginning, my mom and my dad were separated when my mom was pregnant with me and divorced by the time I was 1. We moved a few towns over, and I grew up most of my life in northern Alabama. I have a full-blooded sibling who is older and a half-sibling who is younger. And that half-sibling I share through my dad. So, growing up, my dad was in and out, and not really by his accord. He was a police officer in the town that he resided in. And when I was 10, my mom had remarried. My first stepfather, they were married for only a year before he committed suicide. Then she met my second stepfather, and my second stepfather has been in my life since I was 12. He has been a father figure for me since then. He has been a wonderful father, and he is a wonderful grandfather to my children. Fast forward to April of this year, and my dad dies. I'm grieving the loss of a man that I didn't get to have a relationship with, and a father that I had a lot of questions for that I didn't get the opportunity to ask, and now I won't. At the same time, I did a DNA kit through Ancestry because I wanted to learn more about myself. I had done one a few years ago. I thought it was really cool. Wanted more information. The one I had done didn't really give a whole lot, but I wanted a better breakdown of kind of everything coming through ancestor traits from, different countries and all that jazz. I had just gone back to school, and I am a history major, and that's kind of my thing. So I get my ancestry kit back, and it indicates that I have a half-sibling that I know nothing about. And this half-sibling isn't the half-sibling that I share with my dad, through my dad, because she hasn't done one on Ancestry, and this is a guy. I asked my mom, I'm like, hey, you got something you want to share? She swears, she's adamant, nope, don't have any other kids. Never had another kid besides the two of you. So, if I can't figure out who this person is, it just brings a lot more questions. But I know that my sister and my brother have both done ancestry kits through 23andMe.
So I ordered one through 23andMe so that I can compare my DNA with their DNA. Because now I have, like I said, more questions. And I'm wondering if I have a half sibling somewhere, and this half sibling is through my mom, but not my dad, then who's my dad? I've never had any inkling or feeling that my father wasn't who I've always been told he was. Neither has my mom, apparently. And neither has my dad, apparently. But, alas, I go ahead and I order a kit and I submit that. My sister, who's also very curious, does one through Ancestry because she too wants to be able to compare stuff on that side. That way we're getting confirmation on all ends. Fast forward to 2 weeks ago, and I travel back home to attend the service for my dad. I get to have a weekend to spend with my sister and my brother, who had been years since we have connected. Go through stories, hear about all the things that he has been doing for the last 20 years. Grieve together and laugh together and come up with a lot more questions. I'm reading through his stories and the things that he has written in books, and a lot of those stories contradict things that I have been told growing up, which sucks because now I don't know what to believe and I don't have anybody to ask because he's gone. So we get to last week. My sister's ancestry kit came in, and it shows that her and I are not a DNA match. So now I have this big bomb that has just been dropped, going, okay, if we're not a DNA match, we were supposed to be half-sisters through our dad. My dad's not my dad. And the half-brother that was on Ancestry, my brother, he had done one a few years ago and just used an alternate name, so it didn't register at the time. But it showed my full-blooded brother as a half-brother. More questions. So before I confront my mom, I wait for my 23andMe kit to come back in, which it did a couple of days later. The additional confirmation that my brother, my full sibling brother, was only half. And my sister, my half-sister, was of no DNA match. Confirming that my father, who I have known to be my father for the last 42 years, is not my dad. So now I have to figure out how am I going to ask these questions? Am I going to get honest answers? And who's my dad? I'd like to say like my mom, and I honestly have no idea. So I asked her, and the answers are as expected. Hard time, they were separated, she was dating. Here are two people that could have been. One of those individuals passed away in 2012. And the other individual was a not so great person who had spent a lot of time in prison. Downside to all of that is I can't find a connection of those individuals to the second cousins and third cousins that have popped up in both the Ancestry side and the 23andMe side, to connect those branches to determine without a shadow of a doubt that either one of those individuals could be my dad. So that is where I am. 42. My father is not my father. And I have no idea who he is.
I had a cholecystectomy back in April, and I fear it's the worst decision I've ever made. I don't really love the idea of sharing my medical health online, but I'm just sharing in hopes that somebody else has gone through this and is on the other side of it, because I'm very discouraged, honestly depressed. So I'm just going to share all the things that's happened to me in the last year, my symptoms, what I'm feeling now, and what I've had done, and see if anybody's had the same thing. So last November, I started having like these random chest pains. I had pain right here. I had a pain right here. It felt very deep. I felt like I was having heart palpitations. Pain was going across my chest. So I reached out to my primary. They ordered an EKG and a Holter monitor, 72 hours. And thankfully, both those came back normal. I was also breastfeeding at the time last winter, and I felt like I had something going on with my left breast. So I had my physician do a breast exam, and it was hard to tell because I still had milk. And then she also ordered me a mammogram and an ultrasound of both breasts. The mammogram was fine. It ended up showing in the ultrasound that I had 2 enlarged lymph nodes. Not suspicious apparently, but they are monitoring it. I go back in 6 months to get it rechecked. Then I reached out to a doctor I work with, and I was just telling her my symptoms. She's like, why don't we just do an abdominal ultrasound? So we did an abdominal ultrasound. It apparently showed that I had a large polyp on my gallbladder, which for that is surgical, the size that it was. And so I was like, okay, but she suggested doing an EGD beforehand to see if it was anything like internal in my gastrointestinal tract. I had my EGD in February. It showed mild chronic gastritis from my biopsies. Other than that, everything was normal. And then we kind of lost contact with the doctor I was working with. And then I reached out because I'm like, I have this polyp on my gallbladder. It's surgical because it's so large. So I pursued the gallbladder, which I regret. I pursued the gallbladder surgery because the polyp was so large apparently in my imaging that I didn't want to wait and just have it ultrasound again in a year, because I thought to myself, if I wait and it turns out to be cancerous, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. So I was like, let's just take it out. And that was so naive of me. Worst decision ever, because I've had nothing but problems since. And from the pathology results from my gallbladder, it never shows I had a polyp. So I ended up having my gallbladder surgery April 22nd. The surgeon said that everything went according to plan. Nothing like right by the book. I came home. I had terrible gas pains. Terrible gas pains that lasted days. A week exactly after my gallbladder, I woke up in severe pain right underneath my sternum. I was nauseous. I was crying out in pain, which I don't do, which is completely out of character for me. So we ended up calling an ambulance, and they brought me to the ER. By the time I got to the ER, I was honestly feeling like a little bit better. The severe pain had somewhat gone away. They gave me Benadryl, which really helped. I was severely nauseous. They ended up doing a CT scan that showed a large amount of free air, and they were wondering if I perforated somewhere. Also, the doctor that read my imaging said that I still had a gallbladder, which was concerning. So that scared me. He ended up writing an addendum saying I was post gallbladder surgery, and that would account for the free air, but it was a large amount of free air, they said. And then they sent me home. I ended up waking up with that severe pain for a month, once every week, and then it started to get more. I was having the severe pain. I ended up puking up a ton of bile. I was nauseous, but then once it went away, I felt fine. And then at the end, I would start having this deep back pain around my side, and that would come with food and stay around for a really long time. I reached out to my surgeon. She said that we could do repeat imaging and repeat labs. I ended up having elevated liver enzymes for much longer than it should have been after surgery. and she did repeat labs. They were still elevated, so we were worried about liver damage and scarring. So she referred me to a gastro nurse practitioner who is lovely. She's been helping me quite a bit. She did a whole liver panel on me, which thankfully everything's been trending down or back to normal. She also ordered me an MRI MRCP, which I had done, which showed that I have a cyst on my liver. Apparently that's nothing to worry about. She also ordered an ultrasound, which I haven't gotten yet. And then I went back to work last Thursday. I mean, I've been working, but I went back to work last Thursday. I had severe pain again. I puked up bile. I've been nauseous for days, all day long, basically. So she ordered me a HIDA scan. I was laying down for my HIDA scan last Friday, and we were about 30 minutes in, and whoever was the tech or whatever was doing the test was like, I can't find your gallbladder. And I'm like, it's because I don't have one. She was so nice, but I'm like, what? We did the HIDA scan. Thankfully, everything came back normal. My bile apparently is flowing in how it's supposed to. But I'm just so discouraged that I'm still so nauseous. Thankfully, I don't have the pain, just nauseous the last couple days, but is this ever gonna end? And I'm gonna live my life like this. And it's brought on like severe anxiety of like, okay, what's gonna be wrong with me today? Are we missing anything? Is there something deeper that we're not seeing? Yeah. So I'm just hopeful that eventually with time I will feel better and back to normal. I just desperately want to be normal. I know this is cringy, but I'm really hopeful that other people have hopeful that other people have experiences and then have gotten to the other side of it, because I can't wait for that day. So let me know.
I was literally almost just abducted. Right? I look crazy, but I was walking really fast and it's hot outside. But just always be careful, because you never know when somebody might try to fucking take you or do something else. Who knows? Literally working an event, a high school track event. It's state track, actually, and it's all the schools surrounding. So it's a bunch of children at this event, younger kids, high school kids, and their families. And I'm walking away from the event off campus to my car because I'm done with my shift for the day, because I work at one of the food vendors. And I'm literally walking, and I'm not that far, thank God. The McDonald's, I parked at the McDonald's, and it's not that far. It's like a 2 to 3 minute walk from the event, from the campus stadium. And I literally I walk, and there's a car that pulls up next to me, and they're like, are you parked down here? I was like, oh yeah, like I'm parked down here. It's just a man alone in his car. He keeps driving slowly by me, and doesn't say anything, just keeps watching me and slowly driving by. Other cars pass him. He has plenty of room on the road. He's not looking out for anybody else. He's literally watching me walk. So I just keep walking, and I'm like, well, let me get faster to my car, because this is weird. And I literally keep walking the 2 to 3 minute walk, and he's like, oh, I thought you meant you were parked down farther. And I'm like, I am. He's like, I thought you were parked down here. And I'm like, I am. I'm parked farther down. I'm not going to tell you where the fuck I parked, because you're following me like a creep. And I literally just keep walking, and he's like, oh, so you're not parked down here? Because I start heading to the McDonald's, because that's where I'm actually parked. And I was like, oh, no, not right here. I'm just parked farther. And I just keep going, and he just keeps following me, and it doesn't say anything else. And I cut across, because there's like a fire department. I cut across the fire department, because if I need help, I'm going to go where it's public, because this road leading, it's by houses, and there's plenty of people around, not directly, but driving around, but there is some shady spots and some shady trees, and that's exactly where I had to walk, and it was not very safe. And so I finally cross the big patch of green grass, and I go straight towards the McDonald's, and he literally loops the McDonald's. And I literally went straight into the McDonald's, because I didn't want him to know I parked here, because I have to come back here tomorrow. And I didn't want him to know what my car looked like and where I was actually going. So I literally waited in the McDonald's, because I didn't know where the fuck he was trying to go and what he was trying to do. Well, I did come back out to my car eventually and drove away to film this, because I was too scared. But it seemed friendly. It always does. But it definitely did not seem like good intent. So
And like the comments, they sound harmless, they do, but it didn't seem like it. The way he was asking, the way he was looking, the way he was watching, it didn't seem harmless. It felt like and he was following me the whole time. Like, it didn't stop, and he was going a slow pace down this road when everyone else is going the normal speed. He's going a slow pace. Like, he was not driving the normal speed limit like you normally would. It makes sense if there's people out trying to cross. There wasn't. I was the only person walking, and I was as far to the side of the road as I could because there's no sidewalk on that side. And so he was literally going slow deliberately to stay with me, and I don't like that. And it wasn't hey, do you need a ride? It wasn't oh, do you need a ride to your car? Do you need a ride home? Are you parked here? No, it was just, are you parked out here somewhere? Are you parked down here? That's all it was. And that's not helpful to me. That's scary to me. But just watch out. Always watch out. Always be warned, be aware, because you never know. And like, people are always telling me that I look like 18, 20, younger than I am. And I'm like, well, maybe in this case, it's not such a good thing.
This is the truth on Vogue Summer School. Brutally honest as someone who went session 1. First of all, my session was a total mess. 100+ people got kicked out. And like, Vogue Summer School is not a sweet place. Everyone's drinking, everyone's vaping, everyone's smoking, everyone's getting tattoos, everyone's going to bars, everyone's getting piercings. I kid you not, I went to a piercing and tattoo shop and I saw like 25 people from Vogue Summer School. Like, everyone and their mother got kicked out for like stupid stuff, and like they didn't even have proof for like most of it. So that was weird. They also have like 500 more people than they had last year. And it was so bad. Like, the elevators were claustrophobic. First day when we got there, go check my first video. You wait in line for 3 hours to check your bag. You stand in the hot sun with suitcases just to check in your bag. It was totally and completely unorganized. They did not know what they were preparing for, having so many more people than last time. They were not prepared at all. And then the big thing is, like, I'm gonna be so honest, like, hate me all you want. I only went because I saw it on TikTok and I wanted to be like trendy niche micro influencer. I just wanted to blow up and like be viral. And it works. Like, going to Vogue Summer School is free clout. So if you want to become a niche micro influencer, go to Vogue Summer School. I went to sip on matcha, go shopping. I spent $7,000 shopping. That's the only reason probably why I found Vogue Summer School fun. Because don't get me wrong, it was really fun. Like, I promise you guys, like, you're hating on all those people's outfits, but I promise you at the end of the day, they're probably not that into fashion as you think. Like, I like the Met Gala, I like reading Vogue, but I'm not a fashionista. My whole closet is addicted, and y'all hate that people were addicted to Vogue Summer School, so you would hate me. I mean, I thought the outfits were cute, but whatever. I've read addicted, so my opinion doesn't matter. But, like, most of those kids are just going because they saw it on TikTok, and they just wanted to be, like, a niche micro influencer. Speaking of classes, you learn nothing. No, nothing. I did fashion communications. The whole time, they just talked to us about how social media is important to marketing your brand. No shit, Sherlock, we already know that. And it wasn't just fashion communications. All my friends in business and styling and media, they all said everything they were learning, they already knew. Like, it was, like, basic knowledge. So, like, if you're actually interested in fashion and you want to learn, you're not going to learn anything here. Like, there are definitely some people that, like, are really into fashion, that really enjoyed it, but, like, I thought the classes were so boring. I hated the classes. I dreaded them. I skipped one of them. A lot of people skip their classes too. Not a lot of people do. Like, I played Block Blast and texted my friends the whole time because they were just spewing stuff that everyone knows. It was very boring. And then, like, business and media, they have 4-hour lectures every day. And I've heard some of them are really boring. I heard some people like them. Just mixed opinions. But a 4-hour lecture, like, I'm so happy I didn't have to do that. Like, I could not do that. Now, what was fun, the only reason why I say I enjoyed it and don't regret it is because on the weekends and after school, you can basically do whatever you want. And, like, they say you have to fill in a pass, but you don't actually have to fill in a pass. And you just go shopping and you just go get whatever food you want. Like, it's really fun, but then if your parents, like, aren't letting you bring a lot of money, you probably won't enjoy it. Like, I heard from some of my friends on scholarship that they didn't really enjoy it as much because they, like, kind of felt, like, left out. But I had fun. Like, I spent so much money. Like, my mom was so mad. The matcha's good. The food's good. It was fun because the Knicks were winning. The after hours were fun. But the classes were so boring. The field trips and the classes, those were okay. That was fun. But you're not going to learn a single thing in the classes. So if you're actually interested in fashion, learning about fashion, do not pay for Vogue Summer School. Also, if you just want the New York fun lifestyle, like, piece of shit vibe, don't go to Vogue Summer School either. Just go to another, like, cheaper, like, New York City program. There's so many of them that are probably better than Vogue Summer School. Because everyone got kicked out. Like, it was a total mess. And the LECs, which are, I don't think that's how you say it, they're essentially counselors, and they're all really rude. Like, I tried to give one a hug, and they're like, no, we can't hug you. Like, I guess it's like a safety thing, but I just thought they were overdoing it. Like, we were dancing in a hallway, and they were like, stop dancing, it's a fire hazard. Like, get out. And in regards to the people, a lot of them are really cool, but then there were also a lot of people that, like, were messy, dramatic, mean, like, just rude. Like, I'm just gonna be honest, like, flame me. They're probably gonna flame me in the comments, so everyone look out. But ultimately, I had a really fun time, and it's probably only because I spent so much money and ate a lot of really good food. Like, Nobu downtown is really close to Nobu downtown. Pretty good. But is it really worth it? Like, no, but it's fun. Like, it's Vogue Summer School is a free-for-all. Like, you're not learning, you're just having fun, so. But yeah, it's not a fashion program. You're not gonna learn anything about fashion. But that's all I have to say. Bye.
Okay, I, like, don't think I'm getting engaged right now, but my friends are acting so weird. Like, I'm shaking because I'm like, wait, what? Like, I feel like it's impossible, but they're being so weird. Like, if it's not happening right now, I'm gonna be like, guys, wait, you're being so weird. So, hold on, let me pull it together. My boyfriend's at work. There's no way. My parents are at, like, a motel because our shower is getting fixed. I'm just confused. But basically, the reason I'm suspicious is because, one, I, like, sent my friend, we're going to dinner, me and my girlfriends, but, like, it was just such a last minute thing that, like, I mean, it wasn't last minute, we've been planning it for a while, but we didn't even pick the place or make a reservation till last night, but I guess that also could be irrelevant to the plan, like, where we go. Oh my God, my heart's racing. I know it's not today, but, like, I'm just confused. And, hold on. I, like, said to them, like, oh, can't we just wear, like, jeans and, like, heels and, like, a cute shirt? And Kayla was like, let me ask my friend who just went there, like, hold on. And then she texted back and was like, no, my friend, I'm, like, breaking out in hives. She was like, no, my friend said it's fancy, we should wear dresses. And I was like, okay, that's weird, but whatever. And then sent a screenshot, like, proof of her texting her friend, which Kayla just never does. Like, she doesn't care that much. So I feel like that was my first, like, wait, what the? Then, just now, I texted, oh, and my boyfriend got a haircut yesterday, but, like, we're going on vacation, so that could be nothing. But, where was I? Oh, yeah, I just sent a picture of me in this, like, blue dress. I'm like, why does it matter what I wear? Like, we're going to dinner. I'm like, why does it matter? But I sent a picture in this blue dress, and Kayla was like, oh, no, like, is that baby blue? Like, I'm wearing baby blue. Like, I don't want a twin. Like, we're going to look like twins. She would never care about that. So, again, like, if this isn't it, I'm going to be like, what is wrong? Why did you care if we're both in baby blue? Like, who cares? She never cared. And then told me to wear something more flowy. And Maggie told me a while ago that if I was getting engaged, it should be flowy. So, I'm confused. Then I sent Maggie a picture of my dress that I ordered, like, to possibly get engaged in one day. Came in the mail. And she was like, oh, that's so cute, whatever. And then when I was just telling her I didn't have anything to wear for this, I was like, I mean, the only flowy thing I have is that I just showed you. And she was like, I mean, like, you could wear that. Like, didn't you just say you were going to order another dress too? And I was like, yeah, but, like, I was going to save this. And she's like, well, just wear it. Gulp. What do you mean just wear it? The dress that I'm telling you I want to get engaged in, you're just casually telling me to wear it? So now I'm freaking out. And she keeps being like, why aren't you ready? Why aren't you ready? And I'm like, ready? Like, Kayla said she's getting us at 6:30. So, dude, I don't know. But my boyfriend's location's at work. But also, I'm like, there's the rare chance that he knows I'm a psychopath and would check it and, like, left his phone there or something and, like, doesn't need it. But I'm also like, he would need his phone to, like, contact people. There's just no way it's tonight. But I had to just make this video in case. And then if it's not, I'll show my friends and laugh that I thought it was tonight. Oh, also, he was being weird about me getting my nails done. And my sister-in-law, soon to be eventually, asked me to get our nails done together and was like, let's match French for vacation, which isn't that weird. Like, we love to, like, twin and stuff. So that wasn't really that weird, but then I was like getting pink, and he was like, pink? Like, what do you mean pink? And I'm like, well, this is still like a cute color. And he was like, yeah, you know what, that's fine, that's like so you, whatever. I feel like he was like talking himself into my nails. There's just no way. Like, I'm playing golf with my dad tomorrow. I go on family vacation with Gabe on Sunday. My heart's racing though. It's still racing, but I'll keep you guys updated. Sorry this is so long, but I'm like freaking out. Just because they're being weirdos. Like, why are they being so weird? If this is not it, like, they're being so weird. Like, I'm gonna literally be like, you guys are the weirdest people ever. Help. Well, if it's today, this is my last time with no ring. What do you mean? No, it can't be. It can't be. I'm in, like, denial. Like, no. No way. No. So I'm just gonna waste my possible engagement dress. That's fine. Wait, do I even like my hair, guys? I don't... Alright, I'll keep you updated. I have more points to make. Also, he randomly got drinks with our friend last night, and not that that's that weird, but he, like, didn't even tell me that they had a plan to get drinks. And, like, I don't know, it's just, like, weird behavior. Like, it's not, like, I don't care that he didn't tell me, but that's not like him. Like, if he had plans to get drinks with his friend, he'd be like, oh, and I'm going here after work, like, I'm excited, or like, I don't know, dude. And there was something else, let me think. Also, I just don't think he even asked my dad yet, and I don't think he has the ring. So this is probably all for nothing. It's just really strange and making me feel sick. Because I'm just like, wait, what do you mean? I was not prepared. Like, I was like, I'm gonna know, and I feel like I do now. Like, if it is tonight, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I knew, but I am not prepared like I thought I would be. Like, I thought I would know for like a day or two and be like, all right, let me make sure I look good, blowout. My hair is dirty from work this morning. It's fine though. It's fine. Give me prayers. There was something else that was weird, and I was thinking about adding it, and then I was like, no. And then I remembered that he went and got a drink last night with his friend, and then I was like, wait, should I add it? And now I don't know what I was gonna add. So if I get it into my brain, I'll spin back. I remembered they're taking long to answer my questions, so I feel like they're texting on the side. Like, I'll ask, like, can I wear sandals? Because you guys are being the fashion police, and they won't answer for like 5 minutes, and then someone will answer, one of them.
Right, everything I talk about how I had a snap streak with and then was ghosted by a famous person. This person was in a super popular show. Like, if you're Gen Z, you definitely watch this show. And you probably remember this person's character. I don't think he's done much else since this, but like, you would know the character. This all started because I was talking with my roommates one night, and we were talking about how many degrees we are from celebrities. And my one roommate shares that she is only like 1 or 2 degrees, however it works, from the entire cast of this show. Turns out when she used to be popular on TikTok, he slid in her DMs and she had his Snapchat. I really hope he does not find this video. Anyway, they had not spoken in years, but we all thought this was super funny and we would joke about it all the time. Eventually, we're out one night and I decide to add him on Snapchat. This was like over a year ago and he didn't add me back, so I completely forgot about it. Fast forward, and a couple weeks ago, he adds me back. Like I said, I had completely forgotten about this, so it took me a minute to realize who it was. I gave it a couple days and he didn't snap me, so I decided, let me just snap him. And he actually snapped me back. He sent me a video of him at his pool. I sent him a snap of my cat and he asked for my cat's name. I do want to clarify, he is kind of chopped. Like, I was not like interested in him, but I did think this was like super funny. We have just like a regular snap streak, and then one day he replies to one of my snaps and he's like, ooh, it's a little dangerous. Completely normal snap with me, by the way. He told me that I was like super pretty, super cute, and he asked me what kind of music I'm into. I told him I like K-pop, and then I put him on to Sugar Rush Ride by TXT, which he loved. If he's watching this, he definitely now knows it's about him, so hey. This whole thing is like super goofy. He never did question like how I got his snap, but another really odd detail is like I have Snap Plus, and I looked at his snap score out of curiosity, and it literally was only going up when he snapped me. Like, he has no hose, apparently. He was definitely like complimenting me and interested in me, but like I said, I had no interest in him, so I wasn't really reciprocating, but he was still snapping me like multiple times a day. He also asked for my Instagram and asked for the Instagram mutuals. This is where it goes downhill. After we had been snapping for about a week, I posted on my story that I was at the Pride Fest in Chicago. I don't want to make any like accusations or assumptions, but after he saw that story, he quit snapping me. He lost our streak, which was like 10 days at that point. Sent me like one more random snap after that and then left me unopened again today. So yeah, that was my foray into the celebrity dating world. Got so close to marrying rich guys. Just kidding, but like I did see a clip from the show he's on TikTok the other day and he was in it. And I was just like, damn, I can never watch this show the same way again. And if he's watching this, no hate. Sorry for calling you chopped, unless you're homophobic, in which case, like, I stand by it. And if you're famous and you want to be the subject of my next story time, go ahead and comment your snap down below.
So I'm going to do a story time of how I got my ears pierced. I have 1, 2, 3 new piercings. But actually, it's not how I got my ears pierced. It's actually how I went on the worst date ever and got publicly humiliated in addition to that. So I met this guy online and I already know what everyone's going to say. Like, what do you expect? You met this guy online? Yeah, I already know. I know it now. And I will probably never be doing that ever again and probably will not be going on a date for a really, really, really long time. So we're chatting it up. Not the most chemistry I've had with a guy. There's definitely been better, but I wanted to give this guy a chance. Like, it would never be the other way around. A guy would never be like, hey, I kind of think she's cute and I kind of see the potential in her, so let's still give her a chance and see things through. So we end up landing on a day for the date, and the rough plan is that since he's staying at a hotel in Inglewood, we're gonna go grab dinner nearby, not really nearby, in Culver City at Laurel's Grill, and the reservation is at 7:30. Okay, whatever. So he's very insistent on me parking near his hotel and us Ubering everywhere the whole night, which in my head was like, like I told him, I was like, hey, you know what, I can drive us both. I don't mind driving, you know what I mean? But he's like really insistent. He's like, no, it's okay, like we can Uber. And I'm like, okay, like it's your money, like whatever. Girls, just drive yourself. Just drive yourself, because at least you know that you have an escape plan if things go bad. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I park at the parking lot near where he was staying, which is near Inuit Dome, and we Uber to Century City Mall, which is not where the res is, because his idea was, or his logic was, that we were kind of at an awkward spot in time, and so to kill time he wanted to go to the mall and shop around. But like, he didn't really get LA traffic, in which like it takes you 30 minutes to get anywhere, and so by the time we got to Century City it was already time for our res. So we ended up moving our res from 7:30 to 8:30, so we had time to shop around for a little bit and then go to dinner. So, you know, we're supposed to be on a date, and I'm like, you know what, let's do something cutesy or romantic or something, because this guy literally cannot hold a good conversation. Like, it was just me putting in the work, asking him, so what do you do? So what do you do in your free time? Like, never did he ask me what I did, what I worked, like what I'm studying, like anything. So I'm like, hey, what about, like, since we're shopping, I pick an outfit for you and then you try it on. And he goes on and he's like, I'm actually really picky with my clothes. Oh, and I'm like, okay, well, like, you don't have to buy the thing that I, you know, pick for you. You can just try it on, you know what I mean? Like, there's no pressure in you buying anything. And he's like, well, we can do that, like, you know, after I buy my clothes. And I'm like, sure, buddy, whatever. He's been going, like, the whole time that we've been texting, like, talking in person, he's been going on and on and on about how he has $30 million invested into his startup, and he has 35 employees, and he's always busy with clients and meetings and whatever. And he's been talking about, like, how he makes so much money and how he's going to spend it on me. And for me, like, if you want to spend that money, go ahead, like, but I'm not going to go bend over backwards and ask you, hey, like, buy me this, buy me this, buy me this, because I have my own job, I work, I've been working for, like, 3 years, you know, it's chill, like, you know, I can pay for this stuff on my own. Do I prefer to? No. But can I and will I? Yes. So after he's done buying his panties because he didn't pack enough tighty-whities in his suitcase, I'm like, you know what? Let's do something crazy. Let's go get my ears pierced. So we go to Studs, and I'm picking out the piercings, and I'm asking him, hey, like, what's your input? And he's like, I can't help you with this one. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. So right as I'm about to get my ears pierced, he's like, hey, I need to step out. I need to take this call real quick. And I'm like, yeah, sure, tech bro. Like, go ahead, take your call. I don't mind. Like, I'm not going to stop you. Whatever. So I'm getting my ears pierced. I take that like a champ. Like, take that. I'm like, I get all 3 piercings in under 10 minutes, and it's like, I'm the shit. Whatever. I come out, and he's not there. I'm like, oh shoot. Don't tell me that I have to pay for this by myself. Like, oh! Like, I could pay for it. Do I prefer to? Hell no! So I'm paying for it. The girl tells me $250. You're telling me it's $250. I just got my paycheck yesterday. Yeah, so I pay that. Plus tip, by the way, which is fine. My girl got me right. It's fine. I step out and I'm looking for him. He's not there. And I'm like, duh. Maybe he's the type of guy to, like, you know, walk around and talk on the phone, because, like, I can't sit still on the phone call. Like, I can't sit still ever. So maybe he's, like, around here somewhere. So I wait 5 minutes. I wait 10 minutes. I wait 15 minutes until I call my friend and I'm like, hey, I'm kind of by myself on this date and I don't know, like, yeah, I haven't seen him in a good minute. And she's like, call him. Okay, call him. And I'm like, huh, but that's rude. Like, I don't want to, like, if it's an important call, like, I don't want to bother him. Duh. That's, like, rude. So I text him, hey, where'd you go? Yeah, no response. Okay. I'm like, okay, fine. It's been, like, another, like, 2 minutes. I call him. Goes straight to voicemail. Like, oh, duh, he's probably still on the phone call, because if I was, like, you know, when you're on the phone and someone calls you, but you're already on the phone, you can send it straight to voicemail. Okay, it's fine. Something's tingling in my brain after, like, a whole half hour. I go into my Instagram, and my follower count went down 1. I'm like, weird. I search up his name in Instagram. User not found. User not found! Oh, no. Yeah, he blocked me. So if he blocked me on Instagram, he blocked me on my phone number. Whatever. So now I'm alone at the mall, and it's starting to get dark, and I'm a girl in the middle of LA without a jacket in heels. I start crying and crying because he left me at the mall knowing that we both Ubered together to the mall and that my car is in this random parking lot in Inglewood. So don't be stupid like me. Just drive yourself because you have an escape plan. See, if he would have told me, hey, I'm not feeling dinner, I'm not feeling you, we can just go back, like, I don't want to continue this, it would have been fine. I would have been like, you know what, fair, because I'm not digging you too. I knew that there wasn't going to be a second date. But he had the audacity to leave me and make me think that he was coming back, and had me waiting there for over half an hour, probably 45 minutes or even an hour. I had to get myself an Uber and go all the way back. And if it was like he didn't want an awkward Uber ride, he could have at least let me know that he was leaving and he wasn't going to come back. Like, I didn't think this guy had the balls. I did not think he had the guts to do this, because, like, look at him! Nah, but I won't dox him, because I'm a decent human being. But, yeah. So, lesson learned, don't go looking for anything, because if it's not meant for you, it's not meant for you, you know what I mean? Like, if you are desperately looking for something that's not supposed to happen, you end up with a big ego tech bro who ghosts you in real life. I have never met anyone who's been ghosted in real life, so hopefully I am the first and the last, because that is insane. Well, I hope you enjoyed my story. I hope it was funny, at least to you guys, because it's not funny for me. It will be in 3 months, but right now it's not funny at all.
I am here at my shoot for, like, a blind photo shoot, blind couple photo shoot. You know what I'm talking about? It's that trend that's trending right now for photographers and photo shoots. But it's not, like, 100% blind, because I'm a hairstylist. I work at a cute salon here in Denton, Texas. And one of my clients, I know her decently well because I've done her hair a couple times, and she's adorable. And we've been talking about, like, her dating life, and I was like, well, hear me out. If you're not dating anybody right now, would you be interested in me, like, setting you up in one of these? And I just told her about it, and she, like, had heard about the blind photo shoot dates. She was like, yes, I'm so interested. And I was like, okay, let me gauge, like, maybe what your type is. I explained kind of, you know, the perfect man, you know, in all of our brains. And she's like, yep, that's him. And I was like, okay, perfect. Now that I understand your type. And she mentioned something sweet. She's like, this is funny, because if this is cute and works out, my parents met through their hairstylist. And I was like, that would be so cute. I would die if I helped this girl find somebody that she actually liked. Well, then this is 4 or 5 days ago now. Then next day, I'm at work again at the salon, and I see this boy sit in a chair of like one of my stylist friends. And I was like, that is the man. I'm pretty sure that's the man for her. Like, felt it deep in my core. So I waited until their appointment was done because I didn't have time to explain to the stylist like why I was going to talk to her client. But I had told the girls with me up at front desk, like, I'm going to hang around and wait because this is this situation and I want to ask that guy if he'd be willing to be in this photo shoot, this blind date photo shoot. And they were like, that is adorable and it seems like he's super friendly, blah, blah, blah. So I worked up the courage. I don't know why this was scary to me. I think just like I didn't want to come off the wrong way, and I don't know. If he said no, it's totally fine and I can move on with my life. But I was so like, this is perfect. And if it's not perfect, that's fine. But he said yes. He was like, yeah. So I showed him her Instagram because I told her before too. I was like, I'm going to show you guys each other's Instagrams because I do kind of want there to be some form of like an interest, even just based off of physical attraction. I'm okay with that, even if it's just a little bit of piquing their interest. So showed him her Instagram. He did this. Yes, she's beautiful. Me? You didn't even look that hard. I know she is beautiful. So I was like, perfect. He's perfect for this. He was so excited, gave me his number. I've been coordinating with them both, helped plan both of their outfits, like color wise and everything. And we're feeling good. I'm here at the location. I'm so excited, but I'm also nervous. This is the most nervous I've ever been for a shoot. And I think it's because I'm picking up their like it's just a little bit of anticipation, and this is going to be probably honestly not heavy lifting on my part for like helping them to feel comfortable, but at the same time, yes, that's kind of my goal here, is to make them feel comfortable. And even couples feel super awkward at their photo shoots, so I'm probably just going to act normal and be chill and just help them to feel comfortable and pose them however I feel like would be cute. So yeah, I'm gonna keep you guys updated on how it goes and show you the pictures eventually. So stay tuned! And honestly, I think I want to do these in the future. I do feel like I like my process so far. We'll see if it works out how I want it. Where like, they are initially, I know, because blind dates could be so cute if I do it correctly, but I kind of like a half blind date. I kind of like it when they're like, initially, yes, I would ask this girl on a date, or yes, I would go on a date with this guy. You know what I mean? So here we go.
My mom had alarms on every single door, every single window, and cameras inside the house, in every single hallway. And as I got older, my mom stopped letting me leave the house as much. I used to sneak in and out of the doggy door in our pantry so I could sneak out or sneak people in, also through the doggy door. And she used to lie all the time and say that those cameras didn't work, which was not true, because my cousin one time saw my mom as she was like closing her apps. My mom had an entire app open, 6 different camera angles. So my mom was like actively spying on everyone in the household. My mom was always weirdly nosy. She literally used to come into my room at night, say goodnight, leave the room, pretend like she was leaving the room, close the door. As she closed the door, she'd like slip into my room, stand there, and I would just fall asleep. Or I had like this big poof in my room, and she would just like sit on my poof staring at me. Or she would sit, because I had 2 beds in my room, so she would sit on like the opposite bed to mine and again just stare at me. I don't really know why to this day. She would like tell our nannies that when they were driving our cars that they had to wear certain clothes, represent the family. I had to cut my hair into a pixie because it was so damaged. She used it as a big excuse to keep me skinny. She would always say, well, now that your hair is short, your face is showing, so you have to have a skinny face. She loved when I was so skinny that my clothes were falling off of me. Nothing ever could fit me properly, which was kind of hard because she was buying 00s, sometimes 000s. One time we had a conversation about love and marriage. I don't know how we got to the subject, but we were talking and I was like, well, you know, it doesn't really matter if I marry someone who doesn't have a great job. As long as they love me and I love them, that's enough for me. And she was like, well, that's not right. She was like, well, you need to make sure you marry a rich guy. I was like, well, what if he's not rich? Like, I just love him. Like, that's enough for me. And we just went back and forth. She kept telling me how that wasn't good. And I just remember looking at her and I was just like, well, this is the makeup for today. As always, thank you so much for listening.
May marks 20 years since I was in a fire and could have very well died if I wasn't wearing fireproof pajamas. I'll show you guys my scars because I think it makes a little more sense when you can see what's going on. So these are my hands. I've been told I have old lady hands since I was in elementary school. I really don't care. These hands do a lot for me and I'm thankful for them. And I also think it helps me to not give a fuck about things like Botox, because how am I going to care about these wrinkles when this is what my hands look like? I don't care. I'm just happy my body is healthy and functional. This is what my arms look like. And then when you look right here, you can see this very clear line of where like my regular skin is and where my burned skin is. And that's because I was wearing a t-shirt capri pajama set. And the line is where the t-shirt ended. I'll show you guys the lines on my legs where the pants cut off. So it's different on each leg. So I think they might have actually been full-length pants, but you know how when you wake up, they're like all scrunched up? I think that's what happened, because on this leg, you can see that burns go up to about here, about halfway up my leg. And on this side, it's much lower. It's like right here that the burns went up to. But all of this, my entire trunk, was safe. They did have some minor burns, but no 3rd-degree burns except for on my knee from when I crawled out. And for some reason, this knee didn't get it so bad. But this knee did. This is a really bad one. They had to do a skin graft on this knee. Because I was wearing those pajamas, I only got burned on like 20% of my body, or maybe a smidge less. And that means they were able to use my back to take skin grafts from. So I don't know if you guys can see this lighter skin. They took strips of skin off my whole back, and then they put it on my arms and my legs. And they also took skin from my thighs. I'll show you that next. So that light skin you see right here is where they took the skin from for the skin grafts. And they did it on both sides. So here is where they took it, and then here is where they took it. I got my tattoos on my regular skin. I know some people get their tattoos on their burned skin. I don't know why. That's not something I want to do. I feel like my scars bring enough attention on their own. I really don't need to add anything to them. And my burned skin is a little more sensitive than my regular skin, so I would rather just get any work done, any tattoos, anything like that on my stronger skin. But yeah, here's my little PSA. This isn't something that people think about. We never thought about it, but it might be worth it to look into getting some flame-resistant pajamas for your kids, especially if they're going into a situation where you think the risk of fire could be a little higher. Maybe camping, if you're worried about your kid falling in the fire or something like that. This is just an extra layer of protection, and it obviously really works.
I just got broken up with a little less than a week ago, and I'm already on a planned vacation, so that kind of has helped. But I am dreading going home. Me and my ex lived together throughout like the whole duration of our actual relationship, and the minute he ended things with me, it was my house, my lease, my everything. So the minute he ended everything with me, I told him to get his shit and get out. And you know, a lot of people are like, oh, like, you know, you're so girl boss, like, you know, you did the thing. Of course it hurt me in the moment to see him like physically getting, like, actually, like, when I said that, he got his ass right up. He got his ass right up and started packing. I was just like, yes, I know this is stand your ground, don't go back on it. No, wait, let's talk. No, he said it's over. I'm never gonna beg anyone to love me. I told him that. He knows that. I told him about past relationships where I did the same thing, and I was like, you don't want to be with me? Then bye. And he still decided to do that, and I think he was shocked that I told him to get out and get all this stuff, but he knew who I was, he knew how I operated, and he knew that was going to be the outcome. regardless of any of that, I'm genuinely dreading going home. Like I said, I told him to get all his shit, and he did, and I was there for a few days before the vacation, probably like 2 or 3, and like just coming back from the gym, like breaking down because I'm pulling in the driveway and his truck isn't there anymore. You know, I walk in the house and he's not there anymore. His shoes aren't there, his hats aren't there, all his stuff on the walls aren't there, all his clothes aren't there, his toothbrush isn't there. Being and living in a relationship with someone, and of course when something like this happens and like one of them leaves, you know, the area, and it's just like so empty now. I think that's just like the worst part. And like when I'm home, like it just like, it doesn't feel real still. Like it genuinely doesn't feel real. Like, you know, I like open my phone expecting to see his name, or those days before I came here where I was home, like I'm laying in bed about to go to bed and I'm like thinking like I need to wait for him to come home, but like he's not coming home. Or like I said, when I come home, I'm just like, I don't see his truck anymore. I walk in and like, of course I see the dogs and they're happy to see me, but it's like, you know, they're probably so confused too. At the end of the day, I know I deserve better, and everything he was hiding and lying to me about this whole time is like not okay, especially because I told him I wasn't okay with it. But this is just, I don't know, this is just my TikTok diary where I'm just gonna come here and complain and cry because like I'm actually really sad, you know, because this was a guy that everyone told me would give me my world on a golden platter, would love you endlessly, take care of you, provide for you, and he said the same thing. And you know, I let it slide during the relationship because he wasn't doing that, but, you know, he was going through stuff, I was going through stuff, you know, we were figuring it out together, and, you know, instead of continuing to figure it out, he wanted to give up. I don't even know what the point of this video is. It's just to say, like, men are horrible, women are horrible, we're all horrible, but just, you know, stand on your morals, stand on your ground. You know, like I said, I told him I was never going to beg anyone to love me, and the minute he said it was over, I told him to pack his stuff up. I think he was surprised that I was so quick with it, but those are my morals. Those are my standards. I always told him I'm never going to beg anyone to love me. He always asked me how to deal with his relationship with his mom and dad, and I told him the same way I did with my parents. They abandoned me and they didn't love me, and who knows if they still do, but I will never, ever again beg anyone to be in my life. And he knew that, and he still decided to end it, and that's okay. I told him to get out, got all of his stuff packed, told him to never come back again, blocked him on everything before he even left my property. And yeah, it feels really good. It feels girl boss. I stood on my business. But, you know, after everything was packed up, it was so empty and quiet and lonely. But I know I'm gonna get through it, just like I got through all the other heartaches and all the other things. I think this one was just the hardest because he was a very close friend of mine for months beforehand. He wanted to be with me. I gave him a chance. And, you know, at first I wasn't with it. And, you know, everyone just, you know, because I didn't want to ruin our relationship. And that's exactly what I didn't want to ruin. We had such a good friendship. I didn't want to ruin that. And, you know, give him a chance. I'll give him your world. Like, he loves you. Can't you see how in love he is with you? Like, you can't see that he loves you. So I thought he loved me, and I gave him a chance. But obviously, he was doing stuff the whole time we were in a relationship. So obviously, he didn't love me. I'm sorry. Like, I can kind of accept that now, because I'm such a person that's like, if you're able to do that to somebody, you can't love them. And some people are like, you can still love someone and hurt them. I don't believe that. If you loved me, truly loved me, and cared about me, you would have never done 2% of everything you did to me. Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop that because, like, I need to calm down. But this feels so good to just vent and let it out. Know that, you know, you're not alone. Like, every girl out here, every man out here, we're all getting our hearts broken. We're all getting cheated on. We're all going through things. And I think having a support group is so important. It's so amazing. And just having people you can, like, fall on. And, like, even just talking to this camera and just looking at my beautiful self, like, I feel better. So whatever, if you broke your heart, just go make TikToks about it. I am still dreading going home. Tomorrow's the last day. I'm excited to see my dogs, but I'm not excited to see my empty house and my empty driveway.
The time has come.
This is my story time on why I do not attend the University of Mississippi anymore. This is like something that I've been wanting to do because I feel like I'm not the only one in this situation, or that this has happened to. You don't really know someone until you live with them. So with that being said, we have roommate A and roommate B. Roommate A and I have known each other since we were like 10 years old. Roommate B and I met on the first day of class. We all joined the same sorority, Phi Mu, which I love so much. I love Phi Mu so much. Like, so thankful for the people I met in there, the friendships I made. Like, my little, I love her so much. But with that being said, this is just my experience, what I went through, something that was really traumatizing and like has like caused me to have a lot of anxiety and mental health problems. So I'm just gonna get to the point because it's just such a long story, and there might be a part 2. A little backstory: me and roommate A have always fought like sisters because we just know each other. And at the end of the day, we always apologize because we know we're in the wrong. Both of us are in the wrong because there's no need to argue about stupid things. But there were some red flags. Like, she would always like make a comment about like an Instagram post that I did, like, why do you look like that? Like, I remember she made a comment about me in my prom post from senior year, being like, oh my god, like, you look so stupid, and like stuff like that. I don't know if she said that, but like just like that. And I just kind of put it off. I'll like make dinner and she's like, ew, what are you eating? That looks disgusting. Like, and it's just, you know, like those people, you're just like just let me live, you know. But no. But anyway, so it all started at LSU weekend on the drive home. LSU is a very special place for me and my family because it was my dream school. My dad's from Louisiana, so he grew up at LSU basically. Like, he was going to football games, stuff like that. So my family's really big LSU fans, so this game was pretty big for us. And it was my first time seeing my parents and my grandparents were tagging along, and I haven't seen them in a while, so just like it's a lot of excitement and like, I don't know, just like sadness because I like love my family and leaving them is so hard. But it's my first time seeing them, and this is like late October. And so basically everything's fine. They're going to the bathroom every 5 seconds, which is annoying, but it's whatever. So all day I was just trying to like be with my parents. I didn't really care about what they were doing. And so by the end of the night, Ole Miss and LSU were like tied or something, and it was going to go into overtime, but we didn't know that yet. But my parents drove us, and they were like, we have to get back because we have to get up really early in the morning. And I was like, okay, I understand, like, let's go. They didn't want to leave, and I was like, okay, we're walking over. Like, my parents who drove us, my grandparents who cannot stay out late, want to leave. That's just a respectful thing to do. They bought our tickets. They drove us. I think as a guest, not like a guest, as someone who is someplace with another family, you should be respectful and leave with the family and whatever, unless you want to leave on your own. But you're not going to make like my whole family wait. Like, my dad and my grandpa and my grandma all went down like to leave to go to the car, and they didn't want to leave, so my mom sat up there with us, and I was just annoyed. I was like, okay, whatever. And then we're walking back. It's a long walk back, and my dad's like, are they mad at you? Because they weren't talking to me. They were just, them two just like standing like 20 yards back, just like watching the game on their phone. And I was like, okay, whatever. Like, I was like, no, I don't really care. No, they can be mad, whatever. So we're in the car, and LSU wins. There were some things said in the car, like, about LSU that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because LSU is a special place for me and my family, and just saying that is just like not nice, and it's not. So whatever, we go back to the hotel, whatever, everything's fine. I get up at 5 a.m. to say goodbye to my parents and my grandparents, and then I'm upset, so like I don't go to bed until like 6 a.m. And so I'm like, okay, I have time to sleep until like 10:30 before we can get up and get ready to go. No, it is like 8:30, getting up, brushing teeth, showering, and I'm like, I'm tired, and if you know me, I need sleep to survive. And I was just really angry. I was like, oh my god, they're like, we have stuff to do at home, like I have homework. You could have told me that like on the way here, so we could have planned this differently. But anyway, so I'm upset, and then my parents brought me a lot of stuff from home that I needed, and so I had a lot of bags. So I was like, okay, can you wait up here while I go down to the car and put my stuff in the car, and then I can come back up, grab the rest of my stuff, and then we can all leave together. No, I get to the elevator, they're sitting there, and I'm like, I'm already like angry, and I'm like, I told you I'll wait. So now I have to go back up to the room by myself to grab everything else by myself because they didn't want to help in the least. So I grab my stuff, I go like back down to my car. They're just sitting in my car, all the doors open, the trunk's open. This isn't like Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Like, yes, it's broad daylight, but you need to like really think about it, you know. And so I was just like, oh my god, like, I'm just kind of passed away. And I was like trying to keep myself from saying something, but I did. I was like, y'all being so disrespectful. Like, can y'all just stop? Taking full accountability for what I said, because I shouldn't have said anything, but I did. So we pulled to get gas, and I was like, you know, Venmo me for gas. And they're asking me to Venmo their moms for the Ubers. And I'm like, well, if you want to get home, like, I need gas money. And previously, one of my roommate's moms told my mom that tell roommate blah to pay for gas, and did they? No. And so I'm like texting my parents. I'm like, hey, can you move some money in my account? Like, I need gas money. Like, sorry. So my parents moved money in my account, and I already like hate that because it's gonna have to be part 2 because I'm not even close to the worst part. But so I literally just explode. I'm like, y'all being so disrespectful. You're acting like brats. Like, this is unacceptable. Like, y'all really need to think about what you were doing, like your actions this weekend. And then it's just like back and forth, like just screaming at each other. And yes, I started it because I was just angry. And then there's silence the whole car ride home. 5 hours, and I'm exhausted. I have like the little like line meter that's dinging every 20 seconds, like of me driving. It's like, and I'm exhausted, and I'm getting called psycho, like whatever, for just being emotional, for just saying something. Like, this is so long. But anyway, so we get back, and I like turn around and I go to like my friend's house for a sec, because I was like, I need to cool off because like that was just insane. I get back and I'm like unpacking, the door's locked. They're all like downstairs. They just unlock the door, they don't open it. They just like unlock and leave. And so that's when everything started. And I was just like really upset. So I went straight to bed, and then I got yelled at for not coming down for dinner. But I just drove 5 hours, and I was tired. I hadn't eaten all day. I didn't eat until like 10 p.m. and we got back at like 5. So let me know if y'all want a part 2, because it gets so much worse. Like, I got receipts. Wow. I just woke up. It's 8:43. I just want to start by saying I'm so thankful to everyone who has commented such sweet things, texted me. Like, it's actually insane. Like, thank y'all so much. There are 2 sides to every story, and I think this is just me sharing my side. So, with that being said, welcome to part 2. This one's gonna be fun. Okay, so basically, a few days pass after the whole debacle because our schedules just don't line up, and they texted me while I was at work and were like, we need to talk about living situations for next year. I was like, all right, like, let's talk about it. And so I'm at work. I don't get off until 10. And so I text them later, and I'm like, are you guys still up to talk? I get no response. So I'm like, okay. And then I text them again. I'm like, I'm on my way home. Are you guys still available to talk? No response. No response. And this is 2 days after the whole fight. And I'm just like driving home. So I finally get back to my house, and to my surprise, they're both sitting on the couch waiting for me. Like, I'm just waiting to get ganged up on. Like, they're sitting on the couch like, I'm like, bet, here we go. I'm exhausted at this point because I just had work until 10 p.m. and I had class all day. And so I walk up to the door. They're both sitting on the couch with these stinky faces, like, and the door's locked. And I have all of my crap in my hands, like, from school, like, from work that I had. And they don't unlock the door. They're just still sitting on the couch. So in my head, the whole ride home of me just contemplating what could go wrong is I'm like, I'm just going to take the high road. I'm just going to apologize. And, like, hopefully, like, we can all move past it. So I'm just going to apologize, even though I have nothing to apologize for. Just my emotions, being emotional. I mean, I do, like, apologize for what I said. But, like, I was just being emotional and annoying. But to my surprise, they weren't wanting an apology. They were just waiting to sit there to just tear me to shreds for 15 minutes. And I apologized. I said I was acting out of emotions. I was just being human. Like, I'm so sorry. Just for them to sit there and say, we don't know how to move past this. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what? And this has never happened before, ever. They're telling me, like, I need to change, like, something needs to change, like, and I'm like, this is insane. So we got nowhere in that conversation. And so I, like, gave up and just went to bed because I just wanted to move on. And obviously they didn't. They just wanted to sit there and tear me to shreds and gang up on me. So none of that. And that night I actually that was probably, like, the worst night was that night, because I was up until, like, just crying my eyes out because of how terrible of a person they made me feel, and, like, telling me I need to change when, no, honey, look in the mirror. But yeah, so I immediately, like, the next morning, I immediately, like, call my mom, and she's like, go to Bama, get up, get showered, go to Bama. And I'm still crying at this point. Go to Bama. I text my friends, hey, can I come? They're like, yes. So I get to Bama, and I just, like, I literally just, like, don't have to worry about anything. I'm just like, and I went to see my true friends, and my true friends stick by you, or your true friends stick by you in situations. This is just not that. Like, I needed to realize that, like, I needed to choose myself and like they were never ever gonna forgive me. Just wanted to get the upper hand and just yell at me and tell me I'm a terrible person and tell me that I need to change. So I went to Bama and I had the best weekend with my true friends. And I'm so thankful for them, all of them. Ellery, Bryden, Bailey, Avery, Maddie. I love y'all. Literally till death do us part. Like, so I get back from Bama and it's like Halloween and they still haven't spoken to me, like, at all. Like, I'm scared to come out of my room because I'm like, I don't want to get screamed at for nothing again. So I'm just like, okay, I go to Arkansas. I get invited to go to Arkansas and I'm like, let's go. Like, it was a really fun weekend, stress-free weekend. And then it's time to come home and it's time to have a conversation with them. I've been talking to my mom. I've been talking to everyone and I'm like, I cannot stay in this house any longer. Like, I will actually pass away because I just couldn't do, like, I was scared to leave my room. You know, like, I wasn't eating until 10 p.m. Like, not how you want to feel in your own house. And I obviously knew from the conversation prior that we weren't going to move on. So I was like, okay, our friendship is over. Everything's done. Like, okay, bye. So after I get back from Arkansas, it's time to have our second conversation. And I text them. I'm like, hey, do you guys mind, like, coming downstairs? Like, I want to talk to y'all. I walk downstairs and to my surprise, another brawl comes into whatever. But it's just basically me telling them, like, I'm moving out, like, and I provided the couch and I paid for most of the TV because one of the roommates did not pay for the TV. And like, this is like way too long and I don't know if people are gonna watch it, but basically screaming, I have it on video, and telling me I'm a horrible, telling them to their faces that I am moving out and I'm done with our friendship, and they're telling me I'm a bad person for telling them when they were just gonna not say anything. They're like, roommate A was like, I'm not a bad person for you're telling us that you don't want to be our friend, you're a bad person. And I'm like, at least I'm saying it to your face and letting y'all know that I'm not living with y'all next year and I'm moving out. And another thing, they called maintenance on my room. On my room. Are you kidding me? Calling maintenance on my room for a clogged toilet? Girl. And then I text them and roommate A's like, oh, it was for me. Did they ever come back? No. Just for my room. Please. And you were home when they knocked on the door and I answered it. Thank y'all so much again for all the love and support. And let me know if y'all want a part 3, because it gets way worse. Welcome back to part 3. I'm so excited. I just want to say I was not expecting that video to blow up like it did. And I'm so thankful. So thankful. So let's just get into it because it's tea, y'all. It's tea. So basically, after the whole ordeal, the second brawl is when it was bad. Like, bad. Like, this is when the harassment started. Like, yes, before, but like this is like 10 times worse. Like, so after I told them I was moving out and that whole screaming match, I'm not gonna post the video because I just think I want to be respectful, but at the same time, like, say my piece. I seriously felt like I was trapped in a nut house. It was like actually insane. So I try to go on about like my days, but I'm like hearing stories from my friends about what they're saying about me. Like, they're telling my guy friends stuff. They're coming up to me. But when I kid you not, like, it got so bad. And the whole thing happened in October and I had to wait until mid-December to leave. So I was being tormented for 2 months straight. The doors are slamming every time they come home. Slam the door. And I'm in the upstairs bedroom, and the door is like, the stairs are here, and I'm in the bedroom upstairs over here, and the door slamming shakes my door. So I'm like, what the heck? I also didn't get invited to the formal pregame. That they literally invited all of my friends. My freaking little was invited, and I wasn't. I was like, okay, period. Thankfully, I had other me to their pregame, and so I was like, I didn't have nothing, but I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, invite my little, all of my friends, like, great. And so I text one of my best friends, Ellery, and I'm like, please come to Ole Miss this weekend. Like, I don't know, like, how I'm going to live if I don't have you here. And to my surprise, like, she witnessed it. I was really upset and, like, depressed because I didn't get invited to, like, the formal where all of, like, my friends that I've made. And it's hard because they're not just, like, my roommates, they were in my friend group. So it just, like, but I'm so thankful for the friends that I've made at Ole Miss. Like, I'm Ole Miss through and through, but I still have friends. Like, I still will be visiting them, but just the harassment that they took to the point of, like, is insane. So I'll insert a video of them slamming the doors. And I took so many videos because I was like, girl, like, I am not making this shit up. But when my friend Ellery came down to visit, we were just in my room because, you know, the house was just, it didn't feel like mine. I was scared to leave my room, so, like, we just stayed in my room. And we were just in my room getting ready for bed, and they come home. And to my surprise, like, the slamming doors has already been happening before this, but, like, I just felt like everyone thought it was just in my head. I was being over dramatic. No. Ellery witnessed it firsthand. They come home. It's like midnight. Me and Ellery just in my room getting ready for bed, and slams the door as hard as they could and fake stomps up the stairs. Fake stomps. Our stairs are, like, pretty, like, there's a lot of stairs, but we only heard, like, 4 stomps. So they literally just, like, fake stomped up the stairs. And me and Ellery were like, I was like, finally, like, I was like, somebody finally witnessed, like, their insanity. And we texted our group chat, and Ellery was like, dude, like, this is actually insane. Like, they are insane. Like, slamming the doors to the point of breaking the door and having maintenance come and fix it is crazy. Like, I immediately was like, oh my God. Like, that's insane. That is actually insane. And so just having someone there to witness it, because, you know, like, you think you're crazy, but, and then, like, you're not, and just feeling that validation just makes you feel so much better. But it's also like, yeah, like, this is what I'm going through. Like, and then it came down to the point of when I was moving out. I had to move everything out by myself, but I'm so thankful for my guy friends who helped me move, like, the couch and the TV, like, my bed, my dresser, everything. But before that, we come back from Thanksgiving. We have 2 weeks until Christmas break. So I'm like, okay, I'll buy some groceries, like, to make myself dinner because, you know, I got a lot of stuff to do. So to my surprise, I come home from work and I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. They took away the pots and pans from me. They hid the silverware. They took away the pots and pans. So all of these, the groceries that I bought, $100 worth of groceries, wasted. I couldn't make any food. I couldn't eat anything. Like, they starved me for 2 weeks. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that is just insane. Like, I'm, like, moving out and I'm taking my stuff with me, but taking the pots and pans, oh my God. And then after I move everything out, like, the couch, everything, they just decide to take everything that I own and throw all over the floor in the living room. All over the floor. My Keurig, my plates that I bought, like, all over the floor. It's like my crap. Stuff that I bought for the guest bathroom, all over the floor. Like, are you serious? Like, what do you think you're doing with that? Like, I just wanted to leave it. I was like, they made that mess, they can clean it up. Like, just, like, what? Like, that's insane. Like, I was like, and I'm trying to get someone to sublease my room so I don't have to pay $800 every month while I'm not living there. And I do. I find someone, she's a really sweet girl, she's in FIMU. She comes to see me, she wants to live there, like, and I'm like, great. So I text the leasing people and I'm like, I'm not comfortable talking to my roommates because at that point I was like, oh my God, like, this is insane. And so they're like, it's fine, like, we'll talk to them, like, just send their information to the girl that wants to live in your room, she'll text them. So I did. A week goes by, the girl has texted them twice, and the leasing people texted them twice, no response. So to my surprise, they don't respond to anyone, and it's because I posted on my story, I found someone to take my lease, and someone told them, and I don't care because it's true, I did, and they were like, it's not final till we say it's final. Literally went off on me. It's final, like, stop spreading lies. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, I understand, like, can y'all leave me alone? And they're like, no. Like, wouldn't stop harassing me about the word final. I was like, oh my God. Like, this has got to be a joke. And so that's the end of it. I'm still paying $800 a month. They're psycho and crazy and made my life a living hell and put me in the worst mental state I've ever been in my entire life. So, peace, love.
So here's my pool guy cleaning my pool, except I don't have a pool guy. Little backstory here. So all weekend I was doing some yard work, trimming up, cleaning up, getting the pool spotless. I actually got a new robot vacuum that I was testing out and doing a bunch of other stuff with it. And I finally got it all kind of figured out, dialed in, got the pool looking mint this weekend, okay? Amazing. I am working from home and I'm sitting here and I hear the dreaded noise of the blower, okay? And I don't have landscapers. We do it. We do it all ourselves. But I hear the blower going. And I run out there, and sure enough, a rainbow of shit goes into my pool that the backyard neighbor is below, their landscaper. It's not the backyard neighbor doing it, but their landscapers are blowing that shit directly into my pool, okay? Frustrated. And I live in Arizona where our houses are on top of each other. I've got 2 neighbors to the sides and technically 3 behind me. And the one directly behind, they have those beautiful bushes with the pink flowers that when they fall off, they float like a feather and they just make an absolute mess. They're beautiful. I actually love looking at them from my yard, but they messy, okay? But the blowers that these landscapers use, those blowers have a function of sucking, okay? Use the sucker in a close proximity yard where, listen, it's not like they have the woods behind them that they could just blow these leaves into, okay? You have, where is it gonna go? It's obviously gonna go into one of our yards. Hello? My neighbor next door, they've called and bitched about it in the past, and whatever. So anyway, I see this coming over and I'm freaking pissed. So I grab my stool and I run out there and I climb up and I'm yelling at the guy. I sound like a maniac.
he can't hear me. He's got like headphones and freaking mufflers on and whatever. He don't even know what he's doing. And so I walk my happy ass out down the street, around the corner to the backyard neighbor's street. And first of all, I was going to knock on their door and tell them what was happening, but they got a little sign. Please don't ring the doorbell. Our dogs will bark and then they'll go crazy and then it'll make us go crazy. Okay, I won't make you go crazy right now, okay? So I look and I get the name off the side of the truck of the landscaper and I call him. And he answers with an attitude immediately. So I'm thinking like, did you hear me yelling across the yard this whole time? You know it's me right now, don't you? So anyway, he answers with a tude. I ask him if he's on the street right now that I am on. That's the neighbors. And he says, no, I'm in that neighborhood, but I'm not in that street. That must be one of my workers. So I'm talking to the owner now. And I said, okay, well, we've called on this a couple different times and you guys blow shit into the yard. You can't, like, you're blowing all the shit into the yard. And he's like, well, when we use the blowers, sometimes like a leaf or two will straggle on over and we can't help that. And I said, sir, if this were a leaf or two, I wouldn't be calling you. I said, unless you are going to come to my yard after and clean it up, this shit's got to stop. So he goes on back and forth defending himself. And then finally, he knows I ain't quitting. He says, all right, fine. What's your address? I'm going to come clean it. I said, fabulous. This is the address. You can come if you'd like and clean it up. I'll have the backyard open, whatever. Little mister comes over and he grabs the skimmer and he just skims the pool and leaves everything else in the yard that was just blown in just sitting there. I'm so aggravated. I have half a mind to call them back again, but I'm just going to get the same attitude. And then part of me is like, do I really want an angry man that I'm pissing off to come over here and do something for me right now? Like, not necessarily. But Arizona peeps, does this happen to you? Or are your landscapers civil human beings and understand that you cannot blow shit into the other person's yard? Because I see the people like in parking lots and stuff of like shopping centers, those landscapers just blow it everywhere. And I kind of get it because it's like there's more space and like whatever, you blow it over to one side and then maybe suck it up. But this is, I don't know if they just got a superpower blower that's just shooting, but this thing's powerful and that's blowing like a ton of stuff, not just those little pink flowers, like a bunch of shit into my yard. I didn't ask for this life, okay? I know I live in a neighborhood that we all live close together. This is the shit that's going to drive me out of Arizona. I love Arizona, but if I can't get some space and some land and some separation, I'm going to go nutty if this continues. So, landscapers, feel free to weigh in. People that live in a community, weigh in. What do you do? Is this normal? Is this okay? Because I think not.
Story time on how my ex talking stage convinced me I was getting kidnapped. This is a judgment-free zone. We're not gonna judge me. I'm over at his house, and I do have to change some aspects of the story that white people don't know who this is for legal reasons, but he had a lot of brothers per se. And one day I'm on his couch, like we're on his couch, like he's playing video games and like watching him play video games again, like get help. So anyways, all of his like brothers are like, oh, good night, like we're going to bed, which I thought was a little weird that they were saying good night to us, but I was like, okay, whatever, like I guess they're being extra nice today. So then all of a sudden he's like, oh shoot, like I left my wallet in my car. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, oh, come with me. I was like, okay, like whatever, like why do you need your wallet right now? Why'd you leave your wallet in the car? Whatever. So we go outside to get his wallet, and he is like, all of a sudden, these like, so we're here, and there's this guy walking up the street this way, and he's like, I think I blocked out from like trauma, but he's like, yo, I need directions. And he was like, yeah, where do you need directions to? And I'm like, this is so weird, like, why does he need directions? And because we're in like a suburban neighborhood, I'm like, why does this random man need directions? I'm like already very off put. And then there's another guy walking up, because he lives on the corner. There's another guy walking up and he's saying like, oh, like pretty lady, like what are you doing tonight? And I was like, oh, like I was like barely responding. And then mind you, I'm like tweaking. And so at this point I'm on this side of the car and the guy that I was talking to is on the other side of the car, and I'm like, we're gonna call him Greg. I'm like, Greg, we gotta go inside. Greg, we gotta go inside. And he's like, no, it's fine. And I was like, no, like we need to go inside. And they start saying like, pretty girl, you're coming home with me tonight. Pretty girl, like you're coming home, like all this stuff. I honestly don't remember. I was shaking. I was shaking out of my mind. And he was like, no, like, it's fine. And he was like, come here. And obviously, I'd rather be with him in the middle of the road than be on the other side of the car, closer to the house. Clearly, I wasn't thinking clearly. I was so stressed. I literally was, like, shaking. And so eventually, I go over next to him, and I'm like, can we please go inside? Can we please go inside? I'm, like, shaking. And he's like, no, like, it'll be fine. And then eventually, they both are, like, getting closer to us. And then one of them starts walking up the driveway, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we can't go home. And then the guy that's talking to me goes, run. And he is, like, super, super athletic. And I am, like, I dance, like, and I am not a runner. And he starts, like, running. I'm in slippers. I kick off my slippers. I start sprinting, and he starts laughing. And then all of the other guys start, like, laughing. And he was like, see, it's a joke. Guys, when I tell you, that was, like, the least funny thing ever. And I know it doesn't sound, like, super insane, but, like, I literally felt so scared and, like, awful. And he thought it was so funny. His, like, mom thought it was really funny. And I'm just sitting there, like, tweaking, like, literally, like, verge of tears, like, heart is, like, racing out of my chest. And they're all, like, all of his brothers think it's the funniest thing ever. Obviously, because, like, it is funny from the outside, but also, like, that is not something that you joke about. And I feel like, looking back, it's like, oh, like, what on earth? But, like, at the time, I was like, oh, like, haha, yeah, it's funny, like, I don't understand it. Like, I don't, like, my brother is, like, 8 years older than me. I'm like, okay, like, I guess I don't get it, because, like, I don't have, like, a brother who's, like, pranked me like that. Like, I'm just ignorant. No, you're smart, Sadie. That's not normal. But anyways, after that, I literally was, like, so scared to go in, like, any, like, parking lots or anything. And I live in a very, very safe area, which is why it's, like, so funny to me. But a few, like, 4 months later, actually, I was in my gym parking lot and I was leaving, and this girl started screaming, like, bloody murder. And I instantly got the same feeling in my chest, like, oh my gosh, like, I'm going to die, like, I'm gonna get kidnapped, I'm so scared. And I'm in the parking lot, and I see this girl, like, going into the gym. I run up to her, and I'm literally, like, crouching down next to her. She looked at me like I was, like, crazy. But when the girl started screaming, I literally got so scared. And then she's like, oh, it's okay, it's just a hit and run, like, they're fine. And I was like, oh, like, I'm so sorry. Like, anyways, so all this to say, if your talking stage pranks to you that you're getting kidnapped, leave. Your boyfriend, husband would never do that to you. And that's also, like, not funny. And, like, they literally all thought it was so funny. And guys, I was, like, tweaking. I was so scared. Anyways, I love you guys so much, and I just think that's, like, a tiny bit, I guess it's not as, like, crazy to say it out loud, but, like, to experience it, and, like, the absolute, like, gut wrench that I felt was, like, insane. So part 2 on my crazy roommate. So I realized my Tory Burch bracelet's missing, and I go to her and I'm like, hey, like, have you seen my Tory Burch bracelet? Like, it was in the bathroom and it's not there. And she was like, wait, weren't there 3? And I'm thinking, I'm like, oh my goodness, there were 3 bracelets. And as I'm realizing that, I realized that she has on this Every Jewels necklace that I also have. And I was like, wait a minute. So I go in my room and I look for my Every Jewels necklace, and it's not there. So then I look for my Hermes necklace. It's also not there. And at this point, I'm like, oh, there's no way, because I know I have, like, a junk drawer and my Hermes charm. I just brought the charm with me to school because my Hermes chain broke, which, speaking of Hermes, what are we doing? So I just brought the charm to school, and it was in my junk drawer, and I knew exactly where it was in there, and it wasn't there, and I was like, no way. So I'm like, oh my gosh, she has it. And I knew that she had it because when we were friends, again, I made a comment about how she locked the door to shower, and I was like, and she was like, oh, like, my big or or something said that you need to be careful because roommates can be crazy. And I was like, okay, whatever, like, that's stupid. And then I was like, oh my gosh, she said that, like, hello, look at the mirror. So I was like, oh my goodness. So the next day, I'm super stressed. Like, I really want that necklace. It's obviously, like, really special to me, and I also, it's just so cutie. And so I was like, I think I should be direct. And I was texting with my family back and forth, and they were like, you should just ask her if she happens to have it, and then she can, like, fess up. I was like, no, like, I need to just be like, give me my stuff back. And so I'm, like, really stressed. I go to the gym. I'm walking back from the gym, and I realize one of my life's doors open, and we were, like, kind of friends. So I was like, let me ask him what he thinks. So I asked him, and he was like, oh, like, you should just talk to her in person. And I was like, oh, why didn't I think of that? I didn't think of that because I didn't want to, but, like, he told me to do it, so I was like, okay, whatever. So I knock on his door, and I'm like, no, I knock on her door. Wait a minute. I knock on her door, and I'm like, oh, hi, like, I know this is crazy, but, like, I think you have my stuff. Like, I really don't know where it is. I'm really, really stressed. I think I started crying. Like, I'm pretty sure I started crying. And she gives me a hug. But, okay, first, context. As I'm talking and I'm listing off everything that's missing, she is, like, backing up, and she's avoiding eye contact with me. And I am not the best with, like, reading people. Like, okay, I'm not the best at, like, reading. I don't know how to describe that, but, like, I don't feel like that's something that I'm super good at. But it was so obvious. Like, she was backing up. She wasn't looking at me, and I was like, oh my gosh, you have it. Like, and I just caught you. But I didn't even care. Like, I just wanted my stuff back. And so she was like, Sadie, no, like, I would never do that. And I was like, okay, but like, and I was like, I know it sounds literally so crazy, but I'm just so stressed. And like, my mom's going to like the RA, like, I was like, I don't, the police RA, I don't know, I said one of them. And she was like, well, like, what? And so she was like, you know what? I think we're gonna call our friend Lynn. She's like, I think Lynn might have it. She's like, Lynn like goes in the bathroom and like, since we share everything, she probably just thought it was mine, and like, I don't know. So I show her a picture of my Hermes necklace, and mind you, it was just a charm. And it was just a charm. And I show her the picture of the full necklace, and she goes, is it both? And I said, what do you mean both? Like, I played dumb. And she's like the charm and the necklace. And I was like, no, it's just a charm. And she's like, you know what? I think I have seen that on Lynn's desk. And mind you, why on earth would you ask if it was both if you didn't have it? So I was like, okay, yeah. Like, and I was like, oh, awesome. Like, can you just put it outside my door tomorrow? Like, I'll get it. And she's like, yeah, of course. Like, send me pictures of everything and I'll see. And I showed her a picture of my sunglasses because those are also missing, but those I didn't think she had. She's like, I've never seen those before. And I was like, okay, so you've seen everything else. Gotcha. So the next day I text her, I'm like, hey, can I have my stuff back? And she's like, Lynn, it's not in Lynn's desk. And I was like, okay, tell Lynn to find it. And she's like, no, like, Lynn doesn't have it. And I was like, you admitted to having it. I want my necklace outside my door by the end of the day. And she was like, no, like, we don't have it. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I go to the RA. We have a mediation. Guys, first semester, I did everything with Sydney, right? Like, literally every single thing. It was just us against the world, which is, like, what we always joked about. And, like, I have a ton of friends, like, and I adore Sydney, but, like, obviously, like, I did make more friends second semester. But first semester, it was just us. And so we didn't really have people over to our dorm. And so we get in this mediation, and this girl's like, they always have huge groups of people over, and they're always blasting music late at night, and it's just so annoying. And like, I just feel so left out because they're all friends. Because like, me and Sydney and our other roommate were like friends, and like, we did stuff without her, obviously, because she didn't like us. And she was like, I just feel so left out, and like, I just hate, like, it's just so hard living here. I feel like I can't voice my opinions on anything. I literally was sitting in that mediation trying not to laugh, because I was like, first off, where are these groups of people that we have over? Because I would love to meet them. Like, seriously, I would love to meet them. Second off, her and her best friend were always so loud in her room, which is totally fine. It didn't bother me because, like, it's a dorm. Like, yeah, be loud. Like, have fun. Whatever. But I was like, check me. Like, hello. Like, you too, baby. But anyway, she's like, we need quiet hours. And I was like, when would you like to have quiet hours? And she was like, well, we just need to be quiet. I was like, okay. She couldn't put quiet hours up because her and her roommate, her friend, whatever, are just as loud. Anyways, so this mediation, me and the other two girls that weren't her looked so stupid because she just, like, obviously, like, the RA is gonna side with, like, the, like, poor victim because, like, that's what she did. And then I'm gonna say because, like, I'm missing my stuff. Whatever. Anyways, so I go to the police. They obviously don't do anything. My poor other roommate also, it was her birthday and we had to do that mediation. Poor girl. Like, bless her heart. Anyways, so I go to the police. They obviously don't do anything for, like, 4 months. At that point, I, like, moved out. I was like, bro, I do not care anymore. Never mind. Because also, like, there's no evidence. What are they gonna do? So after that, one day I DoorDash, right? And mind you, it's like after 8:30, so the dining hall's closed. I cannot eat Cane's one more time. Like, I just want food, right? As, like, very normal to want food. And my knee was busted and I had no car. So it's not like I can walk anywhere else. So I DoorDash. God forbid a girl DoorDashes. So I'm walking back up to my dorm and she is sitting in the lobby, Pam and her friend Lynn. And I am, like, limping. I have a big, probably Wingstop or Wendy's, like, sue me. Like, I love Wendy's so much. And I'm, like, limping. Like, I look probably insane, whatever. And she's like, that bitch DoorDashes every single fucking day. Okay, so do you want to, like, go through my app or something? And don't get me wrong, like, first semester, I definitely had, like, a tiny bit of a DoorDash issue because I don't even know why, but, like, I found out about Wingstop and, like, the world was over. And anyways, and then one day I'm sitting in my room and I hear both of them talking. It might have been the same day. And I hear them talking, obviously I hear my name and it's like, she's just so big. I feel claustrophobic when we're in the same room. Then I hear, she, like, literally when she comes in, I can feel the gusts of winds from her because she's, like, humongous. Thanks so much. Yeah, they call me big a lot. And then on my birthday, they were like, I was like, oh, this shirt's, like, designed for an obese person. Her friend goes, you should give it to your roommate. Aw, thanks. And so I moved out in January. After that, I really didn't see her, except I'm finally like, wow, I knew she was moving out because obviously Sydney lived there the whole rest of the year. But one day I'm like going, and I always took the other elevator after I moved because I moved dorms but I was still in the same building. And normally I took the other elevator so that way I didn't see her, like some other people that lived over there. It was just easier.
So one day I'm on that side, so I take that elevator. Elevator opens. It's her mom, and the love of my life from first semester that was also in the story, and him. Hey, so wow. Anyways, that was the last time I saw her, and she's transferring, so she will no longer be at the University of Alabama. Bless up. Anyways, I love you guys so much, and if you're going to Alabama, or any school, lock your door, get a safe, and don't take off your jewelry low-key. Like this one never comes off anymore because I don't trust anyone. Like I actually was just looking for an acrylic chair for my bathroom for this year. I was like, oh, I could put like my jewelry and like my perfume in it, and then I was like, no, because what if someone uses your bathroom and then your jewelry's gone? So lock everything up low-key, and peace, love, and you never know about anyone ever. So at least I'm not that one fraternity's like pledge class joke, and at least I'm not in their saved chat, so we can always be grateful for that, even though I don't have a Hermes necklace or a Tory Burch bracelet. Sigh.
I thought about not sharing this story because it's honestly kind of embarrassing, but I got scammed out of $1,000 this week. And here's the story. So I was at home and my kids were sick this day. I'm just chilling at home. I get a call on my phone. It's literally the caller ID. It says it's my bank. And backstory, because I know people are gonna ask, my bank does call pretty often if you have like a fraudulent charge or something. It's a local credit union, so I don't know if every bank does that. Someone commented on my other post and was like, banks don't do that, but my bank actually does that whenever there's a fraudulent charge. So I got a call saying there was like a fraudulent charge. Somebody was at a local location, like the next city over, trying to like withdraw like $700 from my account, and they had my driver's license and social security card there, but the bank kind of recognized it as false and was calling me to verify it. And so I was like freaked out. I'm like, what the heck? Like somebody has my driver's license and social security card, like a fake one? Like what the heck? This is crazy. And so the person on the phone who says they're from the bank and is saying all the right things and like following like kind of like the protocol the bank people follow, that it seems so legitimate to me. It's like, okay, we just need you to come down to, you know, the local branch and bring your ID and social so we can, you know, verify that you're the person, and then we're going to try to have authorities apprehend this other person who is, you know, falsifying and like fraudulently trying to get into your account. I'm like, okay, like I'm like, do I have to come right now? And they're like, yeah, as soon as you can, like, so that we can, you know, get the authorities to take care of this today. And I'm like, okay, like I guess maybe that's their protocol when someone's like in person trying to do fraud at the bank. So I'm like, okay, I get the kids in the car. The bank's like less than 10 minutes from my house. The person's like, I'll stay on the line with you and stuff like that. I'm like a minute from the bank, and then they say, okay, I'm gonna transfer you to my supervisor and they can give you instructions on what to do when you get to the bank. I'm like, okay. Supervisor comes on the phone and says, hi, I'm Mr. So-and-so. I'm an FBI agent, and we're actually investigating this Suncoast location that we're sending you to for fraud. The bank managers and the tellers are being investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigations for fraud. We actually need you to go in there, and like they gave me instructions that they wanted me, that they said the FBI had frozen my account due to the fraudulent, you know, transactions from the person in Sarasota who's like working with these bank managers and tellers. Like they're all in on it somehow, doing some kind of fraud. And so they're like, we've frozen your account. We're going to put $1,000 of FBI federal funds into your account, and we need you to go to the ATM, or they told me to go inside to a teller, and you're gonna ask to withdraw that money. And they shouldn't let you withdraw that money because we've frozen your funds. So if they let you withdraw that, they are in on the fraud. You're just going to act discreet, get your money, leave the bank, and then we have federal agents and local police on scene who are ready to go in and make that arrest. I'm like in the car, like got off the phone with my husband. I'm like freaked out. I'm like, this is crazy. Like I didn't ask to be involved in any of this. Like, can I call my husband really quick? They're like, well, no, at this point, this is a federal investigation. So you can't speak to anybody else. It's an ongoing investigation that would compromise our investigation. So like they had like a setup for everything that would have stopped me from getting scammed, like going and talking to someone else, like going and verifying, like asking someone at the bank. Well, now they've told me I can't trust the people at the bank. And so I go to the bank. I'm like too scared to go in. I'm like, can I please just go through the drive-thru? Like, I have my kids in the car. And this is what aggravates me the most, is these people are heartless, don't care whatsoever about other people. Like, he's like, oh, that you're being such a great mom. Like, I know you're trying to put your kids first. Like, he keeps talking to me about my kids the whole time, like reassuring me, like, I know you're anxious. You're doing a great job though. Like, you're helping our investigation. Like, we're going to make sure that we compensate you and stuff for your time doing this. Like, this is really valuable and selfless of you. Like, this is so bad, guys. So I go to the ATM and I have to like click the little button to like see the teller on the screen. And this is the worst part. It's like the whole time I'm looking at this lady, I'm like, is she in on it? Is she a criminal? Like, this poor lady at the bank, she's like making conversation. I'm like, is she making all this conversation to like try to like hold me up or like figure out like if I'm part of this? Like, oh my gosh, it was so bad. So I'm like, please just don't give me the money, because here's the other thing is they had asked me earlier on in the call how much money I had in my account, and in my head, like pregnancy brain, I had like mixed up the numbers and I thought I only had $900 in my checking account. So I was like, if she gives me the 1,000, like this is proof that they put money in my account, because I didn't have 1,000. It turns out I did, and I was just like mixing up the numbers in my head, probably from all the stress of this experience. But anyways, so I get the money out. I'm like, crap, she gave me the money. She was in on it. Deborah at the bank was a criminal. That's what they had me believing. I feel so bad now that I was sitting there like thinking this about this lady. Meanwhile, I'm just being scammed, and I'm like, they've literally created this like psyop world that I'm living in that no one around me is a part of. And that is so messed up that they mess with your brain that much, like these scammers. Anyway, so they tell me, okay, like now you have this money. This is federal funds, federal FBI funds, and you need to return this to us immediately. So what I'm gonna need you to do, I'm gonna send you 2 little barcodes to scan. You're gonna go to your closest Walgreens or CVS, and you're gonna just send that back over to the FBI, and then you can, you know, be on your way and stuff like that. I'm just like, this whole thing has been absolutely miserable. Like, I have my kids in the car, they're scared, I'm scared. I'm like, okay, like let's just get this done. And like, I wasn't like thinking it was a scam. Like, they had me so good, guys. Like, the whole time I believed it. And I was like, my husband's like, are you still at the bank? Like, what's going on? Because he had been told, like, I had called him about the whole identity theft thing early on, but like I hadn't talked to him other than that. And so he's just like, what's going on? Like, where are you? I'm like, I'm safe. Like, that's all I can tell you. Anyways, so I go, the first pharmacy I go to, they wouldn't let me do it. And they're like, yeah, we've had some problems with it being like scams and stuff, so we can't do that. And I'm like so convinced. They keep telling me, just be discreet going on. It's still an ongoing investigation. We still need you to be discreet and cautious. So when I go to the next one, it's like taking time for him to like send me the scan codes, and like there's like such a hold up and stuff, and it's also weird. And so finally I send the money. I'm like, okay, thanks. Like, and he's like, okay, make sure you rip up those receipts. And that was like, to me, like, I'm not gonna rip up the receipts. You need to send me a confirmation that you got your federal funds back, because he kept telling me, if you don't do this immediately, and you drive off with that money anywhere else, there will be a warrant out for your arrest because you have FBI funds. And so I'm petrified. I can't call anybody else. I can't go anywhere. Like, these people are evil. I'm sorry. Like, you are straight up evil to mess with a sick, pregnant woman like this, okay? Like, anyways, so I'm like, okay. And he's like, okay, like, how far are you from home? I'm like, I'm about 5 minutes from home. He's like, okay, well, I'll wrap up the paperwork. I'll send you that confirmation. I'll call you back right about the time you're getting home. I'm like, okay, thanks. And so I get home. My husband's thankfully there. I can't, and he, by the way, like, at this point, he said I could talk about it with my husband now. And so I tell him everything that's been going on. He's like, this sounds sketchy. Like, I'm like, no, babe, like, it's real. Like, I promise. Like, I keep telling him. I was so sure of it all. And so then, basically, 20-30 minutes go by. I have no way of getting in touch with him other than what they had said, because when I had been like, how can I verify this is real? He's like, look at the number on the back of your bank card. I'm calling directly from the number. And he'd also said, if we get disconnected, like, you can just call back, like, that number, or I'll call you. And so, yeah, I was like, okay, I'll call the bank. I'll try to, like, you know, get in touch. they were like, no help. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is like such a local investigation, and because people in the bank were involved, they had to keep it discreet. And so I'm like, call the local police department, non-emergency line. They're gonna know about what's going on. Like, they had to have been involved. Like, they're gonna tell me. And I start telling them this story, and they're like, yeah, no, ma'am, this was a scam. You've been scammed. And I just like broke down into tears like immediately. And yeah, it was such a horrible experience. Like, they had me so worked up and like in an anxious state over the whole thing, because I don't like being involved with like anything with the police or anything like that. That's just not my thing. Like, I'm not a criminal or anything like that. That just gives me anxiety, like, and stuff. And so they just like knew how to hit me exactly, like, in all the places that hurt and stuff. And they just are so clever. They know what they're doing. And I know everyone will hear this story and be like, that's so ridiculous. Like, how could you fall for this? But I just have to tell you, they're really, really good at what they do, because I've heard so many scam stories and stuff and be like, oh, I wouldn't fall for that, or like, oh, now I know about that, so I won't. But they still got me. And so they got my $1,000. My only hope now is hopefully tomorrow I'll be better enough, and it's Monday, I can go to the bank, I can fill out a affidavit of fraud with my local credit union, and maybe they'll have grace and help me recover some of that money back. Otherwise, the police already marked it as a cold case, and apparently they literally can do like nothing to stop these people because they're overseas, and it's just so hard to track the money once it's sent. So that's my story. This took way longer than I expected. That's my 10-minute long story of how I got scammed out of $1,000 this week.
While I do my makeup, I'm going to tell you about the craziest story I've ever had, craziest experience of my entire life. So, I was dating this guy, and little background information, I was 16, he was 18, right, and we met on Snapchat. That was fun. And, you know, honestly, it was like, I was like, okay, cool, we're getting along. Like, I thought we got along very well, and we barely talked. Like, we met, he lived an hour away from me, we met, everything was all fine and dandy, and we started dating, like, 2 weeks after we started talking, because, you know, we're young, well, at least I was, and we're moving pretty fast, whatever. Well, we started dating, we were dating for about, I would say, 2 weeks, and he starts getting like super aggressive and super like yelly and throwing things, and I'm like excuse me, like I'm confused, and I have never dealt with that before, and I was a young teenage girl, and I'm like, what the heck's going on here? Like, and I couldn't tell anyone, because like if I told my parents, they would literally him. So it's like, okay, cool. Well, fast forward like a month in, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I don't really know, like, how to handle this. So I'm just sitting there. Well, we got to the point where he was, like, extremely abusive, physically and emotionally, whatever. And I was just sitting there, like, whatever. Like, I don't really know how to deal with this. So I was just kind of, like, just taking it like a champ, I guess. And so, fast forward, like, another week. We've been together for, like, a month at this point. And he got a new job, so he went to sleep early, and I texted him, I said, hey, I'm going to my friend's house. It's like 8 o'clock at night, and I was going to my friend's house, so went to her house. At this point I could drive, so I was like, I went to her house at 8 o'clock at night, and we just hung out, we chilled, and then I woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning. Well, I woke up, and we had each other's location, obviously, because he was a control freak, and I was like, okay, something's off. I don't know what's off. I don't know. Something is very confusing. I feel weird. This guy's already, like, kind of crazy. And at this point, like, I haven't told anyone about the way that he was. I have just, like, people have seen it a little bit. And I'm just, like... But this video is getting kind of long, so I'm going to finish it in the next video. I'm sorry. This is part 2 of my crazy, abusive ex-boyfriend. If you don't know, like, the background story or anything, go watch the first part. I'm literally posting them back to back, so it'll be fun. Anyways, but I went to my friend's house, and I woke up the next morning, I was like, okay, something's a little off here, and I didn't tell anyone about anything that was going on, but, like, people could kind of, like, tell, because, like, you know, I was kind of, like, drained and anxious all the time. But I went to my friend's house, whatever. Woke up, we had each other's location, and I was like, okay. I checked his location, and we lived an hour apart. Why was he 0.3 miles away from me? What are we doing here? And so it's like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I never wake up that early. So I was like, I texted him, and I was like, why does it say that you're like really close to me? And he goes, I'm parked down the street, because there was like a park by her house. He was like, I'm parked down the street, and he was like, come meet me. And I was like, excuse me? And I was like, okay, because, you know, like, I'm a stupid 16-year-old girl, like, and so I was like, okay, cool. I went to go meet him, but I told my friend where I was going, and I, like, warned her. I was like, he's a little bit cuckoo, and she was like, yeah, I can tell. So she was, like, on standby, because she was 2 minutes away from this park, and was like, okay. So I went there, and I, like, got out of my car, and I was like, what the hell are you doing here? And I was like, don't you have work today? Like, there's a hair on my brush. He was like, no, I called in sick. And I was like, why? He goes, because I didn't know where you were at. I was like, I texted you. I was at my friend's house, and you have my location. And he was like, well, I didn't know if, like, you were going to cheat on me or whatever. And I was like, I've been at this friend's house before. Like, you know who this is. Like, what are you talking about? And he was like, got, like, really aggressive and, like, you know, grabbed me. And I was like, whoa, bro. And so my friend was like, she saved by the freaking bell. She called me, and she was like, hey, is everything okay? I'm just checking in. And I was on FaceTime with her, and he, like, grabbed my phone and was like, we're talking. Thanks, though, and hung up the phone. So she sped her way to that park and showed up and was like, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, everything's fine, because, you know, like, I don't know how to deal with this monstrosity of a man. Well, me and him, like, continued talking, and I was like, okay, like, I was not cheating on you, like, this is the friend I'm with, like, you need to chill. Well, he told me that he had been there since 3 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me? You've been waiting here for 4 hours for me? Okay, cool. So then, I was like, okay, this is a little weird, but I'm just gonna go ahead and go, because I have to go home. And he went home, and fast forward, we dated for a month, and he was acting like this, and then we broke up because I found out he was cheating on me. Isn't that funny? So you basically followed me an hour to wherever the hell I was. Moral of the story, don't meet people on Snapchat, unless they're, like, people you already know, because this was just some random guy. And also, never go somewhere if a man tells you to meet him there after he showed up unannounced. But yeah, hope you enjoyed my story. I'm not done with my makeup, but that's it for now.
Hear about how I got scammed out of $5,000 trying to buy a $10 cup. So getting scammed is not just for parents or elderly. I'm very humbled, and I've learned a lot today. My sister sent me some links for things that she wanted for her birthday, so I went to order the cup, and I'm like, oh my goodness, $10 like for this cutie mug from bank. I try to put my card information in, and it says that they don't accept MasterCards. And I was like, okay, I'll just use my credit card. And so then I go and I put my credit card in, and it's like, the website is down. I text my dad, and I'm like, can you please try and purchase this? So he tries to, gets like the same kickback of like, the website is down. So we're like, okay, whatever, we'll try again another day. And then today he texts me, and he's like, check your bank account, that website is a scam. And I'm like, no, it's not, it's bank. Like, that's a huge website, that's a huge company, there's no way that they could have scammed us. And he was like, well, they did to me, check your bank account. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I go and I check my bank account. Sure enough, almost $5,000 is pending in charges for Avis Barbecue and Q's clothing or something like that. Some odd purchases, both of which are made up. Almost $5,000 gone from my checking account. And I just panicked. I'm like, what do I do? I mean, they didn't take any money from my dad, and because he is smart and uses a credit card when he shops online, and I am learning this lesson now at the ripe age of 26 that you do not use your debit card. So if you can take anything away from this video, do not use a debit card. And to whoever created a fake bank website, round of applause. Like, truly round of applause, because I would have never known the difference. I went and looked at the real bank website after figuring out that it was a website that was fake. You would have never known. So anyways, I'm horrified now to even try and buy anything online. So my sister will not be getting the bank mug because now I'm horrified. And I just like cannot believe it. I feel stupid and I feel played.
This is story time about how I literally had to straight up tell a girl to her face that I didn't want to live with her. And this was one of the best lessons I've ever learned, and my dad taught me this lesson. It was my freshman year of college, and I went to the University of South Carolina, and this is very niche, but I lived in Columbia Hall. There's one floor on all of the entire floors of Columbia Hall, one room on one floor that is for handicapped people. Well, they put 4 non-handicapped girls in it. So it was like military style. You walk in and usually you have like a suite style where you share a bathroom. Well, we were all in one like room. It was for 2 handicapped people. They put 4 of us in there. So it was like military. So our bed here, bed here, bed here, bed here. Sinks at the end of the bed. And then like around the back of the wall, the sink was like the shower and the toilet that was 4 feet above the ground for like handicapped people. And then like closets on each side. So anyways, I'm the first one there because all the other 3 girls are not rushing and I was there early for rush. Then they move in and the girl is just like pretty weird and awkward, and she was like really obsessed with the cleaning supplies, and she just was like did her own thing, and it was just kind of awkward. I was already like making moves to like get out of there. So I low-key get out of there, and they moved me to the dorm right across the street, Capstone. And I'm in my own room. It's a corner room. So all the other rooms are suite style, but 2 Capstone's like a square and the elevator's in the middle. So 2 of the corner rooms on every floor has its own bathroom with no suite mates next to it. So I had my own room, no other roommate, and no suite mates next to me. It was so nice. Well, I got like emails and calls from other people about moving in, and I get a call from my one roommate that was kind of weird. And she's like, hey, they said you have a room available. Like, I'm going to move in. Or she sent me a text, I think, first. And I was like, Dad, like, I really don't want this girl moving in, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, she had sent me a weird text that was like, I'm not looking to even be friends with my roommate. Like, I'm just looking for somewhere to sleep. And I was like, well, I'm not looking for that. Like, I don't want my roommate just to be someone, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to be besties with you, but, like, that's not what I wanted. So my dad was like, you have to tell her you don't want to live with her. He's like, if you get the option, like, you have to tell her. Like, what? Is you want her to move in? I was like, no. He's like, well, you're not going to lie. Like, you have to tell her straight up. So, like, I called her on the phone. She called me. I don't remember exactly how it went, but I was like, I told her straight up, like, I don't want to room with you. And I said that same thing. Like, I don't think it'd be good for us to be roommates. Like, you say you just want somewhere to sleep and don't want to be friends with me. Like, I kind of do want to have, like, at least a little bit of relationship with my roommate, blah, blah, blah. And it was honestly just one of the greatest lessons I've ever learned. Sometimes you have to straight up just tell people what you're thinking, what you want. It's not mean. It's not mean. It's the truth. It is what it is. And what's the other option? You're just going to play nice guy your whole life and never get what you want? Or have people walk all over you and have the girl move in when you don't want her to move in? No. So that's my story. That's my story time of the lessons a great lesson I learned, and just a funny freshman year roommate story time.
Someone attempted to break into my parents' house last night, and I don't know that it was actually supposed to be a break-in, but rather something to try to scare my family. So they have a back screen in porch, and it's backed up to a field and like a little back road that runs behind there that nobody really knows about. So around 10:30, my mom was walking through the kitchen, and she heard something on the porch, on the screen in porch. And she went and got my dad. My son was actually staying with them last night because he's been golfing with my dad this week. And he said, Steve, somebody's on the back porch. So my son didn't wake up, thankfully. He kind of like raised up a little bit, and then they said, it's okay, go back to sleep. And by the time they got to the back screen and porch, all they saw was headlights up on that back road. And the person had waited until they came outside, and then they slowly drove off. My parents, because the screen porch lights were on, couldn't see what kind of vehicle it was, couldn't see who it was that actually tried to do this, but all the furniture was like flipped over, moved around, the screen door latch was broken. And the scary part is that I think that the person who did this might actually be the guy who kidnapped me 2 years ago and just recently got out on bond after being denied bond, and after the judge telling him that she was making the bond extremely high because although she said in her words he wasn't a threat to the community, she said, I do believe that you are a threat to this woman, and for that reason I am setting your bond extremely high. Well, we didn't expect him to be able to make bond, and somehow he did after being in there 2 years, and he's only been out for like a month, and he's on TikTok saying that he's innocent, which he's not. It's not even me versus him. It is the state versus him due to all the evidence. I was kidnapped for 3 days, almost murdered. I really don't like to go into that story due to we haven't even, even though that was 2 years ago, there has been very little progress made on anything because the courts are backed up due to COVID. But out of respect for my fiance and out of the love I have for my new life, I really try not to think or talk about any of that. But I'm waiting to hear back from my victim's advocate right now. I left her a message, and I know he's on house arrest. I know that he's on TikTok. I had to block him on TikTok, but there are still people. I mean, he has a lot of enemies. His family's against him. He's got 3 daughters that don't talk to him. He owed $14,000 in rent when he was arrested. He was being evicted. He had no license, no car. He had absolutely nothing, no job, no income, nothing. And so he had nothing to lose, and he has nothing to lose. And that's the scary part. You really have to watch out for people who have nothing to lose. So anyway, right now I'm just praying that maybe it wasn't him. I can't think of anything else. Me and my family don't have any other enemies, and it didn't look like a robbery. They didn't take the I mean, there was a TV, there was nice patio furniture. My dad had an entire shed out back, so this was not a robbery. This was absolutely somebody trying to scare my family, and that's the only person that we can think that it would be. Like I said, I know he's on house arrest, but apparently he met a couple people on the inside, and I have people send me stuff. I don't have them send me stuff. They send me stuff. I really don't care about this person at all. I want to say that I pray for this person, but I'm not at that point yet. I'm really not. I know I should be, but I'm just not. Not after what happened. But anyway, yeah, he's got a lot of enemies, but he also has a few people that I think actually believe all of his BS and who might do something like that for him. So I don't know. I'll do a follow-up if I find out anything, and I might do a story time about the time that I was kidnapped for 3 days and thought that I was gonna die. But anyway, for now, you guys just pray for my family and pray that we get some kind of answers.
Okay, I was not expecting this big of a response to that video, but I'm so happy that it's reached so many girls and has given them so much hope, because that was like the only thing that kept me going for so long. I also want to start off by saying sorry, I'm not that articulate. I have so many thoughts about this topic and I love talking about this, but sometimes it just like comes out really jumbled. So I'm sorry if it doesn't make sense. Anyway, I met Robbie through our friends, Maddie and Alex. They were kind of sneaky about it. They brought Robbie to church just so he could meet me. And I had no idea that they were bringing somebody, but they weren't really even that adamant about like inviting me to church. They were like, you should just come and sit with us tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, maybe. I wasn't even going to go to church that day, but I ended up going to church. And what's funny is like I was late, and so I had to park really far. And so right as I was getting out of my car, Alex and Robbie walked right behind my car. And I was like, whoa, that's just crazy timing. Like being able to look back at that and being like, whoa, divine timing is real and it's crazy. So anyway, I got out of my car and Alex was like, hey, this is my friend Robbie. I was like, oh, nice to meet you. I didn't even think anything of it when I met Robbie, because I was not in the headspace to be going on dates. And I thought he was cute for sure, but I wasn't like, ooh, I want to go out with him. But later that day, and we didn't even really talk at church. Like we said hi and that was it. We didn't even get to sit by each other. But anyway, Maddie had texted me later that night and was like, oh, would you ever go out with Robbie? And I was like, sure. I only said sure because I was like, it's never going to happen anyway, because I feel like when you get set up, the date like never happens or just takes a long time and then it kind of like fizzles out. We ended up going out like a month later, But the thing that stood out to me about Robbie was how much peace he brought me. I am kind of an anxious person, especially when I would go on first dates. Like, I'd be so anxious just the whole time. But right as I got into Robbie's car, I felt so much peace. Like, peace that I'd been praying to feel, but like had never felt before. And I was like, whoa. And I didn't even realize that till I got home from the date. And I was like thinking about it, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, then we went on a second date like a day later, and then he went on a blitz, and we FaceTimed the whole blitz, which is crazy because I'm someone, like, I don't like talking on the phone. I'm trying to hang up the second I get on the phone with someone, I'm trying to hang up. But for some reason, like, our first FaceTime call was like 3 hours long. And I was like, I wasn't even anxious. And what I'm trying to get at here is the main thing that Robbie brought into my life was peace, which was one of the many requirements I had for someone I was going to marry. And also, Robbie, like, never played any games, which was crazy because I feel like dating nowadays is strictly just games. He didn't play any of those, which I loved. And I was like, this is what I need. Anyway, the rest is history. We dated, and then we got engaged in England. We flew to England to visit his sister for Christmas, and he proposed to me at a castle, which is crazy. Crazy. Are you kidding me? You could not have convinced me that that was going to happen to me. Like, one, being engaged. Never thought that was going to happen. Being engaged in front of a castle? And let me also just say this. God is so intentional because everything leading up to, like, everything just lined up perfectly. And God also knows your heart. My dream ever since I was a little girl was to go to England. I was a princess girl through and through. Like, I just loved anything about castles and all of that. And so the fact that I literally got engaged in front of a castle, I know that was God. I know that was him. I also want to talk really quick about, like, my early 20s and the way that I felt. Like, I had gone through the ringer with dating, and it felt so unfair. Every girl I knew was married at 19 and 20, and I was like, that's not fair. They're never going to know what it's like to feel so lonely and just go through heartbreak after heartbreak for so many years. Like, that was my life, and I hated the fact that I had to go through that and some other girls didn't. But I would not change a thing. I would not change a thing because I learned so much, and everything I ever went through, which was a lot. Dating sucked, and dating actually sucked all the life out of me. The men I dated drained me. Anyway, it took a lot to build myself back up, but all of it just made me appreciate Robbie so much more, and just like the little details about him and the things that he notices and cares about. Like, oh my gosh, I could not have asked for a better husband. So this is just like, I just want to give you guys so much hope because you don't know how much longer you're going to be single for. Just because you feel like something could never happen for you, that doesn't mean that it's never going to happen for you. Because I was there, I felt that for so, I just want to tell you, like, I know so many of you guys are like, no, I've accepted it. Like, I'm never getting married. No, you don't know. You don't know. Also, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's in your future, but also don't give up just because you think something could never happen for you. I was convinced history was just going to keep repeating itself. Anyway, I hope all of that made sense. At the very least, I hope it just gave you a little bit more hope to keep going and to believe that there are brighter days ahead and that history will not always repeat itself, even if it has repeated itself for so long. Like, it will not be that way the rest of your life. I promise you that. And if you ever need a reminder, just DM me and I'll try and give you as much encouragement as I can. But anyway, hopefully all of that made sense.
I got scammed today while I was trying to fix something for my American Airlines flight. So this is kind of a PSA to make sure you don't get scammed. Also, American Airlines, you might want to look because it is a little sketchy. You'll see why I'm saying it's sketchy. So I typed into Google just American Airlines. I went with the first one that popped up, and then I clicked customer assistance. And now I kind of see that this is like a sponsored result by the scammers, but whatever, American Airlines website, and then customer assistance. Clicking that customer assistance tab, it automatically brings you to this search result page, and it has this number auto-populated in there. But the reason this is weird, I guess, and my husband had to point this out, is because that's actually just like they generated that search result to be in there for you. So it was the first thing that you saw on the actual American Airlines website. Literally just a link that went to the real American Airlines search results, but it was them having their auto-populated scammer number in the search bar. And wow, I got. They ended up charging me a $300 fee to change my name. My husband was like, oh, that seems fishy. And I was like, I agree, it is fishy, but they said it's because our reservation's in within 24 hours, so they have to reissue the ticket, yada, yada, yada. They were very convincing, okay? And I am just sometimes tired of like trying to read the fine print. I did try to read the fine print while I was on the phone. And I was like, hey, it actually doesn't say anything about a charge for a name change. But the person continued to be like, well, it's because you booked through Chase Travel and it's within 24 hours. And I was like, you know what am I going to do? Not go on the plane? So yeah, that's that. It's not true. I guess PSA, make sure you're calling the right customer service number, because that one just like looked so legit to me. Here's their correct customer service numbers. Okay, well, here's their correct customer service numbers, and my husband found this one. He sent it to me. I don't even know. I kept finding the fake one. So there's that. The customer service rep from American Airlines was super helpful, and she was like, you're just going to want to call your bank right away, dispute that charge. It was not us. The only reason why we're going to charge you a $50 fee to change your name is because you booked through Chase Travel, third party, whatever, that type of stuff. I feel like I'm kind of used to every time you like book through a third party, there's always some additional fees if you have to make any changes. So yeah, there's that. I got. It took 31 years for me to got, but it happened. Be careful. Now, we did have to close our Chase credit card, and we will not have our primary credit card for our vacation. I understand that is a very privileged problem to have, because I would love my primary card because that's the card that gets the travel points, but that is besides the point. We have a different card. It's just fine. Happy Friday, party people. Don't get scammed out there. Stay brave, and scammers, bye. Quick follow-up to my last video. Honestly, the funniest part about me getting scammed was the fact I was so ticked off at my husband for questioning me. I would like to preface this that I'm 20 weeks pregnant, so my temper's quick, and like even when I'm not pregnant, I don't like to be wrong. But here, it literally started off with me saying that I had to pay $300 today because my ticket was in my maiden name and that I effed myself. He immediately, what the F? And I said, don't get me a hard time for that mistake. I don't deserve that. And then him, I have questions. I accidentally did my maiden name. What other questions do you have? Then I called him, and then I hung up on him. And when we were on the phone, I was like, listen, they said it's within 24 hours of the flight. They have to call the airline. They have to do all this stuff because it's the wrong name, and they have to reissue the ticket, yada, yada. Like, I gave him the whole entire rundown, and my husband was still like, that just seems really expensive. And when I hung up on him, then he like proceeded to text me, okay, like, what's your confirmation number, yada yada, all that stuff, so I can call. And I was just annoyed that he didn't trust me. So he calls American Airlines. I walk in, I get home with my son for nap time, and he's like, she's saying that the most that they ever charge is $50 if you booked through a third party, but they do not normally charge to fix your name. And I was like, I got scammed. Like, I don't know. Like, I just got scammed. But I thought it was crazy. Like, that's how pregnancy is. Like, I'm serious. I feel so bad for my husband sometimes. Like, I'm actually insane. And like, getting scammed is one thing. It's just like the way my emotional state reacts. I can't handle that. And like, these scammers, they would have gotten away with it if I didn't tell my husband. And I almost didn't tell my husband because why out myself, you know? And I almost was like, oh, well, you know, it is what it is. And we're just going to go on our trip. But it's fixed now. Okay. Don't get scammed. Or don't tell your husband. Just kidding.
Have you ever gone on a date so bad you ditched the guy in the middle of the date? Well, do I have a story for you? Like, this isn't really much of a story because I ended things very quick, but basically I matched this guy on Hinge like 2 days ago, and I thought, you know, he seems really genuine. Like, I'm looking for something serious. I was like, great. I feel like we're gonna have an amazing connection. So I'm like, okay, well, I really want to go to Moxie's. My roommate just went and I heard it's really good. So he's like, yeah, like, I've heard of Moxie's, never been, let's go. And mind you, I'm still new to Boston. Like, I'm still learning all the places. I did not know there were 2 Moxie's. Anyways, but I tell him Moxie Seaport. That was the only Moxie's I knew. So I give him my address. He picks me up. Horrible idea, but whatever. I didn't feel like paying for an Uber. Anyways, he picks me up. And, oh God, this just sounds so bad. So he said he's Persian. You know, he's playing like some like Arabian music, and there's like some of that music that I like, but it got to the point where like he kept turning it up, and like I'm trying to have a conversation. Like, I don't want this car to be like silent on our way there. And, you know, it's just like really loud, like I don't want to say the type of music was obnoxious, but like that specific song was extremely obnoxious, and it was on repeat, and he kept like turning it up and up. And he was like, do you like loud music? And I'm like, not really, like, haha. And he's like, oh, okay, well, just let me know. And I was like, okay, yeah, like maybe not like that loud. It's to the point where like the song is playing gunshots, and I'm like waiting for him to change it, and he doesn't change it, and it keeps playing gunshots. And I'm also, he was an erratic driver. So okay, let me backtrack. We ended up going to the wrong Moxie's, and I wasn't paying attention. I just didn't know. I didn't even know there was a downtown Moxie's. So we're in downtown, like, like, that's weird. Like, I swear to God, like, this is not Seaport. Like, this can't be Seaport. But I was like, whatever. He's having trouble, like, parking. He's, like, stopping traffic. He, like, doesn't know where to go. He's, like, having trouble finding a parking garage. I'm like, oh, like, let's pull into there. And then he, like, keeps, like, missing the turn. And I'm like, oh my God, do you need me to drive this bitch? Anyways, it took like 15 minutes, and we finally find a parking garage in downtown Boston. He's acting all confused, like just going through the parking garage, and he's basically like, yeah, like this is a maze. And I'm like, I mean, parking garages are confusing, but like, this is really giving me the ick right now. So we end up parking and heading to downtown Moxie's, and I'm like, yeah, this is definitely wrong, but I'm just not gonna say anything. I'm like, maybe this location's better, maybe, you know, whatever. So we go and check it out, and you have to have like a key card to get there. We're like, what is this? You have to like prepay, so whatever, we leave. And he had made a reservation for 8:30, but his phone like just magically wasn't working, and like his Google Maps wasn't working, and he couldn't do the open resi. So I was just like, no worries, like I got it. And he did feel bad for like picking the wrong, like going to the wrong location. I was like, don't worry about it, you know, it was all about the journey, not the destination, right? Like trying to make him feel better. And honestly, I didn't care that we went to the wrong place at this point. I was just like, you know, let's just make the most of it, have a good time. So we end up going back to his car, but he like immediately forgets where he parked his car. He's like, I'm following you. Like, I don't know. You're following me. I thought I could shut my brain off. This is your car. You were taking pictures of where you parked your car so that we wouldn't forget, so that you wouldn't forget. I'm the most forgetful bitch on earth, and I'm trying to shut my brain off. I'm not trying to guide you back to your car, but he was a damsel in distress, so mama had to take over. And I'm like, oh, okay, I remember passing this like big W sign, like it's probably this way, whatever. I have to end up guiding this man all the way back to the parking garage to find his car. Fine, whatever. I just want to go to the place we originally wanted to go to, which was Moxie's Seaport. So we're like, okay, let's go make a resi, or I had to make a new resi, which fine, whatever. We end up in Seaport, but on our way to Seaport, so instead of taking 93, I live in Roxbury, but there's like a South Boston like bypass tunnel road that you can take. Like it runs adjacent to 93, but it's like one lane and it's just like you're right there in Seaport. So he was taking that and he was flying like a motherfucker. I remember I was clenching onto the car for dear life, praying to God police were around and that they would stop him for speeding. This man was going 76 on a 35. 76 on a 35. Like, for like a solid like 2 minutes. And like, I keep looking over and I'm like, are you serious? I don't think he's wearing a seatbelt. Like, his car kept beeping. Mind you, we almost got in several car accidents. He was like blocking traffic, like sudden like halt stops, like almost like hit people, like coming out of my neighborhood, Roxbury, like walking in the street, like stopping abruptly, like accelerating abruptly. And I'm like, oh my God. Mind you, on the way there, our conversation was so dry, like it's like pulling teeth. He's like, oh, so like, have you traveled abroad, or like, you know, where all have you been? I was like, yeah, like I actually do a lot of solo travel. I am going to Lisbon next month, and I've been to a bunch of places, like on my own in Europe, like blah, blah, blah. And then I keep like rambling on, and then dead silence. And then like 10 seconds later, he's like, so have you gone to Europe? Bitch, I just told you I'm going to Europe next month, and I just told you about all the solo travel that I did in Europe, in college. I literally said like Portugal, Spain, Germany, Italy. I literally like was batting off places like, are you not listening? And he kept turning the music up. He's like, do you like loud music? Oh, I already said that. Okay, anyways. I'm frazzed. Anyways, we end up making it to Moxie's Seaport, correct location, as originally planned. And, you know, same kind of thing. He's having trouble parking, you know, can't find a spot, and is like, oh, like, what if we park in that garage? But he's like, no, like, maybe I can park here, like, on the side of the road. We get out. We realize it's valet. He's like, okay, just let me take care of this. Like, I'll meet you inside or whatever, or you can stay with me. At this point, I'm, like, really, like, teeter-tottering. Like, I really don't want to do this. Like, I feel unsafe. I feel uncomfortable. I am not enjoying this date. So I decide, yeah, I'll meet me in the lobby, like, whatever, like, do your thing. I book it to Moxie's. And I'm scared for my life. I've never been to Moxie's, so I don't know the layout, but I was like, okay, I can't go into Moxie's. I need to like sneak to an adjacent building. So I go into the, it's not Marriott, it's like another hotel, whatever. And I'm like hiding in the lobby. My heart is like, I feel unsafe with this person. I cannot continue this date. Yes, I probably should have texted him, but I have trouble with confrontation. And quite frankly, I was in fight or flight. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. My roommate was there at Moxie's with a friend. So I was like, hey girl, like I'm having the worst day of my life. Like, where are you? Are you in Moxie's? Like, can I meet you? But I'm like, fuck, like how am I going to get to Moxie's without seeing my date? Like he said he'd be waiting for me like in the lobby in Moxie's. There's no way I can get to where she's at without the potential of running into him. So I go up to the security. I'm like, hey, here's the sitch. Is there a back door? Like, please help me. I want to go to Moxie's really bad and meet up with my roommate, but I can't see this man, and I know he's waiting for me. He's like, okay, come with me. And I'm like on the phone with my roommate. I'm like, dude, like, what's the layout? Like, are you sure I won't see him? She's like, yeah, no, you won't see him. Like, it's first level. We're first level. I'm like, okay. Well, I'm going with the guy. He's like, come with me. He takes me up like a flight or two of stairs or like some kind of elevator. I'm like, okay, so now we're like up here. And then he gets out and I tell him, no, like my roommate's in the dining room, like downstairs, level 1. He's like, come with me. And I'm like, ugh, like I don't feel right about this, but whatever, fine. I don't know the layout. I just trust him. I follow him. So we're on the second, like the high level of Moxie's or whatever. And I'm like, okay, like this looks like Moxie's. Like, I'm not supposed to be here. And like, I just, you know that gut feeling? You just know. So I keep following him and we go down the main flight of stairs from the main level of Moxie's to the lower. And guess what happens? I see this man! So as I'm walking down the flight of stairs, I'm not only with the valet guy, but I'm with another security guy. And the valet guy, he's walking in front of me. He turns around and says, so what does he look like? What is he wearing? Can you describe him? And guess who is right here? My date. Yep, he heard that. As soon as I round the corner from the flight of stairs, bam! I fucking panic. I say, I'm so sorry, I can't do this. Like, I'm so sorry. And I book it. I
heard him behind me say, like, wait, what? Like, what? Like, what do you mean?
I'm like shaking because like I feel so bad and I hate confrontation, but I'm like, of fucking course. I knew this would happen.
I have stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. Let's talk about my diagnosis story. I have a lot of new followers, so to set the scene, it is a random day in March. I am a student athlete. I'm down at college by myself, 7 hours away from my family, and I was sick. I had strep throat. And mind you, I had just had strep throat and a sinus infection in December. And it's now very late February, early March. And I have it again. I go to this urgent care and, well, originally I went to my health center on my campus. They gave me medication for the strep and I went home, went on my merry little way. Had this strep for several days. Even with the medication, it was not kicking it. So I went to this urgent care in the town that I live in down at my school. And they're like, okay, that's kind of weird, but we're going to put you on this different prescription because maybe since you had it so recently, the medication is the same as the one that you used before and the strep's just become immune to it. As I'm in the shower one night, I am trying to like drain my lymphatic system because I was super congested and just overall felt like crap. And I ran my hands down my neck and right through here I feel a lump. I was like, that's not normal at all. So I had strep and I was like, well, my lymph nodes swell really bad when I get strep. I know that. So I will let it go for a little bit and see if it goes back down. It did not. I waited like a couple weeks and it did not go back down a bit. I don't think this lymph node grew, at least from what I felt. But I went back to the urgent care and walked in, told them what was going on, and the nurse opens the door and says, we're going to use Jenna for privacy reasons. Jenna, get in here. And that's when I knew something was wrong. Because no healthy person gets to see the doctor like that. Never happens. So Jenna comes in and they get my blood work, send it off to the lab. My blood work was very abnormal. I had high white blood cells and platelets. So they thought that it was an infection, but they told me, we want you to go get an ultrasound just to be sure because it is concerning and we just want to rule out everything. Although we do think it is an infection, we still want to be safe. So I go, I get this ultrasound. Mind you, I'm still at school by myself and they call me with my results in the middle of me sitting with a client at school. So I get done with my client and I leave and I call them back and they're like, we still think this is an infection, but we want you to get a biopsy. I was like, great. Awesome. Mind you, I'm still in the middle of my season. I played softball and this was in the spring. So I still am in the middle of my season and my parents are 7 hours away. My parents come down, I get my biopsy, and about a week later they call me and tell me, we want to see you at 6 o'clock p.m. please. And we said, we're in Arkansas on a softball trip. We can't come in. So they gave us the results. Hodgkin's lymphoma, classic Hodgkin's lymphoma, great. Love to hear it. We saw it coming. But love to hear it.
I come home. At this point, we don't know what stage I'm at. We're thinking I'm pretty early because, you know, the lymph nodes are the first thing to show up. And I'd only found one. I get my PET scan. I meet with my oncologist, get my PET scan. And my PET scan lights up like a Christmas tree. Great. It's just awesome. All around. I mean... So I went back down. I finished my senior softball season. I graduated. It was only like 2 weeks. My oncologist was not worried. And then I came back home and immediately started treatments. So it was quite the senior year, let me tell you. But that's all for today. Love y'all. Bye.
I would rather sell my open veg on the internet to strangers than live with a roommate again. I haven't had one since college, and here's why. My senior year of school, me and my best friend decided that we gonna live off campus to try to save some money, okay? But as we started looking for 2 bedrooms, we find out that everything is $500, $600 a piece. We can't afford that, okay? We're college students. We 20 years old. We can't do it. Too much. Too much for Michigan in 2010. Too much, okay? But then my homegirl tells us, hey, have you heard about the Villages? It's right on the outside of campus. $380 a person, but you gotta live with 2 other roommates. So it's gonna be 4 in an apartment. Now when we got to campus, we were living in a quad. We know what it's like to live with 2 other girls. We got this. We feeling like we could do this. How bad could it be? The other upside of it is that the Villages had a roommate matching system. They match you on 40 factors of compatibility. We're talking, what time do you wake up in the morning? What time do you go to bed? What time do you go to school? Do you spend time at home? Are you a homebody? Do you have a significant other who always got their dick out in your house? Tell us the truth. I said to myself, I can coexist with a stranger. As long as we can respect each other's boundaries, we'll be good. And this roommate matching system will help us do that. So I was down. And so was June. We move into the apartment. First issue. They have put us on opposite sides of the apartment. I need to be close to my best friend so that we can talk shit, so that we can say good morning to each other, so that we can talk shit. I don't like this. But the other 2 girls have already moved in, so we don't really have a choice. The other issue, my room is significantly smaller and significantly darker, and I need sunlight, okay? Look at me now. I need it. I say, friend, can you switch? She says, I'm not switching. I like this room. I said, please, can we switch? I cannot live in that room. And she's like, you can live in that room. You tripping. I was like, please. And she was like, okay. If you let me take the TV when we move out, I'll give you the room. I said, take the fucking TV. I don't even watch TV. The TV's yours, okay? We switch rooms. And as I go over to that room and start moving stuff in, moving things around, the door nearest me opens. My first roommate emerges. She is what I can only describe as a Caucasian Grogu. Okay? White girl, hair like this, big ass eyes, wrapped in a blanket. Small, very small. And she says, oh my God, you must be my new roommate. Give me a hug. She brings me in for a hug without my permission. But we're here now. And I say, hello, I'm Kimber. It's nice to meet you. And she says, I'm Carrie, and it's so nice to meet you. You don't understand. The last girls who live here, complete bitches. But I feel like you, not a complete bitch. Not a complete bitch. So, welcome. Where's my other roomie? June emerges from her room. She walks over and she says, hey, I'm June. Come here, girl. I love you guys so much already. Girls. I look at June. June looks at me. We look at Carrie. We're like, it's great to meet you, Carrie. Have you met our other roommate? The door nearest June opens, followed by a cloud of black and mild smoke. The dulcet tones of Detroit rap music billow out behind her. And here she comes. A short, brown-skinned black woman with a Nicki Minaj bob with a blunt cup bang. She looks at us. She walks past us into the kitchen, removes a Smirnoff Ice from the refrigerator, returns to her bedroom and closes the door. So that's our other roommate? Mm-hmm. That's Shayla. She's cool. Me and June looked at each other. So these are our roommates. This is going to be an interesting year. So we're about a month into living together, and things are going well for the most part. I'll be honest. We hardly ever see Shayla. We smell Shayla, but we don't see her, okay? And then we got Carrie. And Carrie just want to be down. She just want to have black friends so damn bad. One of the things that Carrie offered in order to be better friends with us was to do our hair. Yeah. Because, see, here's the thing about Carrie. Carrie didn't go to college with us. No, she didn't go to the university. She went to the hair school. She went to the hair school on campus. The hair school that everybody know you do not go to the hair school is right next to the Barnes & Noble. Everybody know you don't go to that school unless you want to get your hair fucked up. And you gonna spend $30 to let them fuck your head up, and then you gonna spend another $100 to have to go to a black salon and have them fix it. You don't go to the hair school. You don't go to the hair school. But Carrie went to the hair school. You guys, if you ever need a trim, you ever need a cut, I got you. Before the parties, I got you. You don't even have to go into the salon. I can do it right here. They say we're not supposed to bring our supplies home, but it's mine. My daddy fucking paid for it. I'm gonna use it when I want to. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So anytime. Now, me and June, absolutely fucking not. We were never in any lifetime going to let that girl play in our heads. Absolutely not. Now, from Bianca, she was trying to save a coin. Okay, she was trying to save a coin and she took a chance. Bianca had the most beautiful hair, and I'm telling you, it's big, long. She said, I got a little hair to spare, so why not just try? Every time we ask why not, the universe shows us why not. From the moment Carrie sat Bianca down in front of that kitchen sink and turned the water on to wash her hair, things went south. Because Bianca had a lot of hair. We had a little kitchen sink. She could not get that. She couldn't get it wet. You gotta get it wet. She couldn't do it. So the hair was half wet, half dry. But she kept going. Putting shampoo on dry hair. Okay? Barely washed it out. I could still see the suds in her hair as she started squeezing conditioner. This conditioner is really good. It's just gonna make your hair feel so soft. Oh my God, you're gonna love it. This much. This much. Hey, you only need a little bit. You only need like a dime-sized amount. I think you're gonna need a little bit more than that. I know what I'm doing. So you just need a little dime-sized amount. She starts raking it through. Just going over the coarseness. Just playing. Oh my God. Then she rinsed it out and she was like, can one of you guys give me a cup? I can't get her hair under the water. So we hand her like a Taco Bell cup and she starts ladling lukewarm water onto her head trying to get the suds that are never seen anything like it. So by the time she sat Bianca up in that chair, her roots were dry. The ends of her hair still wet. You could still see conditioner sitting on it. And she was like, all right, let's blow dry this thing. I said, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Then I saw Carrie pull out a round brush. She pulled out a round brush with little teeny tiny bristles. And she was like, okay, so we're gonna start at the top. She just pulled a chunk. Just like this. No sectioning, no heat protectant, just oh my gosh, your hair is really coarse. And the whole time, Bianca just sitting there letting the shit happen. I couldn't watch. At a certain point, I couldn't watch. I went back in my room. 3 hours later, I start hearing the commotion coming from Carrie. What did you do? Well, it's just that your hair is thicker than the hair I usually work on. So it's just, but I can finish it. I just can't finish it tonight because I got a date. You're not gonna let me walk out of this house like this. I can't finish it today, but if you come back tomorrow, I'll do the other. This side is straightened like to here. Still coarse. This side is just a nap. Just one big ass nap that will never come out. It's not coming out. And she talking about, I'll handle it tomorrow. I thought Bianca was going to beat her ass. I'm going home and I'm going to go find a stylist to fix what the fuck you did to my head. I'm sorry. But like, it smells so nice. Fuck how it smells. It was bad. The next day after this debacle happens, I walk in the house. Carrie on the ground crying, rolled out, laid out. I said, Carrie, what happened? You good? They kicked me out. They kicked me out. I mean, why would they do that? Because they said we're not supposed to take our supplies home, but it's mine. My daddy bought it. Why can't I take it home? Oh, so wait, so they kicked you out? Yes, because I did a little bit of Molly before class one time, and I left somebody's bleach in too long, and they said that if I messed up again, it was my last strike. When you say you left her bleach in too long, we talking like, did her hair fall out? I mean, a little bit, but like, it grows back. Like, mine grew back. Mind you, I told you, her hair was like this. She didn't have any. She's bald and she's hurting people who have hair. It was crazy. So what now? I don't know, but my dad said if I'm not in school, I gotta come back home, and I don't want to go back home because I can't fucking stand him, and his new wife is such a fucking bitch, and I don't want to... Well, Carrie, I think it's gonna be okay. Maybe you're just not meant to do hair. If I'm not meant to do hair, then what am I meant to do? I don't know, Carrie, but maybe this is your chance to figure it out. It's my time to figure it out. This is a transition. It's a transition! Camper! My girl! She transitioned all right. Part 3. A few days later, me and June are sitting on my bed watching YouTube videos, trying to compress after a long day of school. And then we get a knock on the door. I said, come in. But who walks in is not Carrie, but what is unmistakably Carrie's mom. Girls! Oh, girls! It's so nice to meet you. I'm Tina. Carrie's my daughter. Carrie's mom is the spitting image of Carrie. Mother Grogu. Okay, the only difference is that her hair is brown instead of bleach blonde. Come here! The same voice, the same tone, the same disregard for people's personal space. Yeah, that's her baby. Carrie has told me so much about you girls. And I'm just thankful because it's hard for her to make friends. The last girls who lived here, complete bitches. But you girls, oh, I know. You're not bitches. No. See, here's the thing. It's hard for Carrie to make friends, and she told me that you guys have really embraced her, embraced her quirks and her differences, and I'm really appreciative of that. I'm glad she has you. Well, yeah, we love the energy that she brings to our home that we share together. It's actually been pretty interesting living with Carrie. So yeah, as a thank you for loving on my baby, I want to get you girls some pizza. You guys like pizza? June immediately leans in Yes, we love pizza. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? You girls, just go ahead. You go order your pizza from wherever you want. I'll give you my card, put in the information. We'll have a pizza night. How about that? And June comes in like, we would love some pizza. Mrs. Carey's mom, please, thank you. June cuts off YouTube and starts planning our pizza out, and she's ordering from the good spot, not from Domino's, because we got somebody else's money tonight. Okay, the pizza is on Carrie's mama. We love to see it. But just then Carrie burst into the room. Mama! What are you doing in here, Mom? I'm just talking to your friends, and I was thanking them for being good roommates to you because you're going through something. I'm not going through something, Mom. I got kicked out of hair school. I'm gonna be fine. I'm looking for another job. Why are you spreading my business? Why are you talking about me with them behind my back? These are my friends, Mom. Why are you doing this? Carrie, I love you. I just came here to be with you because I know that this is a difficult time. I'm just trying to love on you, baby. I'm just trying to love on you. I don't need you to love on me. I need you to leave my friends alone. They're my friends. Why are you in here? Get out, Mom. Get out. Get out. Get out. She starts pushing her mom out of our room, and her mom is pushing back. You cannot touch me, Carrie. You cannot put your hands on me, Carrie. I'm your mother. And Carrie pushes her a little bit too hard, and she slams into my dresser. Me and June are looking at each other like, Carrie and her mama are physically scrapping on my bedroom floor. It ain't but this much space, and they are knocking into the bed, knocking into the wall. They are fisticuffs, okay? Girls, help! Girls! 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 Help! I don't want to get into it. This is white people's business. This is not my business. So we just let them go. I'm not about to break their fight up. I don't know what white mother-daughter fights are like. I know what black mother-daughter fights are like. You end up unconscious in the closet. I'm not doing this shit. My hands are up. June continued to order the pizza and select toppings because we were going to get these slices tonight for free by way of Carrie's mama. If it was one thing that was going to happen, it was that. Just get out, Mom. Just get out, Mom. Get out. Fine. I try to come here and try to support you, Carrie. I don't know what to do about you anymore. I don't know what to do with you anymore. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go. You girls, you're so sweet. But I need to leave. Carrie's mama gets up and starts walking out of our room. Carrie follows right in behind her. I look at June. June said, because the card for the pizza. We still need the card for the pizza. God damn it. At that point, I'm actually feeling bad for Carrie because I don't know what is going on with this girl. After that altercation with her mom, she stayed shut in. We didn't see her for days, which was not like her because she loved to be out and about and having a good time, talking to us at least, but she was quiet. So one day, me and June are driving back from campus. We had started having a conversation about Carrie because we're concerned. Should we do something? Like, I don't know, take her out to eat or something? I'm not taking no bitch out to eat. We can cook. We can cook. I'm not mad at that. We could cook, watch a movie. I think we just got to do something. Like, I feel so bad for her. I kind of do too. I'm just mad that her mama left before we got a chance to get that pizza though. Like, why would she promise us pizza and then not put the card down? You know what I'm saying? We rock up to the apartment, planning to see if Carrie wants to have a little girls' night, kiki together, only to see Carrie standing at our dining room table with a black lingerie bodycon situation on. She got one leg up on a chair. The other one is bent over the dining room table. She got the laptop open in front of her. And she's attempting to do what I can only assume is a twerk. I think it's a twerk. What are you doing? Girls, you're home! Oh my gosh. Okay, so listen. I got a new job. Congratulations. What's the job, girl? You are looking at the newest bottle girl at Mojo's. I got a job. I'm a bottle girl at Mojo's. Mojo's was a titty bar just off campus. You get on the #1 bus, it'll take you right there. It's not the type of place that you want to be. What the fuck? Not judging, but what the fuck, girl? Yeah, and I heard that the dancers make double the money. So I gotta learn how to twerk so I can become a dancer. I was gonna wait for you guys to get home because I know y'all could teach me a thing or two, but I don't know when you get home. So I just figured I'd get on YouTube and learn how to twerk. And it's harder than you think. I don't know how to twerk. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how to do that. Because why would she just assume that I shake ass? Yes, I shake my ass. Yeah, absolutely, I do. But just because I'm black doesn't mean that I know how to twerk. June can't dance for shit. Don't make assumptions. Well, damn. That's all right. YouTube's got me. I'm going to keep practicing. I'll let you guys know how my first night goes. Listen, times get hard. You got to do what you got to do. Either that or get cut off by her dad, so I get it. Shake ass, little Carrie. Shake ass. Part 4. I'm certain that on our roommate matching system, I asked to be placed somewhere where men weren't coming in and out of our apartment 24/7, and to be placed somewhere where people weren't doing drugs in the house, and to be placed somewhere where the music wasn't going all hours of the night. Yeah, I come home after a long day of working and going to school to find an unidentified nigga on the couch who's made himself at home and is blasting Detroit rap. Hello? Yeah, Keith. I came here to see Shayla. She said just make myself comfortable till she got home. Fucking Shayla. I am pissed off for so many reasons. Because number 1, why are you smoking weed in here? This is 2010. That shit not legal. I'm not going to jail for you. Huh? That's number 1. Number 2, you could do anything to us in here. You could rob us. You could do anything. And it would be nobody around to help. So why the hell are you here? And number 3, I know you didn't use my good groceries to make that sandwich on your plate, knowing good and goddamn well that I don't have a meal plan. I'm paying for every meal I eat. Who the fuck said you could make a sandwich in this bitch? Now, what I should have said is, I'm sorry, but you got to get the fuck out. Go in your car until she gets here. You can't, you're not staying in this apartment with me. And give me back the goddamn sandwich because those aren't your groceries. But as a young woman who was afraid of upsetting a black man, I don't know his temperament. I don't know shit. I said, okay. I went in my bedroom and locked the fucking door. And then I text June and I said, June, there's a nigga in the house. Get home, please. Get home quick. She said, girl, I'm on the way. Don't worry. Then I text Shayla and I said, Shayla, your friend is here and he's smoking weed and eating our groceries. Can you please not allow him to do that in the future? Thanks. I was on edge until I heard the apartment door open and I could tell that Shayla had came and retrieved her man. Because what the hell? Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Not long after that, June came home and she came straight to my room. Kimber, you good? I'm good, but like that caught me off guard. Like, who is this nigga in our house? Yes, I can assume that he belongs to one of them, but like, why couldn't you assume he belonged to me? June, please. Why couldn't it be my nigga? I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying that you would have the respect to let me know somebody was coming. You right, I would. But it could have been my nigga. You're right. I'm sorry. But anyway, we gotta have a house meeting or something. Because that can't happen again. That man ate my Munster cheese. I was saving that. Later that evening, I finished my homework. I go in the kitchen. It's time for me to start making my dinner. I've decided on a hamburger with a side of chips. It's gonna be delightful. I get to moving around the kitchen. Behind me, I hear Carrie's door open, and I'm just waiting for her to start screaming. But I don't hear nothing. So I turn over my shoulder just to... Ah! Who are you? In front of me, a 6'5" white man in a flannel button down and the dirtiest fucking socks I've ever seen in my life. Hey, Kimber, no, it's okay. Carrie comes walking into the kitchen. This is Jake. Jake, this is my roommate, Kimber. Meet. Hi, Jake. He's the bouncer at Mojo's. And, you know, we're gonna hang out a little bit. Right, Jake? Do you talk, Jake? Yes. Oh, okay. It's just the standing in the kitchen behind me when I'm cooking and I don't know who he is was very startling to me. My bad. I told him to go in the kitchen and rustle us up something for dinner. He was just waiting for you to get done, I guess. So he was just gonna stand behind me until I finish cooking? Sorry, Kimber, it will not happen again. Jake, wait for Kimber to get done, and then you can cook. Okay, well, I'll let you know when I'm done. Thanks, guys. It was too much testosterone in this house. Everything was going a little bit too crazy for me. It was too overwhelming. I didn't like the way it felt. I cooked my food. I went back to my room. I needed some peace. Because who are all these men? Who are all these men? The next day, I'm sitting at the dining room table, minding my business. I'm doing my homework. The front door opens. In walks Carrie. Carrie like I've never seen. She's got bags from Abercrombie and Fitch and Target and Victoria's Secret on one arm, and then she's got bags from Walmart and God knows where else on the other arm, and atop her head is the craziest fucking wig I've ever seen in my life. Oh, Kimber, I'm so glad you're home, because let me put these bags down. I wanted you to see my new hair. What do you think? This black, clearly flammable wig down past the crack of her ass with the most hideous bang that just came down and covered both her eyes. And she was just happy as could be. It's different. I was going for that because really all of the girls at Mojo's, they have a look, you know, and I thought that this could be mine, like dark and sultry and like, you know, you don't see me coming, but then like, aha, I'm here, you know? Yeah, it kind of gives that. So, where'd you get all this stuff from? I thought you were kind of trying to watch your spending with everything. Pocket watching is a nasty habit. But if you must know, Jake got it for me. Now, I'm sorry, but Jake didn't strike me as the type of man who could ball out. So, I had to ask. That was really generous of him. What does he do outside of, you know, working at Mojo? He just works at Mojo's, that's it. That's crazy that he could afford to buy you all this stuff. That's really nice of him. Girl, no, he didn't get it. Well, technically his dad did. I helped him get a credit card for his dad. You helped him get a credit card for his dad. So he took out a credit card in his dad's name, and then you went to the store and had a shopping spree? You say it like that, it sounds terrible, but I mean, I guess, like, you know, listen, they both need to build their credit, so that's how you do it. You buy things on credit. And I get a beautiful new wig. Carrie, come on, you did not convince that man to take a credit card out so you could go shopping. I mean, it didn't really take much convincing, but I helped him make a smart financial decision. I'm like the best financial decision. It's fine. Kimber, again, no pocket watching. Just be happy for me. I look good. I look fucking good, don't I? Carrie turned it into the titty bar swindler. Par 5. Michigan winter ain't nothing to fuck with, okay? We were spending a lot of time at home, but when we realized winter formal was coming up, me and June decided to brave the cold. We put on our finest Charlotte Russe floor-length spandex dresses, our open-toed heels, no coats because hoes don't get cold, and prepared for our night out. We're putting our makeup on, we're doing our hair, we're getting cute, we're having a time. And suddenly we hear the patio door open. Why the fuck, huh? It's Carrie climbing over the goddamn balcony. And lately, she had been taking and not wearing the wig, just the bang of the wig. And she looked absolutely nuts coming into our house. But why was she climbing over the balcony? Why are you climbing over the balcony, Carrie? Girls, oh my God, did not mean to scare you. Lost my key. And so I've just been leaving the patio door open so I can just climb right over the balcony. Sorry. I'm gonna get another key, but I don't get paid till next week. So I'm just gonna do this for another week or so, and then I'll get a key and it'll be here. You can't just leave the balcony door open. You live with 3 other people. Anybody could come in here, and if they come up in here and take my shit, I'm gonna be pissed, Carrie. I'm gonna be pissed. No problem. I will talk to Jake and see if he can give me the money for the key. Sound good? Yeah, just as soon as you can. She went to her room and closed the door. We prepared to go out for the night. Me and June linked up with our friends and we headed over to the venue. All of us were super excited and the energy was high because this is our last formal before we all graduated. And even though we were genuinely freezing our nipples off, we were there to have a good time. And so we did. Until 3 members of a fraternity who shall not be named, who may or may not have at different points throughout my college career licked my nipples, surrounded me and started to stroll as if to let me know that they knew they'd had some secret nigga meeting to inform each other that they had each at different times throughout my college career licked my nipples, and I was supposed to be embarrassed about this. I was, but fuck it. You know, you live and you learn. At the time I had a boyfriend, okay? He was the only one licking my nipples at that point, so it's fine. That's growing up, okay? Sometimes you let a dusty put their face in your titties. Sometimes you do. I'm not embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I'm still embarrassed to this day. I shouldn't even be talking about this on the internet, yet here we are. But it's fine. When it's all said and done, we head home. I'm embarrassed. My friends will not let it go. They keep strolling and shimmying and strolling and shimmying around me because they think that shit's funny. It's not funny. It wakes me up in the middle of the night. Every 3 months, I wake up and see this in my mind. Horror. Terror. I just wanted to get home. I just wanted to get into my bed. I just wanted to go to sleep, and I wanted to wash off the embarrassment of having those 3 motherfuckers humiliate me at my last formal of my college career, those bitches. But as I walked in the door to the apartment, both me and June noticed that something was off. June, something is weird. What's weird? You're right. Something is weird. It don't feel right in here. It don't feel right. Listen, I have had a very crazy and long day. I need to go rest my soul. I also need to go wash my chest. I will see you later. Have a good night. So I go into my room. I close the door, I turn on the shower, and just as the steam starts to hit me, I hear, oh my fucking God. What? I go back out into the living room. I see June pacing back and forth. Oh, fuck no. Hell no. Are you fucking... What, June? What? The TV, Kimber. The fucking TV's gone. I look at the console where the TV is supposed to be, and the TV is not there. June walks over to the balcony door, pulls on the handle, and of course, it opens because that bitch is not locked. It's fucking Carrie. She never locked the patio door. Oh my God, you think somebody came in here and stole the TV? Yeah, I think somebody came in here and stole the goddamn TV. Carrie, wake the fuck up. Okay, June, just no, not just June, nothing. Because that's my TV. We've had a deal. When we move out, I get the TV. Now the TV gone, I want my fucking TV. Carrie emerges from her bedroom, rubbing her eyes. We can tell she's been asleep. She's got that weird bang on still, and Jake is right behind her. You guys, what's all the screaming? What's going on? Somebody stole our fucking TV, Carrie, because you left the damn patio door open. No, I locked it. I promise. After you guys told me, I locked it. I did, I swear. Where did our TV go then, Carrie? Did it just get up and walk out the house? Yeah, Carrie, nobody can just walk in and take our TV. It was probably somebody who got in through the patio door. You left it open. You guys, I swear, I locked it. I did. At this point, I don't give a fuck. I just know that by tomorrow, there better be another TV on that console. Is that clear? Yeah. Jake and I will go get you another TV. It's fine. We'll go get another one, right, Jake? I'm feeling conflicted. On one hand, yes, this is Carrie's fault. And June deserves her TV, but on the other hand, I don't want Jake's daddy to pay for it. I don't give a damn who pays for it. I just know it better be there tomorrow. Carrie and Jake go back in their room. Me and June go to our rooms. And like clockwork, the next day, when we wake up, there's a TV sitting there with a bow on it and a card apologizing. Part 6. Trigger warning. Part 6 of the College Roommates from Hell saga does contain discussion of miscarriages. If that is upsetting to you or hard for you to listen to, I suggest you scroll now and get a friend to tell you what happens in this part of the story. But without further ado, here is part 6. It's a motherfucking snow day. Hell yeah. One thing about Michigan, they don't cancel school for nothing. They don't cancel work for nothing. But when the snow gets bad enough, oh, they'll shut that shit down. And we got lucky. That winter, we had our first snow day. The first snow day I'd ever had at that college in 4 years. And it was mine to enjoy, mine to relish. I had to make the most of this day. I had a plan. I went to the kitchen. I started whipping up pancakes, okay? Perfectly golden brown pancakes on the side. 2 scrambled eggs on the other side. 2 pieces of bacon. Put it on a plate. Got me a little glass of orange juice. Take it back to my room. I put on Harry Potter. The first one. Sorcerer's Stone. I'm about to have a Harry Potter pancake morning, okay? I'm gonna spend the afternoon doing homework. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna rest my soul because I don't have to leave this house. It's gonna be beautiful. I sit on my bed and just as I pick up my fork, I hear a knock at the door. What the fuck do Carrie want? What the fuck do Carrie want? Don't ruin my day. Now, here's the thing about it. Ever since the TV theft, Carrie had not been messing with anybody, had not been talking to anybody. Her and Jake had stayed in a room. I barely saw them. So what does she want from me now? Come in. I'm expecting to see Carrie walk through that door, but in walks Shayla. I haven't seen Shayla in literal months, okay? Maybe the back of her head. Maybe her ass as she walks into her bedroom, but I haven't seen her in so long. Today she's standing in front of me, same Nicki Minaj blunt cut bang, but she looks concerned. So I say, hey, Shayla, what's up? Hey, Kimber, so listen, I was hoping you could do me a favor. She never talked to me and now she want a favor. What's up, Shayla? What you need? I'm not sure, but I think I'm having a miscarriage right now. Oh my God. Okay. What do we do? Do we call 911? No, but I do need to go to the doctor. I don't have any gas in my car right now. Do you think you could take me? I mean, yeah, sure. Yes. Let me just put on some clothes and we can go. I put down my plate of unfinished breakfast on my side table and I start getting ready. She goes in her room to get ready too. I walk out to my car only to find that it is buried in snow. Okay, I drive a 98 Ford Escort with bald tires. Ain't no way I'm getting out this bitch. I'm gonna have to dig. I'm gonna have to dig my way out so I can get her to the hospital. I haul ass to the leasing office, and when I walk inside, I see that same blonde lady that meshes into this crazy ass apartment. I say, excuse me, My friend is in trouble and I need to take her to the hospital. Can I please borrow a shovel? Trouble? What kind of trouble? Trouble. I need to get her to the doctor. Can we please just get a shovel? You could rent one. Do you have an ID? No, I did not bring my ID with me. Can I just borrow one? I need to dig my car out of the snow so I can get her to the doctor, please. I mean, if it's an emergency, don't you think you should call an ambulance? 911? I just need a shovel. Please. Please. Go get your ID. I'll let you rent the shovel. I'll go back to my room, grab my ID, and come back to the leasing office and rent the fucking shovel. What a bitch. But then there's the matter of digging my car out of the snow. I have on this big puffer coat because it's Michigan winter, and I'm digging, and I'm digging, and I'm digging, and I'm sweating fucking buckets. Then Shayla comes out. Hey girl, how's it looking? I almost have the back tires out, and then we'll do the front tires, and then we'll be out. Just need like I'm going as fast as I can. Where the fuck are the men at? Where are the men? Somebody else should be helping me do this. But I digress. This is not her burden. I've agreed to support. I want to get this girl to the doctor. I gotta dig this car out. After about 20 minutes, I hop in the front seat, I back up, and I'm finally able to get the car out of the snow. I text Shayla, I said, come on. She comes outside, we get in the car, we ride in silence to the nearest hospital. It's about 10 minutes away. I walk her inside and she checks in. I sit down in the sterile white waiting room, waiting for us to see a doctor. She gets the paperwork and comes to sit next to me. You all right? Yeah. We sit and we wait. She doesn't talk to me, I don't talk to her. I just hold space. Scroll through my phone. They finally come out. Shayla, I can see you now. Do you want me to come with you? Yeah, please. I get up and I follow her into the doctor's office. They do their checks on her and I sit in a little chair off to the side, just watching and waiting. Aside from one time when my dad passed out after arguing with my mama, I've never even been in a hospital. So it's really scary to be here. I feel so bad for Shayla because I never really took the time to get to know her. I never really knew what she was going through. And now this very crazy situation had brought us together on a snow day of all times. But I would guess I was just happy that I could be there to help. Well, Shayla, it's as you expected. You are having an active miscarriage. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'd like to keep you here and just observe you for a few more hours so you can go ahead and get comfortable. Do you have a parent or somebody else that you'd like to call to come be with you? Yeah, my mom's on the way. She's driving up from Detroit. Wonderful. Well, I will be back in just a moment. She puts a hand on Shayla's shoulder and leaves the room. I don't really know what to say, so I just say, Shayla, I'm so sorry. I can feel tears welling up in my eyes because I've never been in this situation before and I don't really know how to help her through it. But I can't imagine how difficult this loss is for her. I walk up and I hug her as tightly as I can just to let her know that I'm there with her. I release her from the embrace. She looks at me and she says, Kimber, I've been smoking so much weed and drinking so much trying to get rid of this baby. I'm fine. So don't be sad. I went home. Her mama was coming, so I went home. Part 7. After the incident, Shayla completely changed. She was spending more time out of her room. She went to hang out with us. I couldn't get over the experience that we had. I never been through anything like that. No, I wasn't judging her because I'm totally pro-choice. I just felt like that was a hell of a choice. You know what I mean? A hell of a choice. One day, me and June were sitting in the living room. We're watching TV. And Shayla comes out to join us, which was super surprising because, of course, that just was not her use. We start catching up about our weeks, getting excited about the end of the school year, the end of our college careers. What's your plan for after graduation? Oh, I'm not graduating. I got one more year. I thought you were in our class. I was supposed to graduate with y'all, but, you know, some shit got fucked up at my last school. To tell you the truth, I was up at school acting a fucking fool, beating bitches' ass because they kept fucking with me. I got arrested twice and the judge let me off. I talked with my mama. She felt like it would be better if I go somewhere where I'm not around the same people. So I came here and said, I mean, honestly, that's why I stay in my room most of the time, because I'm just like, I don't want to be in nothing with nobody. If I stay away from people, then I can't get into any bullshit. So you telling me, and all of this roommate matching hullabaloo, we've gotten linked up with a white girl on Molly with mommy and daddy issues, who's a beauty school dropout and now works at a strip club with a boyfriend who may or may not be on the spectrum. And we got linked up with a girl on her third strike who aborts children using weed and alcohol and has niggas running through our house all the time. I don't understand how we got here. Not trying to judge, just observing the situation and realizing that none of these things were listed on my roommate matching form. How did we get here is the question. But I digress. Damn, Shayla, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm just trying to finish school. That's it. I'm just trying to finish school, get done with this, and move on with my life. I mean, at least she was trying to turn her shit around, okay? That's a win. A win is a win. And I was looking for my win. I wanted to do something special for myself to celebrate the end of an era. I wanted to go to a Lupe Fiasco concert. Kick Push, first song I ever downloaded on LimeWire, first virus I ever got on my computer. Thank you, Lupe Fiasco. I love you. Yes, but the tickets was like $200 a piece because we wanted the good seats. So I thought to myself, well, damn, I do have this credit card. I got it on my first day of school, same day I got my debit card and opened my bank account. But I've never used it. I go to the computer, I pull up our tickets, we get fantastic seats. I'm talking 100 level. I go and I put in my card information. I hit checkout. Bitch, declined. Declined. Wait a minute. This shouldn't be declined. How can it be declined when it's never been used? I check all the information. I run it again. Declined. I go to my bank website, okay? I gotta look at my account. I go to the credit card statement. There's a $60 charge on here. $60. I've never used this card. Where is the $60 coming from? The gas station, Sunoco. So I called my bank. I said, hello, bank teller. I have a credit card with you guys. I've never used it, but somehow there's a $60 charge on here. I've been hacked. Let me just take a look. What's your account information? So I give her the details. She's tapping away. She said, oh, yes, I do. I see you have a $60 charge at a Sunoco gas station. Yes, I know that. So, can you reverse it? Because I did not make that charge. She's tapping. She comes back and says, so listen, it's like the card was physically swiped. Have you ever had this card out of your possession? No, I have never had this card out of my possession. It literally stays in my wallet 24/7. I'm going to go ahead and look into this a little bit deeper for you. Is it okay if we give you a call back with our findings? Yeah, that's fine. I leave my bedroom and walk across the living room to go to June's room to let her know that, in fact, we do not have Lupe Fiasco tickets because my card was declined because it is delinquent. And I see Shayla in the kitchen. Amber, what's going on? You all right? No, I am not all right. I was trying to buy Lupe Fiasco tickets. I go to swipe my card. The card is declined. There's a charge on there for $60 for some gas that I know I did not swipe for. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You know, I've been hearing about so many hacks. You know, at the pump, you can just type in your card number using a little keypad. They could have done that. Somebody could have written the numbers down on your card and just used it at the pump. You can do that? Girl, yeah, you know I work at the gas station. Oh my God. Well, anyway, my card is locked now, so I can't use it until we figure this shit out. About 30 minutes later, I get a call back from the bank. So hi, Kimber. Yeah, so listen, we did go ahead and look into that charge. It turns out that it was swiped with the physical card and it was swiped within a 1 mile radius of your home. We're not going to be able to go ahead and reverse that. The fuck? What are my options? Well, there's nothing that we can do on our end. But if you are certain that you did not make this charge, the one thing we can do is have you go ahead, file a police report, send that back over to us, and we can start an affidavit. But if there's nothing else I can help you with today, just thank you for using the credit union. Criminal activities. I did not want to go through the process of filing a police report. I had never filed a police report. We don't fuck with the police. I was from Detroit. And there was no way that I was going to use my good $60 to pay back that gas charge. I had to get to the bottom of this. So I called the college police. Me and June were sitting at the kitchen table an hour later when the police arrived. I looked through the peephole to find that we have a black lady officer. Black lady officer. Black lady officer. I was so excited. Here's the thing about it. I don't like the police, but a black lady officer is a sight. Hello, ladies. I'm Officer Murray. I heard a little bit about the issue, but you want to go ahead and tell me what happened? Officer Murray, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. I'm a graduating college senior. I wanted to do something nice for myself. I wanted to buy me and my friend here tickets to go see Lupe Fiasco. Girl, I love Lupe Fiasco. Kick push. You feel me? I understand. Continue. We were trying to buy Lupe Fiasco tickets. It declined. Oh no. Girl. Yeah. Sorry. Officer. Yes. Declined. Of course, I call my bank. I said, what's going on? I find out $60 charge for gas. Okay. Try to get them to reverse the charge. Guess what they tell me? What? We can't reverse this charge because it was manually swiped. Within a mile radius of your home. So apparently somebody took my card, swiped it, got $60 worth of gas and put the bitch back in my wallet. Sorry for cursing. It's all right. I can tell you're upset. So they said the only way that they could start to reverse that charge is if I file a police report and get to the bottom of who swiped my card. Well, I'm happy to help you. But I gotta say, 9 times out of 10, when somebody's card gets swiped, it's somebody in the home. Her, maybe? She looks at June. I didn't swipe shit. Okay, I'm not a thief. June would not have done that. No. Not June. Not anybody, really. Like, I can't imagine any of the girls in here actually stealing from us. Hold on. Because my TV got stolen right off the console, okay? So you think it was somebody here. 9 times out of 10. Okay, so what can we do? Oh, here's what we're going to do. Let me know the location, the time and date of the transaction. I'll go up to the gas station. I'll review the footage. We'll get to the bottom of this today. Thank you, Officer Murray. I got you. Officer Murray, lady officer. It's a black lady officer. You know, just handling business. But 20 minutes later, we got the call from the officer. Hey, Kimber, yeah, I'm up at the Sunoco. We got the footage. I'm going to describe to you what I'm seeing on camera. You let me know if this is someone you recognize. Part 8. Hey, officer, go ahead. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Okay, does one of your roommates have bangs? Yeah, they both have bangs. Okay, what about dark hair? They both have dark hair. Okay, well, is one of them a thick black woman driving a Chevy Impala? That sound right? That ring a bell? Yeah, that's Shayla. That's Shayla. 9 times out of 10. Okay. So, what now? We gotta file that police report, girl. We got to get this girl under the jail. I gotta think about this. I gotta get back to you. Let me give you a call back. Okay, show money. Okay. Thank you, officer. Fucking Shayla. After everything we've been through, how could she do this to me? I dug my car out the snow to take her to the hospital during her self-induced miscarriage. I never ate my pancakes. They went cold. You can't reheat a fucking pancake. You ever reheated a pancake? You can't do it. I'm telling everything else, she was on her second strike. So that meant if I filed these charges against her, that was going to be her third. I didn't want to be responsible for sending a black girl trying to turn her life around to prison. But she did still. I didn't know what to do. So it was almost time for me to go to work, and I decided to consult with Ainsley, my white manager. Kimber, she's a ruffian. She's a ruffian. She needs to go to jail. She's not a ruffian per se. Like, I really haven't had too many crazy moments out of her, but I just can't imagine why she would steal from me. Like, it's nuts. Those people cannot be helped. You gotta nip it in the bud, okay? The only way they can be rehabilitated is through the prison system. Ainsley, what do you mean by those people? But I just meant, bad people. People who are bad. Okay, well, I gotta think about this. She's trying to turn her life around. And I want to give her a chance to do that. But I can't live with her. I can't live with someone who would steal from me, I call the police. That's what I do. I call the police. You want to mess with me? I call the police. You want to TP my house? I call the police. I don't give a damn. Thanks for the advice. Do the right thing, Kimber. Do the right thing. Note to self. Don't consult with white people and black people issues. After work, I went back home. I decided to hit June up. She would clearly be pissed that this girl was stealing, but she would also understand the other side. Okay, so what do you think, June? What do we do? I ain't living with no goddamn thief. That bitch gotta go. That bitch gotta go. That bitch gotta go. And first and foremost, how do we know she didn't steal the TV? You think she stole the TV too? At this point, can we rule it out? I don't think we can rule it out, Kimber. I don't think we can rule it out. And that's why we can't live with her, because we don't know. Because we don't know. I mean, you're not wrong. She could have. We're going to confront her ass. We're going to find out why the fuck she stole your $60. Okay. We're going to confront her. Together, right? Please, because she scares me a little bit. I'm not even going to hold you. Just, can we... Oh, yeah, I'm seeing this shit the whole way the fuck through. Oh, girl. Me and June sat in my room, and we waited for Shayla to come home. When we finally heard the door open, Shayla, come to Kimber room. We need to talk right now. Yeah, Shayla, can we talk, please? Shayla walked in. She still had on her Sunoco uniform. Ain't that about a bitch? Kimber, go ahead. So listen, we got to talk about my credit card. Were they able to reverse those charges? No, Shayla, they were not able to reverse the charges. I'm going to ask, but I already know the answer, so please don't lie. Yeah, don't lie. Don't lie. I'm going to ask, and just please tell us the truth. Did you take my card? Yeah, I took it. That smug look on her face made me sick to my stomach. How can she act this way after everything? I just wanted to know. Shayla, why? If you needed money, you could have talked to me about it. Why did you steal from me? You shouldn't leave your purse laying around. Your wallet was literally sitting right there on the kitchen table. I took the card. I gassed up my car. I brought it back. You never even knew. And you never even noticed. So I don't see what the big deal is. It's $60. You don't see what the big deal is? You don't see what the big deal is? I've been in your corner. I've been helping you out. I've been trying to be a friend to you, and you do this? Why? Why? I needed to see my nigga. He lives in Detroit. I didn't have gas. Bitch, how the fuck you work at a gas station and never got gas? They don't have discounts? Who you calling a bitch? Hey. We're not gonna do that. Please. Listen. Shayla, that's it. You can't be a thief, stealing from us and live here. You can't. You just can't. So you gotta go. The police gave me the option today to file a police report against you, which will be your third strike. But I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to be responsible for putting you back into some legal shit. But you cannot live here. Right? Well, I need some time to move out. No, you don't have time to move out. We're going to go talk to the leasing office. We're going to let them know what happened. And you need to be out within the week. Whatever, school year almost over anyway. Okay. Well, I got a question. Did you steal our TV? No. Carrie left the door open. Shayla left the room. And a week after that, she left the apartment. But not before giving me my $60 plus interest because a bitch's account was delinquent. Carrie stayed in that apartment. Even after me and June moved out. To this day, I still have love in my heart for all of them. But I have never had a roommate again.
Hi, welcome back to another story time. Today, we're going to be talking about my ex-best friend. But this is like a 2-in-1 of like horror roommate stories. And I'm going to try not to tangent, but even without going like all over the place with the story, this is definitely going to be multiple parts. So, welcome to part 1. Oh, and also, this one was starting to feel like a little bit of a chore for me. Like, I have to make this story time. But now that everybody's so excited about it, and now that I know she's going to see it, hi there, I'm real excited. Okay, let's start at the very beginning. So, 6th grade, I went to one middle school. And then 7th grade, I transferred to a new one. First day of 7th grade, and I am in my first period class, and I meet this girl. Let's call her Mary. So Mary is sitting a seat behind and next to me. So I'm here, here's my friend behind me, and here's Mary. And then there's like somebody else sitting right here. The way she likes to tell this story is, yeah, the first time I met Lily, I told her my name was this, but she pronounced it this way and said that it was stupid. Mind you, my biggest pet peeve is people saying my name wrong. When in my life did I ever say that I didn't like your name pronounced wrong? And also, your name is like Mary. It's not Mary, but it's, you know, similar vibe where you can't mispronounce it. What? She also likes to tell people that this fruitful day where we met, I called her a bitch straight to her face because she was friends with somebody I didn't like. Mind you, barely knew this girl, just didn't like her. And I never in my life would call someone a bitch to their face my first time meeting them. Not even when I was 12 years old. That wasn't a thing. That was not on my agenda. And she did not tell this story. This is not how we met up until like maybe a good 2 years ago. And now all of a sudden, that's the story of how we met, was I called her a bitch and I said her name was stupid. Right, so moving on, all throughout middle school, her and I are best friends, we're very close. High school comes along, we like have a falling out like freshman year, and then we make up. And then we're friends, and then we have a falling out sophomore year. And then we make up. And then my junior year, her senior year, we have a big falling out. And I like end up losing a lot of my friends over it. Mind you, every single one of those friends came back to me and was like, oh my gosh, you were right. This girl is crazy. The falling out wasn't between Mary and I. It was between me and this other girl
who was a mutual friend between Mary and I, and we had a falling out. Mary chose her side, even though they were friends for a good 3 months. I was friends with you for years, whatever. And because I stopped being friends with that one girl, I lost a lot of my friends. Mind you, again, every single one of those people came back to me and was like, oh my gosh, you were right about her. Yes, I know that. Anyway, already a horrible time in my life. My mom was going through chemo for the second or third time. And she had stage 4 cancer, and we were under the impression that she was going to literally die at any moment. So horrible time for me. Lost all of my friends. Got all of my friends back before the end of the year. Thanks, guys, for seeing my true colors and that girl's true colors, whatever. Mary and I end up making up around, I want to say like either the end of that year. Yeah, into senior year. But we were like we weren't really close again after that. Until like middle end of senior year. All of the falling outs before that year, they were all like super petty things. I genuinely couldn't even tell you what they were about anymore because, again, I was like 14 and she was also like 14. We were in high school, so whatever it was, we were probably both in the wrong. But again, no idea. Don't remember. Yeah. Okay, now, during like my junior year, no, right after she graduated, so as I was going into my senior year, she moved to a different part of the state, right? So even if we wanted to be like super close, like there just wasn't any time for that, you know? I can't talk while I do my eyebrows, hang on. My senior year, she ends up moving back, and we become close again, right? Everything's fixed. She is no longer friends with that girl. She was the only one that was still friends with that girl. Where's my blush brush? Anyway, so she stopped being friends with that girl, which allowed us to get close again because, sorry, I'm not going to be close with someone who was best friends with my biggest op. Not happening. So we start spending a lot more time together. She's kicked out of her parents' house. That's what she tells everyone. No, she wasn't. She did not get kicked out of her parents' house. Her parents denied that. She just didn't want to live in the house with their rules. So she could have lived there. She just chose to struggle. She chose that. Now she moves into an apartment with her brother and his best friend at the time and his best friend's girlfriend. So me, Mary, and our other friend, we would go over there kind of not often. Not for me at least. Because I still lived with my mom and I did live by her rules. So I would go over there sometimes. And mainly it was like while I was going through a breakup. Because I could do stuff there that I couldn't do at my mom's house. You know what I'm saying? So I was always appreciative of that she was there for me at my, like, low moments. Even though she wasn't there for me during my low moments, like, in relationships, at least she was there for the breakup, I don't know. A lot of stuff happens at the apartment with the people she's living with that she lied about, but I won't go into that. Because that's not my business to share. But whatever that situation was, if you know that situation, she lied about it.
She lied about the whole thing because she is a pathological liar. Right? Right. So she no longer lives at the apartment. And that'll take us to part 2. Because now she's homeless. Let's get into that. Go to part 2. Okay. Part 2 to evil ex-best friend. So she no longer lives at the apartment, right? Now she's claiming she's homeless. She has a bed at her parents' house. She has a room at her parents' house. Oh, she just has to share it with her little sister. Boo-hoo. Oh my gosh. This girl is so privileged and has been her whole life. She's never had to struggle. Her family goes to Disneyland every year, or Disney World, whichever the fucking one it is. I don't know, because I've never been. Because you know what? I didn't grow up privileged. She never once had to worry about money growing up. I literally got everything she wanted. Everything she wanted. Her parents were not horrible people. Sorry, if your biggest struggle in your life was that you're... Not gonna say that, because that's not my business to share, actually. Maybe she should take notes from that. Maybe she should take notes from that. If it's not your business, don't share it. Right, so now she has this opportunity to live with and stay with her parents. Only issue there is she's grown accustomed to a lifestyle that her family would not support. So she tells people she's homeless, that she has nowhere to stay, and asks if she can stay with them. Mind you, at this point, I am living in a house that I'm renting with 2 of my siblings. And that's all the rooms we have. It's a 3-bedroom. We have a living room, right? So sometimes I would let her have sleepovers. Yeah, let's have a sleepover. My bed isn't big enough for 2 people, so we can sleep on the couch together, if that works for you. I would love to help you out in your time of need. Now, her issue with that was we had rules at my house. At this point in time, when it was me and my 2 siblings, my brother and my sister, the rule was, we had lots of rules, actually. And one of them was, because it became such an issue of how often she was staying the night over there, when she certainly could have been at her mom and dad's house. Short intermission, I have to pee. Anyway, so there became a new rule of I can only have sleepovers on the couch like once a week. Fine with me, I was getting tired of her ass. During this time, I get her a job at my old place of employment that I work at now. Welcome back. And at some point, my sister moves out, right? So now there's an open bedroom. My bedroom at this house was very, very small. Instead of giving up my bedroom and moving into the big bedroom, I let Mary go in there and, yeah, you can use that bedroom for the time being because I'm not using it and you need someplace to stay. She's not paying rent. She's not paying bills. My brother and I are opening our hearts and our home to her because she's homeless. Now, she has this new job, right? Where she tells everybody, at this point, she's not homeless anymore. She's not homeless anymore. She's living with me, rent-free, bill-free, just living in my house. She proceeds to tell her coworkers and my friends that she is living in her car because I won't let her sleep on my couch because of this new rule we have where we can't have sleepovers on the couch every night, and that she has to sleep in her car. In parking lots every night, random parking lots. So that's why she's late to work. Now, she's very clearly not sleeping in her car every night because, you know, she's sleeping in the room next to me, right? Also, oh, what the fuck? Also, she only slept in her car once. In my driveway. Because we wanted to. I went and slept in the car with her. Because we wanted to. Because we were scared. Because there was a roach in the house. Girl. I let it slide, whatever. Now, one thing I will say that I was very appreciative of her for. I ended up getting my car taken away from me from my mom because I was doing some stuff that she didn't like, and the car was still in her name. So my mom took my car, well, her car, and I had a job, I had a full-time job, and I had stuff I wanted to do. I was not even 19 yet, so I liked to live life at this point. So she would drive me a lot of places. She would drive me to work, from work. Most places I asked her to take me. Thank you. Very appreciative of that. I would always, after every ride, I would say thank you. And I would pay for her food. I would give her gas money. I would pay for her other stuff that she wanted. So thank you. Now that we were living together, I thought that, you know, now we can have a healthy balance of not having to hang out all the time like she wanted to. 'Cause sorry, that just doesn't work for me. I am not that kind of friend. I need my time away from you. However, we lived together. We rode in the car everywhere together. Because even when she wanted to go do stuff, I would ride with her. Now we also had to hang out. Anytime we had a free moment, anytime I had a free moment, I had to hang out with her. She ended up becoming like this toxic boyfriend. Like she thought that she was my boyfriend. Here's where it starts getting good. You know, we end up talking to these two guys who were best friends. And, you know, her and I were best friends. I end up, like, maybe 2 weeks into this, I am telling the guy, I'm like, hey, listen, I'm not in a space right now where I want to pursue anything with you, and I just don't want this, and I just don't like you. But I didn't say it like that. I said it nicely, obviously, because I'm not evil. So she takes that as her opportunity. Oh. He's on the market? Let me get both of them. This has always been a common theme for her of wanting to talk to and date the same guys that I have. But you know what? I was like, listen, I don't like the guy. Go ahead. Go ahead. So she does. Whatever, fine. I'm not too pressed about that. Just keep that in mind that she likes to go for other people's previous interests. You know, during this time, every once in a while, there will be something that happens that is just very inconsiderate of her. Now, examples I can think of, I don't really have any. Sorry guys, I know that makes me sound like a liar, but I the amount of crap that went on, I could not I can't pinpoint a single moment, except for one. But we're gonna skip that. We're gonna do that in part 3. And at this point, she quits, I think, the job she's working at that I got her. And now she wants to start working with me. Alright, part 3 to my evil ex-best friend / roommate. So she quits her job. At this point, we're like, okay, well, you gotta get a new one because it's about time you start paying some bills or some rent around here because everybody else is paying for you. I have my car back at this time. And so I'm not relying on her for a ride or anything. I guess there goes that source of income. However, she's still being paid for rent-wise, bill-wise. I'm helping pay her car payments, her gas money, her food, any like extra stuff she wanted from, you know, the little convenience store down the street. I was getting for her. I was paying for her. Yeah, I was doing all of that. Not a single thank you. When she was giving me rides and helping me out, thank you. So, she's like, okay, I need a new job. I'm gonna come apply to where you work. She gets the job. Not only do we live together, hang out together 24/7, but now we also work together. And I'm her boss. Now, I low-key worked with all of my friends. Just about all of my friends. So she starts becoming friends with all of my friends. Which meant anytime I wanted to hang out with them, oh, guess who else is invited? So I was losing my mind a little bit of how often I was with this person. Of how often I was with Mary. That, like, I was kind of starting to lose my mind a little bit, and she would constantly be doing petty stuff, like, around the house, or, like, saying slick comments, or, like, starting up rumors that I called her a bitch when I first met her. All of this and that. So I'm like, okay. I'm going to try to distance myself just a little bit, and just, like, not hang out with her as much, and just be like, sorry, not feeling it. That went poorly. We're gonna do a little run it back because I forgot about this part. So she's talking to that guy that I had talked to and, like, did not like anymore, and she's, like, having, like, really bad communication issues with him, and she's, like, blaming it on me. She's, like, we have a little bit too much fun one night, and she ends up sitting me down on the couch, sitting me down to have a conversation about how it's so hard being my friend because everyone just likes me so much. And this guy even said that he can't even like her because he's still in love with me. Mind you, their main form of communication is text messages. They hardly see each other in person. So I'm like, okay, well, I, like, don't know what you want me to say to that. Like, I'm sorry I put in an effort for people to like me. I'm sorry I'm fun to be around. Like, what do you want from me? What is your goal here? And, like, I felt bad at first for her because I was like, wow, if that's how it really feels to be friends with me, like, I'm sorry. Like, that's... No! We're gonna let that dry. Like, that's not my intention. I don't want to make anyone feel like that ever. Until I realized that was just a manipulation tactic. And also, you know, we had a little bit of fun that night. So a couple nights later, she's showing me messages between him and her. And nowhere in there do I ever see him saying anything of that matter. I think she also specified that he texted her that. Not that he told her that he texted her that. Get out of my face. Like, you are literally a liar. And it just comes so easily to you. This is the best way to get out mascara. Let it dry a little bit and then take a eyebrow brush or just a spoolie in general. And just pick at it. So anyway, back to where we were. She becomes friends with all of my friends. I try to take a step back and not hang out with her as much. Another sit-down conversation about how I make her feel horrible as a friend. What am I doing to you? That is like, I'm sorry I can't spend every freaking second of the day with you and like keep my sanity. Holy shit. But again, I didn't say that to her. I didn't say that to anyone. I kept that to myself and I was like, I'm so sorry I make you feel that way. And then I continued to be in this toxic friendship with her and just let her walk all over me. Now, when she becomes friends with my friends, she gets really close with them, right? Which is fine. Oh, I do not care. However, those friends become her, I guess, outlet to talk about me. Of like, this is who she's going to rant to about how much she hates me. Which I'm kind of all for. I think that you should have people to rant to. Like, my best friend now, her and I, oh, we have such a great relationship. I love her to death. Mwah, love you, Jayla. Your part in the story is coming up soon. But she doesn't make me mad. But if she were, I would go and I would talk to my boyfriend about it. Because people are going to get frustrated with each other and they're going to need somebody to talk to about it. So I was like, that's fine. Until it became my personal business. Not just, oh yeah, she left her socks on the couch. I can't stand her. Whatever. Wish you would let me know so I can fix that. But no, it became my personal business. Now, I'm not going to say exactly what this incident was surrounded by, what my personal business that pissed me off that she told people was so bad, because again, that is my personal business, and I don't feel like sharing that on the internet. But something happens to me, right? And I go through a really hard time dealing with this. She decides to start telling people about it. Oh. Okay. So why are we doing that? And not only that, it also becomes just talking shit. Not ranting, not complaining. She just ends up talking shit about me. So I text her and ask for a conversation. Mind you, remember, she's so good at sitting down people for conversations. Keep that in mind. A week or two before this, she asks me, she's like, hey, can we please meet up this day, this time to talk? And I'm like, oh, uh-oh, sure. So I let her know I have to rearrange my schedule to make it work that day. Can we do any other day? And she's like, no. And so I'm like, okay, fine. I'll rearrange my schedule. Let's talk this day, this time. And that'll be that. To which that meetup and talk consisted of, yeah, I'm thinking about moving. What do you think? Go ahead? Like, what? Okay, fine, whatever. Cool, glad we had a talk about it, but I don't really care. You made it out to be this whole big deal and let me rearrange my schedule for, I feel like moving. Okay. Part 4, I think. So, where were we at? I don't remember. Part 4, by the way. Oh yeah, I know where we're at. So I ask her, I find out she's telling all of my business. My very personal, don't want anybody else to know unless I tell them business. That she pinky promised she would not tell other people. Because again, very difficult time in my life. I did not want to discuss that with people. And I asked her for a conversation about it because she's also talking shit about me. And she just loves scheduling conversations. So let's do that. Now, here are the receipts. So I texted her and I said, hey, I'm pretty upset with you right now based on some things I've heard you've been saying about me. Since we live together and work together, I think there needs to be a private conversation held about this issue so it doesn't get worse. However, I'm pretty peeved at the moment and need to calm down. So a conversation soon, please, but not now. She said, I'm not willing to have a conversation in this given moment. I don't see what it would help and feel it would be unnecessary. From where I stand, I don't consider us anything other than roommates. So I said, exactly, we're roommates. Grow up, a conversation needs to be had. Getting defensive with me is so immature when you are the one who has been talking all kinds of crazy shit about me. Don't piss me off. So I took a screenshot. She screenshotted and blocked me. Oh, okay. Now she knows she was in the wrong. And her immediate response was, let's not talk about this. Okay, so we're in 7th grade again. And we're not going to be grown adults who live together. And should probably have a conversation. Okay, fine. Now, this next message I sent with the help from my mom, because she's my dog. And I was like, I need your help because I don't know what the heck is going on right now. So I texted her and I said, if that's the position we're in, stop running your mouth about my personal business. I don't know how you're going to pay essentially double rent and the $100 you owe me, but bitch, I'm out. I was planning on moving out due to this because it had gotten so bad. Now, did I end up moving out? No. At this point, she was paying rent. She wasn't paying bills. I was paying her portion of bills, but she was paying rent. So that was fine. But I was like, I had to scare her a little bit, you know? Because at this point, I'm about to crash out. One thing about me, whenever I get mad, I get really mad. And she knows that. Why would you play with me like that? Whatever. So then I cleaned out my room and I put all of her crap in front of her door. That stuff was what you left in my room from before you paid rent. Because she was staying in my room and stuff. If I find anything else, I'll put it in front of your door. Correction. From when you were apparently sleeping in your car for weeks in random parking lots and I wouldn't let you stay at my house. She responded to none of it. That's fine. I guess if that's the mature thing to do, but you are fueling my fire. So, fast forward. Oh, wait, no. Let me expose myself a little bit, actually. So the day I sent those messages, that first message, like on Snapchat, and then she blocked me and I sent that one on messages, that is, oh my gosh, that was almost a year ago. It was a little over a year ago. I see none of this in my Snapchat memories. Anyway, I don't actually remember what I was saying because I got distracted. But, so I send those messages and I get home. My best friend now, who was closer with Mary during this time, which I understand it's okay. She was spending like a week. She was spending the night with us for like a week. So, I get home and she is in her room that we share a wall that I decide I am a crash out. So I start playing really loud music on my speaker. And holding it up to the wall. And then I start going through my room. And that's whenever I started throwing all of her stuff. excuse me. That's when I started throwing all of her stuff in the hallway. And I was just throwing it. I was throwing it at the door. I'm sorry. I'm a proud crash out. So then I go into the living room. And then I hook up my phone. And I start playing loud music there too. Because my brother was at work. He already knows everything that's going on. But, I mean, you made me mad. You know I'm a crash out. What did you expect? Oh, also, best friend, Jayla, the one who was spending the, like, week at our house, spending the night with us, she had just broken up with her ex-boyfriend, whom was becoming friends with Mary because, you know, Mary and Jayla would hang out. And just keep that in the back of your mind. Because, oh my gosh, she's such a horrible person. So Mary and Jayla become really good friends. And then I become friends with Jayla's ex-boyfriend. Who, he actually might follow me, so sorry if I'm putting your business out there. Wait, should I change Jayla's name? No. Anyway, sorry, took a little, 3-day hiatus. I did shower makeup and then I got bored of talking. But now I'm back, getting ready for work. So basically, I started becoming friends with Jayla's ex-boyfriend. And there was, at the time, there was, no bad blood, whatever, right? And Jayla was friends with Mary. Jayla and I were not very close at this time. Just keep that in mind. So I'm friends with Jayla's ex-boyfriend. And he would start telling me stuff. He was posting sad, sappy stuff on his Snapchat story. And we all worked together and were around each other very often, and we were all friends with each other. So me and some of my other friends, they were like, maybe someone should slide up on his story and see if he is okay. So I did. And he was like, oh, don't even worry, those aren't about Jayla. So I was like, okay, who are they about? He's like, I don't want to say at this moment. Well, is it someone we work with? He's like, yes, it is. So of course we all start speculating. And it's like, wow, you know who he hangs out with a lot? And seems to talk to at work a lot, and has gotten rather close with. So I say, if I guess it, will you tell me? He's like, yeah. Okay, is it Mary? Bro, how did you know that? Because I have eyes. Also, I seem to know people's character. She's, supposedly best friends with Jayla at this point. Why wouldn't she? All right, part 5. Here we go. So I'm like, is it Mary? And he's like, yes, but you can't tell anyone. And I'm like, okay, so why is he posting all this sad stuff? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, what do you mean this is about Mary? He's like, well, she came over to my house. She was supposed to go over to the house once, to get Jayla's stuff, and she went multiple times for hours and claimed she just fell asleep. Okay. So he's like, well, she came over to my house and one thing led to another. And I'm like, oh my gosh, did y'all kiss? Like, are y'all talking and y'all kissed? Yeah, but a little more than that. So, did y'all do this? Yeah, but a little more than that. Oh my gosh, did y'all sleep together? Yeah, twice. Everybody finds out. He starts telling everybody. Jayla's in denial for a good little bit. And she even came to me, even though we weren't friends at this time, and she came to me and she was like, what do you think about this? And I was like, well, I know the girl pretty dang well, and I do not put it below her by any means. And I think he's not lying. People start telling him, like, are you sure? Like, are you just saying this to create some problems, or is this, like, a real thing? And he's like, oh, it's a real thing. Oh my god, what the fart, bro? And then he pulls out a picture of his hand in her shirt while they are laying together in his bed. So, I don't know. I feel like that's proof enough for me. But also then he starts pulling out text messages. I'm like, wow! Wow, he came ready. Locked and loaded. So, at this point, Jayla's, starting to believe it a little bit. But she also wants to give her best friend the benefit of the doubt. And, kind of just, okay, maybe these people are lying. Maybe this is just to create drama. Whatever. So Jayla's ex-boyfriend is like, yeah, I'm done with this situation. And then they cut what they had off. And Mary, is denying it. Deny till you die, I guess. And some people believe her, some people don't. I don't. We now know for a fact that she did sleep with him. But, I still live with her and I am still her boss. So there's not really much I can do. I wanted to fight her bad. One of my cousins told me to fight her. But I couldn't because she is the type to call cops on people. And she is the type to sue, and I don't know how, because she puts on such a good facade to people that she's just so sweet and innocent and shy that people tend to trust her a little more. So she's very persuasive, right? Oh, okay. I'm trying to go light on the blush today because I've started developing a sense of blush blindness, and I'm not messing with it. I just can't do it. I kind of forgot what I was talking about because I started talking about Love Island with my gal pals, and I don't feel like going back and watching where I was at. So, I hope we're in the right spot. So basically they stopped talking. They cut that off. Now, we only had 2 rules once it became me, Mary, and my brother living together. We only had 2 rules, and one of those rules was, if you have somebody over or if somebody is spending the night, you need to let the other parties in the house know. Now, I'm spending the night at my boyfriend's house, right? I wake up at 6 a.m. to a call from my brother. I have work at 8 a.m. And I'm like, hello? And he's like, hey, somebody's at the house and has been at the house for a hot minute with Mary. I don't know who it is. Are you able to go over there and find out who it is for me? Oh, yes, I can. I am such a I'm such a confrontational person. So any opportunity I get, yes, I would love to, actually. So I drive straight over there. And I get there, and I see a car that I don't recognize, and I start knocking on the door. Not the house door, her bedroom door. And I am not just knocking, I am banging on that hoe. I'm banging on her door. I hear some rustling and some movement, and I'm like, okay. So I know you're in there. So I start yelling. And I'm like, I'm not going away until you open the fucking door. I know you're in there. Da. I'll crash out. She opens the door. And I'm like, thanks for the heads up. Who's here? She's like, so-and-so. Let's call him. Let's call him Rico. So, Jayla, I think you'll find that funny. Calling him Rico. Anyway, so I'm like, okay, who is here? She's like, Rico. I say, who the fuck is Rico? Our bathroom is like right across from our doors. So she walks over there and she's like looking at me through the mirror. She won't make actual eye contact with me. She like keeps flicking her eyes up to the mirror to make eye contact with me. And she's like, my friend. And I was like, yeah, your friend my ass. Is that who you're fucking this week? I'm not sleeping with anyone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And that's what I said. And then I yelled at her a little bit more, and then she was like, I can make him leave. And I said, I didn't tell you to make him leave. I said, give us a heads up next time, like our one house rule, or one of our only 2 house rules says. Okay. Okay, bye. Good luck. Now, like that next week at work, I had people coming up to me saying, oh my gosh, Mary just told me something about you, and I think she's lying and spreading lies about you again. I was like, oh, what'd she say? And they're like, she said that you came into the house and you were banging on her door and yelling at her and causing a scene. And I said, oh, I did. Do you want to see the video? Because I recorded it. Because I'm surprised. I will say I think she exaggerated it a little bit, but at the same time, I think it was probably an okay thing to exaggerate. I just assumed she would lie and say that I hit her or something, which is why I recorded, because she's a pathological liar. Couldn't see anything. It's all in my back pocket, and, you know, it ruffles whenever I move. But you can still hear a good majority of what's going on. I will not be releasing that, unless everybody begs me to, if nobody believes me. But, sorry, next part. I think this is part 6. I was gonna do my eyebrows while I talk to y'all. Pause on the eyebrows. I don't want to lose my place again, so I'm just gonna skip eyebrows for now. But some time goes on, and we plan to kick her out in August. That falls through. We're like, okay, we're actually gonna change that. We don't know when we're gonna kick her out, but because she starts doing like all kinds of bad stuff, and just like being disrespectful and whatever, you know? So she's still friends with Jayla a little bit at this point. They're not as close, but even then they have mutual friends. Rico. And she starts saying, so she's very behind on bills. She doesn't pay any of her bills. And at this point, I spend most of my time at my boyfriend's house, so I'm not paying for like power and water. Although I did for a very long time when I wasn't using it. But now she stopped paying her rent. Okay. So the house we were renting, we did it in my mom's name. And so whenever we have bills or anything, we either send it to my brother or my mom. We send the money. Now, she's obviously not doing any of that. So my mom has to get on her butt a little bit about, hey, I'm missing this much money from you. If you can't pay it by this time, you are out. She's crying. I don't know, whatever. One night she tells some of her friends that somebody broke into our house and stole her rent money off of the living room table. What? And then she freaks out one night because somebody wrote on our laundry room door. Our laundry room was connected to the carport and didn't have a door into the house, so you'd have to walk out onto the carport and go into the laundry room. It was connected to the house, but there was no door to go in there from the house. She was like, somebody wrote on that door, F you, Emily. That has been on the door for years. That was on the door before she even lived there, and she knew about it because her and I had talked about it before. So she has a freak out about it and is like, and somebody stole my spare key that I keep in the laundry room. There is no spare key. So somebody broke in, stole your money, wrote F you, Emily on the door. Who is Emily? I don't know. And took a fake spare key. For why? Attention. Like, there's literally no other reason. And then she didn't tell my mom that somebody broke in and took her money. It's because it was a lie. But anyway, we don't do anything about that. We're just like, okay, let her say what she wants to say. But at this point, Jayla is not her friend and is not believing anything she's saying anymore. So they fall out. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, all is said and done. I don't have to deal with this girl anymore other than the fact that we live together. Until she starts telling people that Lily isn't paying bills. That's why the water and the power keep getting shut off. I started paying the water and power again because she wasn't. And she had told my mom that she wasn't paying bills. So she starts lying on my name and my mom's name to her friends, saying that I'm not paying bills. One thing about me, I've always paid my bills. I've always been very well set on money. You don't have to worry about me. Where's all your money going? Where's your money going? Because we worked at the same job. And I don't know, I had enough money for my bills and to go and do shit because I was good with my money. But anyway, I'm not going to let you speak on my name. And also, my brother wants a new job. I want to move out. So maybe, 2 months ago? April is when we decide we are moving out of that house. And I'm going to move in with my boyfriend. April of this year. This has been going on for a hot minute. All of this drama. It's been over a year now. But now, 2 months ago, January, February, March, April, May, June, 2 months ago, I move out of that house and I move in with my boyfriend. And we tell her, okay, move out day is the 1st. She gets all her stuff out, and then she, I guess, comes back because she left something or whatever, and she still had the key, and sees my brother sitting on the couch. And that's when she realized she got kicked out, because we still had another month to get our stuff out. So, yeah. And now I don't have to deal with her. Thank goodness. I feel like I definitely missed some, like, major plot points. But I don't know. Y'all just had to be there. Like, you had to be there and you had to live with her. It was literally hell being friends with her. So if you know her, I would strongly advise against that. She's not appreciative of what other people do for her. Oh! And now she's living with her parents. I don't know about now, but I know that's where she moved into. Is she moved in with her parents. So if they really kicked you out, you think that would be an option? Yeah, okay. She did start telling people she was homeless again once she got kicked out of my house. No, you're living with your parents. What strikes you as homeless in that? I love her parents, though. Love her mom down. Love that woman to death. She's the sweetest woman on earth. She's so nice to me when she sees me in public. Love her mom down. She just raised a hellion. But yeah, y'all just had to be there. You had to experience it for yourself. She will sleep with your ex-boyfriend. And she will do anything and everything to lie on your name. Hope y'all enjoyed. Sorry if this was not, up to y'all's standards for the long await. Everyone seems a little excited about this one. But again, hello, Mary. And a few people I thought were my friends, as well as hers, because I'm not going to tell somebody to stop being friends with her. I would just strongly advise against it. Got me looking at y'all a little differently. But hope y'all enjoyed. Bye.
Okay, so story time on how I'm possibly going to lose my apartment and end up on the streets if I don't find a quick escape plan. So basically, I got out of my mom's house as quick as I could because me and her just don't have a good relationship. It's very toxic. So for months on end, I was searching for an apartment through Zillow and Facebook Market and Craigslist. And I was putting up ads as well. I was desperate to get out of the situation that I've been in for almost 27 years of my life. I also want to add that I live in Long Island, Suffolk counties, and it is extremely hard to find an apartment out here. You know, nine times out of 10, the apartment that you have to live in is either illegal if you want it to be affordable. The complexes, they're so bad. Majority of the complexes that we have here are Fairfield complexes, and they raise the rent every year, and the utilities are not usually included, and they tend not to be up on maintenance. So how do you up the price but not upgrade the apartment or work on the things that need to be fixed? And from what I'm aware, Fairfield very much has, you know, a fire under their ass at the moment for situations just like that. So after months of hunting, I finally found an apartment through Craigslist, and I met the real estate agent. And I was aware that I would be looking at putting down almost $6,000 to $8,000 for just a simple basement apartment. I also want to add that even renting rooms, you know, people want $875 to about $1,000, sometimes $1,100, and it's a shared bathroom, or you don't have access to a kitchen, and you know they also ask for
security deposit and first month's rent as well. So going back to the basement apartment that I found, it was in a nice area. It was in Lindenhurst. And the real estate agent guy that I met, his name was Tony, and he was like this short old man, you know. He seemed to have a lot of relation with me, so we were getting along really well. But to find out the basement apartment was actually being given over to the family's father, because his apartment actually flooded and he lived in Brooklyn, so that was no longer available. So then he introduced me to another woman named Moniqua. Moniqua is a broker, and she owns her own, I guess, real estate agent, but she also has a moving company. So she was renting out a basement apartment from a house that was evicted that she bought. And I was like, you know, I did the tour. The house to me outside wasn't the prettiest, but again, as desperate as I was searching for almost a year. I was ready to move, and I was like, you know what? It was affordable. Originally, it was $2,000 with all utilities included, but she dropped it for me at $1,850. Still all utilities included. There were a lot of things wrong with it, but I'm very minimal, so I was okay with some of the things that were wrong, like the vents being broken. You know, she was going to fix that, and I do want to add that she's kinfolk, you know what I'm saying? So it's like there was an immediate kind of trust there to get these things finished in a timely manner. I moved in April 15th. My windows, I did not have windows that could fit a full human body. I instead had like attic windows. One of them was broken, so even when I locked it, it fell off the track and didn't lock itself, so I couldn't even open my windows properly, and there was no screens in them neither. But I was promised that these things were going to get fixed. Originally they were supposed to get fixed before I moved into the apartment, but you know, to this day, which we are currently in June 3rd of 2026, they have not been fixed at all. The only thing that has been fixed is the vent in my bathroom, because it had a bunch of mold in it. But even then, the construction man did not caulk the gaps around the ventilation system in my bathroom. There was another family that moved in upstairs around the same time that I did, and they were called the Mills. And it was supposed to be 3 black brothers, who one of them was a vet, another one was special needs, and the other one was diabetic. So he was handicapped, but apparently he was also a vet as well. Then there is a man that lives all the way upstairs, amazing man, Mr. Blackman. He used to come down and give me cake, and he helped me like kind of, you know, get situated in my apartment. He was there 3 months before us. He actually was the only one living in that house before any of us came in there. So things started going sour within the second day of me living in that apartment, you know, minus the stomping. The walls are very thin because the house is old. So yes, the people upstairs were stomping repeatedly. Like it was almost as if they were tap dancing. On the second day being there, I met this white lady. Her name was Kelly, and she actually asked me for a ride to the store. And I'm like, respectfully, no, I don't know you from a hole in a wall. They also came with a bunch of garbage bags, and they placed them all in front of the front yard. So of course all the neighbors were kind of looking at us like, what's going on? You know, our property value is going down, like let's clean this up, you know what I'm saying? So our landlord did come and tell them that they have to remove those garbage bags from the front yard, but instead of, you know, just putting them inside the house, they actually chose to block our sheds and pile up all those garbage bags back there. Going back to the second night that I slept in my home, there was a domestic dispute going on downstairs with another young girl who was there. Now, I was not aware that there were going to be 2 other people living upstairs. So now in total, we have 5 people that are living upstairs. And, you know, I let my landlord know, like, hey, there's a domestic dispute going on. It sounds like he's hitting the girl, and she sounds fairly young. And later on, we get to know this girl as Kiera, and she could possibly be about in her early 20s. She looks very young. Now, I'm not usually the one to stereotype, but I will be honest that stereotypes are very real. And when you clock something, listen, you need to listen to your intuition. And I knew from the very moment that I met these people, they just had a certain look about them where I was just like, Are they coming from Section 8 housing? You know, they just looked really sickly. They were not well kept. And I was just a little worried because, you know, my discernment was telling me something was off about these folks, but I let it be. I mind my business. So, I was contemplating calling the police, but instead I called the landlord because I'm aware she can get a violation. So, you know, I called her, made her aware of the situation. She's like, 2 girls. There are not supposed to be 2 girls that live there. And she kept denying that these 2 girls were living there, but instead they were just coming and going sometimes. These girls stayed there. They lived there. And me and Mr. Blackman, the man upstairs, came to that conclusion when we would see them every day and we would hear them every day. Now, these people were up all night, like 12 in the morning, all the way until like 6 in the morning. They did not sleep. It was like a bunch of vampires. And then it will be mildly quiet in the day, but they would still be kind of active. Later on, come to find out that those 2 girls do not belong there. And they're pretty much squatting, I guess you could call it. And they are all drug addicts. Yeah. Heroin addicts, to be exact. I kind of seen something that I shouldn't have seen, and that really confirmed it. But unfortunately, according to my landlord, it's considered hearsay. Now, there were a lot of potential fire hazards. They would store bottles of piss near our boiler, which the boiler room is actually right next to the entrance to my apartment. I did not have 2 legal exits. So I was told to keep my back door locked at all times, and I was not allowed to enter that boiler room area. There was a situation where our sprinklers had to be turned on, and we were given permission to turn those sprinklers on, and that happens to be in the boiler room. So that day we turned them on. There were a bunch of clothes laying back there, and I'm talking piles of clothes. And at some point in time, those clothes were actually blocking my back entrance, my emergency exit, and they were told to move all that stuff. The landlord never came back to reinforce these rules. There was smoking in the house, even though on the lease, you know, it says not to smoke in the premises, and it was leaking down to my apartment, and I was not able to filter it because broken windows. And come back for part 2. Yeah. Okay. Hey guys, welcome back to part 2 of, oh my god, what should I call this? Like, where the hell did I move? So I seen on the last post that I got a lot of love and support, and I really just want to say thank you so much for all the support and all the love. It really does mean a lot. I could use all the help that I can get right now because I am afraid. I'm gonna be entirely honest, and I'm gonna be very vulnerable. Anybody would be afraid in a situation like this because you just don't know what's gonna happen, you know? A lot of people jump to a lot of assumptions before I could post part 2. So like there's just a couple of things that I want to clear up. So for one, yes, I did live with my mom until I was 27 years old, and I live in Long Island, New York, not Virginia. So Long Island, New York is very expensive. Anybody who lives here can vouch and say it is extremely expensive, especially for people in my generation. It is very hard for us to move, that we quite literally have people who are older than us advising that we stay with our parents as long as we can. Given the situation between me and my mother, yes, I was able to kind of just suck it up and, you know, deal with it and put money to the side until I was eventually able to move into a comfortable place. As for my car, it's a Jeep Patriot. It's not a van. And a lot of people are like, well, you know, just live in your van, this, that, and the third. That was actually something that came to my head if it truly came down to me not having a place to go. I also do want to add, I do work full-time, and I do have a pretty decent job. I'm an ADA driver full-time, so I do make 40 hours a week, but unfortunately in this economy, it doesn't really matter nowadays how much you're making. You would have to be making almost damn near $50 an hour to really make a livable wage out in Long Island, or you would have to have a significant other or a partner or a roommate to make ends meet. Okay, and then how did we know that they were drug addicts? So drug addicts do have a certain appearance about them, and that's not to be, again, stereotypical or judgmental in any type of way, but a lot of us suspected that drug use was definitely in play, based on appearance, based on the way that they were handling themselves and their living conditions, and based on their movement, like slurred speech or slow movement at certain times, and also being extremely active at 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then, in the morning time or like mid-afternoon, they were up, but they were like more so like, just moving about the home in a quiet manner. That could have been withdrawal or, But like I said in the last video, I also seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. So when I went into the boiler room, where they were stashing all the urine, I scared one of the people who actually lives right next to my apartment. So the way the house is set up, it has about 3 bedrooms up top. The kitchen is on the main floor, but then there's also something that used to be a restroom that they now turned into a bedroom that is literally right next to my bedroom. And I want to emphasize again that the walls are very thin, so I hear every single thing. And the gentleman and the little girl that live in there, they speak excessively loud. The room is extremely small. It can only fit 1 bed, and there's barely a closet that can fit in there. So when I walked into the boiler room, he heard me, he got scared, and he was like, "Who is that?" And I was like, "It's me." And he was like, "Well, next time let me know when you're going back there." And then he like cracked open the door to to kind of scold me a little bit. And I like kind of peeked my head around the corner to let him know, like, yeah, it's me. And I noticed that the girl and him were sitting at the corner of the bed facing the wall looking down at something. And I know how that room is set up because we helped them move their box spring into there. So I'm fully aware of what that room looks like, and he was just facing the wall. There's nothing at that wall. There's no window, no nothing, just the corner of a wall. And then I seen he had like one arm holding the door cracked, and then the other arm had a rubber band tied around it, like almost tubular. Sorry, it's hard for me to like kind of talk about it because it's like it kind of shook me up to see that. I've never really seen that in person, really only ever seen that on like TV and stuff like that. And yeah, I wasn't really raised in the greatest area. I was raised in Brentwood, but I've never seen it in person, you know what I'm saying? And that very much concluded that there was definitely drug use happening. And when I brought it to the landlord's attention, apparently, she was saying basically she already had an idea. And see, my thing is, if you had an idea of this, why would you move them into the house? Like, the landlord has came maybe a total of 4 times to check these people, to put them into place, to reinforce them, and nothing has changed. Literally last night, the cops actually came again, and this is the 4th time that they've been at the premises. So there are reports, because the young girl down there, mind you, this man is possibly in his late 60s. He's a vet. Nobody in the house works, including Mr. Blackman upstairs. Nobody in the house works, and nobody owns a car. I am the only one who works full-time, and I am the only girl that lives there legally, and the only one who has a car. So yeah, it's odd. It's an odd situation. And like I said, off rip, there were just a bunch of like who, what, when, where, why was going off in my head the moment I seen this. But at that point, I already signed the lease. And see, this is the one thing that I'm learning moving into my first apartment, even if it is a basement apartment. Do not move into a basement apartment if you do not know who lives above you. And yes, I did have money before I moved into that apartment, but of course bills accumulate. I was paying $1,850. Well, originally it was actually $2,000, and then it dropped to $1,850, and now it's dropped to $1,700 due to everything that's going on. And I asked for the rent to be dropped because truthfully, it's not even worth $1,700. I mean, I don't even have windows. I don't even have windows, and these people smoke in the house every day. I literally woke up today and my apartment was filled with cigarette smoke. So this is an everyday thing. You know, I hear these people every day. Even when the cops came and they tried to get in there to find out what's going on, they sent the special needs brother to answer the door, and then the man in the wheelchair to answer the door as well. And they lie about who lives there. Oh, it's just me and my brothers. Me and my brothers are arguing about A, B, and C. But that's not what's going on, because I have recordings and I've documented everything since April 15th. Even the cops question, well, does the landlord know about this? Since it's been going on for so long, why haven't they been taken out? But of course, the landlord, you know, they come through a vet program called SUS, Services Underserved. So a part of that is protecting them, from what I'm learning, that they have to go through a caseworker and a whole system just to get them out. So an eviction process takes quite some time. From what I'm learning, they'll be out in like a month. But in that same process, the fire marshal got involved. The town has now gotten involved, and they did an inspection on the apartment or the house. And the landlord ended up receiving 7 violations. And a lot of it has to do with the outside, because the people upstairs took all their stuff and kind of pushed it in our backyard and put it in front of our sheds, which apparently that is a fire hazard. Also, the landlord has a moving truck that's sitting in the backyard that belongs to her. Apparently that's a fire hazard. Our gate is falling. That's another fire hazard. And then my apartment is illegal. You know, it's got a stove, and then there's no proper exits and the windows. So, you know, the town was like, shut it down. It's done. You know, don't shut the house down, but you need to shut down that bottom apartment, because that's not happening. So that's when she basically kind of like got upset with me, because she was like, why would you let them in? Da-da-da. Well, girl, it's the fire marshal. Am I not supposed to let them in? What the hell? Like, you can't get upset at me for violations on your own home. These things should have been fixed before you even plan to move anybody into the home. You know what I'm saying? So she took it out on me, and she was like, you're gonna have to go. And you know, I gotta shut down the apartment because I can't afford to pay off 7 violations, this, that, and the third. So that's how we ended up where we are now, where she still has not given me a timeline. She says she'll work on giving me my security deposit. Mind you, I put down $3,000 and come back for part 3. Hey guys, so we're back with part 3. I feel like you guys always see me in my uniform because I'm literally always going to work. Like, the only time I ever get like a good chance to have this conversation or to make a TikTok is literally while I'm on my way to work. So update, the landlord still has not given me a clear timeline as to when everything is gonna come into play. And in the last video, I was emphasizing how much money I already put down on the apartment. So I did originally put $3,000 down just to secure it. They want security deposit, first month's rent. My first month's rent was prorated because I moved in like halfway through the month. And then a broker fee as well, because like I said, my landlord is a broker, so I did have to pay that. So yeah, I put down $3,000, but if we're talking about overall for the amount of money that I've spent staying there so far, it's almost about $10,000 to $12,000 so far, and that's within the span of being there from April 15th and where we are now. So I didn't expect the first video to get as much attention as it did, and I truly do appreciate it, but I do want to emphasize I'm quite literally just sharing my story. And the only reason why I'm sharing my story is because it could happen to anybody else. You know, everybody is very quick to respond with, oh, you shouldn't have been staying with your mom to the age of 27, things like that. But I feel like everybody's living situation is very different. I feel like everybody's money situation is different. And I feel like everybody's job situation is very different. So, you know, and that's not to bash on anybody, but I feel like people should sometimes look outside of their point of view and try to understand another person's perspective and things. There's a couple of other things I want to address. So for one, my mom. So, you know, I wasn't trying to put my mom out there or bash her out like that. That's why I didn't give any more detail into our relationship. Our relationship is complicated, and just for my peace of mind, you know, I decided just not to go back. That's all. You know, she's still a big support in my life, and she did do everything that she could do with what she had, and I'm doing the same exact thing. And as for me, I am actively moving around. Believe me, I am actively moving around. I've always been that type of person where if I get into a sticky situation, I can always find myself out of it. I don't know why my brain always processes a plan B and a plan C and a plan D and this, that, and a third. I mainly needed help with just trying to figure out, you know, maybe side hustles or a way I could find like a quick spot that I could lay low until I get myself up on my feet again to get another apartment, because apartment hunting is very hard out here, and it's very hard to scrounge up another $10,000, because that is what I originally saved for this last apartment. And that also addresses another issue. A lot of you were saying, why didn't you save? I did save. That's the thing. I did save. I saved a lot. And things are unpredictable, because you also have to count in furniture. You also have to count in, when I got this place, it was not furnished. There was no furniture in it at all. You know what I'm saying? I had to also pay for Wi-Fi. You know, people also have to include utility bills. Things add up over time. There was a plan way before I came out. I did not expect things to fall the way that they fell. And I know some people have opinions, you know, a lot of people have opinions on the internet, but you also have to remember you're only seeing a small part of something bigger that's going on in reality. I've seen a lot of people assume that I don't work as hard as I should be. Oh, honey, if you knew. Oh, honey, if you knew. Oh my God, I work so hard. So hard. Oh my God. Oh, I took the seatbelt off for you people that love to talk about my seatbelt as well. Literally, I pull over up the side of the road while I'm driving. You know, I like pull over in a residential area or whatever, and I make the TikTok and then I get going. Like, my car is still currently running as I'm making this. But yes, I work so hard. Oh my God, like, I do 40-hour shifts and some, okay? I also do overtime. I also drive school buses in the morning time. Even though I only end up getting like probably 4 to 5 hours of sleep, I still get my behind up and I drive those little school buses in the morning time, okay? And, you know, that's extra money in my pocket. Then I also do Instacart on the weekend. So, for y'all to tell me I ain't grinding the way that I'm grinding, you don't even know the half of it. I also want to point out, there were a lot of people like from my past that reached out to me, that just sent me so much love. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of them, like, some of their families wanted to take me in because they remember me as a kid, and they were like, you know, you're a good person, you know, you could stay here for the meantime, it's okay. And I just want to say, like, that means so much to me. I can't even like begin to tell you how I feel. You know, it's really refreshing to see it. And I know, like, when I get my own house and things like that, I will absolutely be paying that forward and doing the same thing, because I definitely feel like the world revolves on kindness. I definitely feel like kindness definitely needs to be more spread. I feel like we shouldn't feed off of each other's negativity and, you know, enjoy other people's downfalls as entertainment. Especially in this day and age. You know, I'm only 27. We shouldn't be struggling. We shouldn't be, you know, working to survive. You know what I'm saying? We should be living. And I truly believe that. But unfortunately, as for the economy and, you know, the way the government is right now, with everything going on, everything has just been a shit show. And I think everybody can collectively agree that it has been a shit show. So yeah, I'm gonna continue to keep you guys updated. And I really just want to say to anybody who's struggling out there, who's, you know, living in that car, living in that hotel, living on the streets, and doing the best that you can with what you have, please don't give up. Don't give up. Reach out to people. You know what I'm saying? Put it out there. Don't be ashamed to put it on your TikTok. So what if your coworkers see it? So what if your ex-friends see it? So what if there are people praying on your downfall? There's also a lot of people praying for you to get up and keep going. There's also a lot of people that are willing to give you a reaching hand. Believe me. I think the bravest thing, and someone told me this, I think the bravest thing you could do is ask for help. Truthfully. I learned so much in just a short amount of time from different people going through this situation. You know, it's very scary. It's a very scary situation. And again, I think all of us can collectively agree we're all on the brink of, and people don't even realize they're all on the brink of being homeless or going broke, this, that, and the third. We're all living check by check. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, these are troubling times and we have to be realistic about it. It's very easy to come on the internet and spew a bunch of hate and say a bunch of things, but in reality, you're going through the same thing that I'm going through, or you're struggling just as bad as I am. So, yeah, keep your head up, keep going, and cheer for yourself. Clap the loudest in the room, even when nobody is, because everything matters. It does. Don't give up on yourself. Y'all have a good day. Happy Saturday.
I don't know. I don't like drama. Like, drama's not entertaining to me. It's not something I don't even like to listen to it, honestly.
Hey guys, so I just woke up. I look a little rough. However, this is urgent. We're gonna do a little story time on my now ex roommate who just moved out yesterday. Yeah. So basically, let's just start from the beginning. It was like 2 weeks before school and I didn't have a roommate assigned still. And I was like, okay, like I was taking a random roommate anyways, so I couldn't really like have changed what I was getting, you know? So long story short, I go like 2 weeks right before school too, and I don't have a roommate the whole time, so I'm like, maybe I'll get lucky. Literally the night before I move in, I get assigned a roommate. And I was like, okay, like, whatever, like, I figured this was gonna happen eventually, like, I'm fine with living with someone, I just obviously had, like, thought about that, but whatever. So, we get here, I, like, texted her before, she seemed nice, whatever. So I move in, she's already here, moved in, and if you've ever had a college move-in day, it's crazy. And if you've never had one and you think it's crazy, it's 10 times crazier than you think. So there's like stuff everywhere. We're trying to get it sorted out, decide what we want to do, decide how we move the beds. And so I was like, hey, what if we moved our beds this way, which is the way that I have it now. And she was like, yeah, that's good. So we move all this stuff like this way, and she comes back an hour later, acts like everything's fine. She comes back an hour later and is like, hey, actually I don't like this. Can we move it back? And I was like, yeah, like, whatever, not a big deal. But I think she didn't like it from the beginning, but you could have just told me that. So that was, like, first thing. Whatever. So we lived together, and for reference, this girl is 16 when she moves in, which I didn't know until later. So she's pretty, like, quiet and everything, which is okay. Because I'm a very, like, bubbly, talkative person, and I like that when I come back to my room, I can kind of have, like, my alone downtime, because I just know if I lived with one of my best friends, I would be, like, talking all the time, and I would be exhausted, I would get some sort of way towards them, so that's why I kind of wanted to do a random roommate anyways, and whatever. So, we're, like, nice to each other, we live together, there's really no issues, we never argued or fought about anything. There was just, like, once or twice where it was like, hey, would you care to lock the door? And I was like, yeah, sorry, like, yeah, I'll lock it. And that was that. That was literally it. No issues, and it was, like, very civil. Long story short, we weren't, like, best friends. Like, we didn't do a bunch of stuff together, but that's okay. Like, we got along. The only time I was ever really in my room was to sleep. Like, that's it. Same thing with her. Like, she wasn't in here a lot. So, obviously, like, we weren't best friends. And, like, she was 16. She's 17 now. So, we weren't, like, out doing a bunch of stuff together, you know? which is okay. Like, I wasn't upset about that. I didn't think it made us, like, not friends. And she would go home on the weekends, and her mom would drop her off, and I would say hi, like, whatever, be civil, and everything was fine, and there were, like, no red signs. Well, yesterday, I texted her a little bit, and things were fine, whatever, and mind you, 2 or 3 days before this, we were talking about how some people are, like, moving everything out, and I'm like, I'm just not going to do that. Like, there's no reason for me to take my twin size sheets home when I have a different size bed at home and I don't need these. Like, you don't have to take everything out if you're still living here. So we were talking about how we're not going to do that, and some people are, like, taking everything for no reason. And she was like, yeah, same, like, I live right down the road, there's no point in me doing all this. And I was like, okay, slay. And then, so yesterday, I come in, we're in here for, like, 10 minutes with each other, like, I'm just changing whatever, and again, like, we don't really talk, but, like, it's not like it's tense or awkward, it's just, we're, like, in our own lives, you know, or at least I thought. So I go to the gym for, like, 3 hours, I come back, I have a video of me walking in, and everything is gone, like, everything, and I knew in that moment that she had moved out, because we had just had this conversation 2 or 3 days earlier about not moving everything out, you know, and I was like, but I went ahead and, like, checked my housing portal to, like, make sure she didn't just decide to take everything or something, and yeah, I have a whole new roommate, and I talked to my new roommate, and she said that basically that she's been my roommate for, like, 2 weeks now. So that means my roommate had to apply for new housing, like, a month or more ago. Yeah, so I texted my roommate and was like, my old roommate, and I was like, hey, it just really would have been, like, nice for you to let me know, because there were, like, other people who I was talking about living with, not anything, like, serious, but when they would ask me about it, I would be like, oh, yeah, like, I would do that, but me and my roommate are, like, fine, like, I'm not gonna do that to her. She's sweet. In my head, I see her as, like a little sister, like, she just turned 17, she's like a baby to me, I don't know. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that to her. But she did it to me. But I texted her, and I was like, it would have been nice to know that you were moving out, so that way I could have planned something with someone else, or, like, gotten to pick a new roommate, or gotten to know this new roommate that's moving in literally tonight. Like, it would have been nice if I would have got to know anything. And she ghosted me. Hasn't responded. Yeah. So, I don't know what that deal is. I genuinely thought, like, everything was fine. Like I said, like, we weren't great friends or anything, but there was also no issues. Like, I'm fine with us not being best of friends, because, let's be real, like, we're here literally just to sleep. So, anyways, that's the story time for you guys. Oh, and last night when she, like, moved everything out and I came in, I called my friend from home, and I was like, my roommate just moved out on me, and she was like, well, you should move the stuff how you wanted it in the first place before the new person gets here, which I called, like, my new roommate, and I was like, hey, this is how I have the beds right now, what do you think? And she suggested what I also thought in the first place, so I was like, perfect. So that's why I went ahead and, like, moved my room around, so that way then she could just get her stuff sorted out. So, room tour next.
My favorite part about having a platform on this app is that anytime anyone in my real life is like, Kenzie, you're not funny, that wasn't funny, I'm just like, well, there are 115,000 12-year-olds who think I am hilarious. So, watch your mouth, babe.
This will be the first and the last time that I speak about this situation. Loads of people have been asking me for months about this situation, and I've never commented on it, but still somehow I've gotten so much hate in my DMs, on my lives, on comments in my videos, even videos made about me about it, even though I've not said anything about it. I'm not gonna lie to you, that has been really hard. And for the sake of peace, I have been staying quiet. The reason I'm making this video now is because lots of other girls have spoken about it, and I know that more are going to. The purpose of this video is to let girls know that they're not alone, and other people that are involved or been in a similar situation, that they're also not alone. And it's also to let young people and young fans know that the people that they support online aren't always the way that they make themselves out to be. So me and this person started talking at the very start of this year, and like a lot of the other girls said, he did love bomb, but at the time, because I was so enticed by him, I just didn't see that. He'd call hours every night, message all the time, he'd always tell me how much he loves me, how beautiful I am. And because I thought we was getting on so well, within 5 days we went on our first date. We went to the cinema and we were meant to go out to Flatiron afterwards, but we never did, because I had to get a train home because I went to London. On the way back on the train home, he sent me a huge paragraph basically saying how he never believed in love at first sight, but now he does. And he truly believes in this, he truly believes in us, he really wants me to meet his family and all this and that. And at the time I was like, oh my god, that's the sweetest thing someone's ever said to me. But now looking back on it, he only knew me for 5 days. Love bombing. And from that point onwards, things started to get really serious really quickly. He then went on a trip to, I think, LA and New York, and then when he came back, he came to my house for the first time. And he bought me loads of gifts, a necklace, a jumper, a set of Sol de Janeiro sprays, and a shot glass, because I collect shot glasses. These are significant, by the way, so just remember these. And as well as that, when he came to mine, he also gave me a handwritten note. And in the note, it basically said that he loved me, and he told me that he loved me. And even though it had been just under 2 months, he had me wrapped around his finger, and I felt the same, and I felt very quickly. He met my whole family, he went on pub date with my dad, he took me to dance, and he also went to my sister's house party. All my relatives, all my friends, my family, they really liked him. His dad also drove him 4 hours to come to mine. His friends and his family and the managers and stuff also knew about me. And to be honest, to me, it genuinely didn't seem like anything was going to go wrong. And I feel like a lot of the other girls had a lot of arguments throughout their situationship with him, but I didn't. Anyways, as things progressed, it came to their first tour, and he invited me and my friend to go and be on the guest list to come to their London show. And obviously I was really excited to support him in the group. Anyways, a few weeks later, we had our first argument. And when I tell you this boy can go from 0 to 100 in seconds, it really, really caught me by surprise. So we had this huge argument because I had DM'd another member of the group saying, as like a supportive message to the whole of the group, they're all so talented. And for some reason, he took that really personally, and he was messaging me, calling me, screaming at me down the phone, calling me all sorts of names. And something in him just switched, and I completely saw a different side of him, and it really shocked me. And I was so upset that I'd been spoken to by someone in such a way when they'd been so sweet to me, and I thought had treated me with so much respect, and someone that I had genuinely fell in love with and gave him everything. This argument went on for hours, and to the point it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I fell asleep because I had school the next morning, and I wake up to missed calls and I'm blocked. I was so confused, I was so distraught. I found myself reaching out to him on other platforms, trying to apologise because I genuinely thought I'd done something wrong. And all my friends were like, Fiona, this is not a normal way for someone to react over something so small. They was like, if this is how he's going to react over that, imagine if something bigger happens in the future, how is he going to treat you then? But I was like blind to that, and my one goal was just apologise and make everything go back to how it used to be. Anyways, the next day he rang my sister saying that I wasn't allowed to come to the show anymore, and then another member of his group rang me saying, I don't want you to think the boy's a bad person. He said things in the heat of the moment, obviously trying to make me not ruin his reputation. And then the next day I managed to convince him to have a phone call where we could talk things out. So he rang me, and we started off with him shouting at me, arguing with me, trying to get me to explain myself in front of the whole group, which was just really humiliating. I was that upset that I just didn't care. And then eventually he went into a different room, and the conversation chilled out a little bit more, and we had a conversation, and we basically resolved everything, and we were just crying on the phone to each other, saying that it's too big of a thing to throw away. So he said I could go to the show and that everything was going to be fine. So over the next few days I was messaging him like normal, but he just disappeared off the face of the earth, like completely ghosted me, sent me like 1 or 2 words a day. And I was like, maybe he's just busy, he's on tour. But in the back of my mind I was like, he always made time for me if he was in a different country or not. So this was just really out of character, and I just knew something was up. Anyways, comes the day of the show. I got a train down to London with my friend. I was really nervous because I hadn't spoken to him much, and the last time we spoke we had a huge argument. I met up with him before, went like backstage, everything was fine. During the show, his just like body language just seemed off. And in my head I was like, I feel like this is gonna be the end. So then at the end of the show there was like a meet and greet, and then everyone went home, and then all the friends and family and managers and everyone was in this room. And me and him went to a corner of the room and we spoke, and he basically ended things off with me but didn't really give me a reason why. He said it was nothing to do with the argument and that it's just because of his career or whatever, and he's just really busy and he knows he can't give me his all. But he did say to me previously that if he had to pick between his career and me, he'd always pick me, and I would never want to put him in a situation where he had to do that. Hi! Like, I'd never dream of it. So I just thought, seems like a bit of an excuse to me. Anyways, like, I put on a brave face and I just left the venue. And then that night he sent me a bunch of inspirational paragraphs, and then he snapped again. And he just started absolutely having it on at me, saying that I didn't care because I didn't even cry and all of this. And I just thought it was pathetic, so I just ended the conversation, and that was that. And then 2 days later, I get a phone call from Amelia, because her roommate is cousins with one of my friends. So she rang me thinking that we were still together, because people on social media started finding out because he was commenting on my videos or whatever. And she rang me saying that a week prior, he had phoned her on Valentine's Day saying that he misses her and he wants to run things back. And I also found out that he lied to me about why they ended, because he said to me it was an age thing, but the real reason why they ended is because she found out he was speaking to multiple other girls at the same time as her. So obviously I'm distraught. I was thinking he was so loyal the whole time, we just had a blip and that's why it ended. So I ring him and I'm on the phone and I'm crying my eyes out, I'm like having it. And he said that I didn't have the authority to speak to him anymore, and that in what world does someone get broken up with and think they have the right to speak to him about something that happened when we was together. And he said he's nothing to do with me and he doesn't want me to message him again. So I just blocked him. Then me and Amelia became really, really close. We literally stopped speaking about him, to be honest. And people on social media started catching on that me and Em were friends and that we didn't follow this person anymore. So someone made an edit about it, and it was all speculation and allegations in the caption, and that sort of blew up a little bit. And from that video I had about 4 different girls reach out to me, one of which being Ava, explaining her situation. And I was finding out that he was messaging her during me, phoning her during me, and the same thing with a bunch of other girls who I won't mention because that's their thing to share. But I also found out that 2 days before the show I went to, he had brought another girl to a different show and he had kissed her there. So I guess we all know why he was ghosting me now. And I was distraught. Like, I was just felt so betrayed. And then it just felt like more and more days I'd find out more and more things that I didn't even want to know, and allegedly he was meeting up with other girls, messaging more girls, and it just felt like the whole situation, like our whole experience, was a lie. And then weeks after this he kept on phoning me at random times in the middle of the night on like my number, and I just wouldn't pick up, or I just wouldn't see it because I'd wake up the next morning and it would be from like 3 a.m. And then a few weeks later, one of his friends who likes to pipe up liked one of my Tik Toks, favorited it, and started following me. So I followed him back because I was like, what the hell? And you know the little waving sticker? I accidentally sent it him because we become friends on TikTok. And then he started a conversation with me, asked me where I was from. And when I said where I was from, he was like, oh shit, like you spoke to one of my friends. And I was like, yeah. And then that sort of just went out the window. And then I get a phone call from that boy that night, and he was screaming at me down the phone going, why the fuck are you chatting to my friends for? And I was like, I'm not. And he started calling me a slag and all sort of things like that over literally nothing. And another thing I want to add on to that is that when he were at mine, he'd said to me, if I got with another girl now, would you consider that cheating? And I said, yeah, would you? And he said, yes. So although we didn't put a title on it, we mutually agreed that that wasn't something that we was going to do. And I also find it ironic that I'd spoken to him before about how I'd been cheated on, and he sent me this huge paragraph saying that the thought of him being with another girl romantically makes him feel sick. So do what you want with that information. About this, he didn't get it for me at the airport. He had bought it at Trafford Centre with Ava for M for Christmas, and then gave it to me. What the fuck? So yeah, there is so much more I can say, but that is all I'm going to speak on this now. And I want people to know me for me. I don't want to be associated with this situation anymore, but I just think I needed to speak out about this, considering so many other girls have, and I want to have their backs for it. I'm not coming for any of the other boys. They're all lovely, they're all really talented and really good at what they do, but his behaviour needs to be addressed. And that's all I've got to say. I love you guys, thank you so much.
I feel like I look pretty straight.
Story time of how I found out that my boyfriend of 2 years was cheating on me with his coworker. So during that time, we were living together, and we had mutual friends. So he was working at this pizza place, and one of my good girlfriends at the time, her boyfriend was friends with a bunch of the people that he was working with. So one day she messages me and she's like, hey, are you and Arzen still dating? I was like, yeah, we're definitely still together. Why? And she goes, oh, like my man just told me that he has been hooking up with Amanda. And Amanda is a girl that he was obviously working with during that time. So I was like, holy shit, there's no fucking way. Like, you know, we had been together for 2 years. Like, I'm talking first love. Like, I was his first everything. And my Arzen would never do that to me, is what I, you know, was going through my head. But also, I'm like, I was kind of a crazy, jealous girl. So obviously, hearing that was, you know, so I confronted him about it, and he basically told me, like, no, you're crazy. Like, I would never do that to you. Obviously, you're just going through a lot in life, and that's why you're crazy enough to think that I would ever do that to you. And my brain was just like, okay, maybe he's right, but also nothing inside me feels good right now. Like, something feels off. I know he's lying to me. I just can't prove it. It's a he said, she said situation. And I remembered it was just eating me up inside. I kept asking him. He kept denying it. And I was like, okay, like, I don't know how to calm this voice inside my head. And I just, like, prayed about it. I remembered he was taking a nap on our bed. Like, he was sleeping on the bed, and I was on the floor with my back against the bed. And I remembered praying to God. I was like, please, like, I just need an answer. Like, I need something to, like, shut down all of this anxiety that's inside me, trying to figure out what the truth is. And right after I asked that, my boyfriend's phone fell, like, right next to me, unlocked. He was sleeping. I guess he had been holding his phone, and then he fell asleep, and then it fell, and he forgot to lock it. So I snatched that shit up, and I went to the bathroom, and the first text that I saw was a message that he sent to Amanda's best friend, who he also works with. And it was something along the lines of, like, oh, Lexi almost found out that I've been fucking Amanda. And I screenshotted that shit and sent it to myself. And every single time I tell that story, everyone's always like, oh my God, like, God was looking out for you. He answered your prayers. And that's exactly what happened. I will say I was like 17 or 18 during that time, so it wasn't the healthiest. It wasn't the healthiest relationship. I was not a healthy person. Not that it condones cheating, but I understand why he was unhappy. But moral of the story is that you just gotta pray about it and trust your intuition and your gut, and then learn from it. But there it is.
Okay, part one of my crazy neighbor story. So crazy that I'm still traumatized to this day, and I only lived there for 3 months, maybe. So last October, I was adamantly looking for somewhere to live. You know, I knew I had an idea of where I wanted to live. But it took a while for something to come open. And so anyways, when it came open, I was like, oh my goodness, this is perfect. It was a very cute duplex. But I knew, having a 2-year-old, that I would want to ensure that the neighbors of the duplex were, you know, decent people. So, you know, I called the landlord and I was like, hey, I would really like to see it. Is there any way when I come, can I meet the neighbors? The landlord agreed, and she's like, I think that would be great, because the last tenant who lived here caused a lot of issues. The neighbors would call the cops saying that there were noise complaints and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, let me meet them. So the day that I went to view the apartment, I got to meet the neighbor. I met the woman. She was the only one there. She said that her fiance was working, and so I met her. She was 35, pregnant, getting her master's in journalism. She worked from home, tutoring students for their ACT. You know, I was like, oh, she seems like a great fit. You know, I know she's expecting a baby. Like, everything seems so normal. Looking back now, a red flag in that situation, she's like, yeah, the tenant that lived here before was just crazy. She played her music really loud. She did this, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Well, I get all moved in and everything's going good. Well, the first time that I see her fiance pull up, I'm like, very questionable. I try not to judge. You know, I was just like, you know what? It's fine. But if I would have met him before moving in, I might not would have. I know that says a lot, but I think my intuition was definitely right. So like a week into living there, it was 2 a.m. and I hear a doorknob jiggling, like so loud, and somebody screaming, "Let me in, mother," and arguing and fighting. And I remember calling my aunt, and I'm like, either someone's trying to get in my house or like something bad is happening. And she was like, hang up and call 911. So I hung up and I called 911. Let me remind you, this is a very rural area. It took a sheriff about 15 minutes to get there. And when I say I was so scared, I was so scared. I mean, I had been there a week. After the first commotion, there was no other noises, but I was like, okay, something is going on. The cop came and he was like, oh, I'm here all the time. These neighbors, they fight all the time. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Because the landlord said the last tenant was the problem and, you know, whatever. So the next day I call the landlord and I'm like, no, something is gonna have to change because I'm not gonna live here. And my 2-year-old, luckily she was not there that night, is not gonna listen to this. Well, the landlord calls neighbors and I come home that night to a letter on my door with a gift from said neighbors. Like for part 2 if you want to know what the letter said. And this saga continues and it gets very worse. And remember, she's pregnant at this time.